At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is upon us, the last day of the Northern League of Legends Championship 2024 Spring Split. The night is closing in, and there's only one spot remaining to fight for the throne. It's their last chance, one last fight that they give them the chance to fight for the top of the mountain. Verdant was promised green pasture, and the start was good, but the cold took them by surprise. They are finally warmed up, but is it enough? Ready up, they said, but they went down fast. But like Pantheon rise from his own corpse, Ruddy was able to ascend to a grand starfall. One last jump for them to find Godhood. Will there be light? Will it be on their side? Or is it light's side slowly feeding the ember and achieving the sacred flame? Only one of these three teams can make it to playoffs. And three we are at the desk. It is me, Arshadom, Initialize, and Veteran. I'll be fired with a smile.
I'm hoping that sounded mostly right because I had my computer headphones on, so we just improving with
Yeah,
with the keyboard.
It worked really well. It sounded like it was just coming straight from production. Like that actually worked surprisingly well.
Sometimes you've got to use the setup you have, guys.
We need that dramatic flair today because it is a dramatic day, right? Right? Last chance for Ruddy, last chance light side, last chance for a lot of these teams. It's a big day. Even the first game of the day is immediately. We're like right in the deep.
So before we start talking about the game of the day, or even the first one, let's see who's going to be casting today. Now, give me some... Wait, actually we're not.
The mouse!
We've
upgraded.
It's your
The mouse is
opportunity
casting.
to win this
Middle cost
last
replaced.
mouse. One Steel Series Adox 5 wireless mouse on the line each week, and today is the last day. So head on to Twitter and put in your predictions. This is your last chance to win one beautiful Adox 5 wireless. All the lights, all the wireless, all the things you have dreamed before. Take this mouse away from Middlecott because it is borrowed, okay?
God.
It's not his own mouse. It could be yours. We'll put it on dry cleaning. Don't worry.
I think it's speaking to me.
I actually want one because, yeah, I'm using this as a mouse. So yeah, I need some. So who's going to be casting for today? Now we can show them. Please give us some introduction, okay, guys?
Ashram, after that glorious introduction, and genuinely glorious, we absolutely love that back here. I need to give context for what Middlecott thought our opening should be.
Oh no!
Middlecott was going to hold up a roast chicken and just brag about the fact that he cooks a roast chicken.
It's a very nice looking roast chicken, okay? I've covered it in tarragon, like black pepper. I shoved a couple of lemons up its arse so the flesh is nice and moist. It's fantastic, mate.
But I'm trying to compare that to what Ashram and Initialize performed for us, and, you know, it doesn't quite hold a candle.
But it's chicken.
Ashram's on your side. How is he on your side?
I'm getting the chicken.
Okay, to me.
I'm going to freeball for a little bit.
Protein,
The kitchen is right
protein.
next door, so this shouldn't take too long. It's going to slide around as well. There's going to be some onions, lemons, all sorts of good stuff.
Like, look at that.
He actually did it.
Like, look at that.
And now compare that to your intro. Like, how embarrassing is that for us? Honestly. Genuinely embarrassing.
Will I be fired for doing this? Apparently not. So,
Will
let's
we be
move on
fired
to
for the chicken?
desk. Thank you for the protein. We'll go back to the desk because...
You know, I thought this was League of Legends, not PUBG. What's the chicken dinner got to do with this? That's not how the winners are chosen here.
I can't believe this. Well,
Went to
gentlemen,
Juilliard for this shit.
We're not even 10 minutes in, guys!
Please continue.
that was the best reply ever. Okay, we're down. We need to talk about the games for today.
Yes, we do.
But we need to play Who Wants to Be a Challenger? Oh, it's a game. It's the last game of the split. So let's answer this one. The faster you get your hand up, you'll get the answer. You get to answer, man. Oh, that was so good. So it's the one who raises his hand first that will get the opportunity to answer this one. If someone fails, the other one is not allowed to take the answer. Okay. First one. The only team with an average game duration below 30 minutes is DMG, Lance Creed, Venom Crest, or Ready. Veteran.
Venom Crest.
It is indeed correct with 29 minutes. It's Venom Crest with only 1 minute. Every other team is above 30, especially Nord. Moving on to the second one, as Veteran is with 1 point. The team with the highest DPM is Natives, Nord, Lions Creed, DMG, Initialize.
It's Natives, isn't it?
You are correct indeed, sir. Oh gosh, they know. They know everything. Like, this is a really high DPM, I'm just saying. Okay, let me finish the question though. Third one, the player with the highest KDA in the league is Temp, Zubak, Warji, or Zinzo. Oh. Veteran is taller, yes.
Tempt.
It is incorrect.
If I said I didn't think it was.
It is D, Jinjo, with the highest KDA 9.1.
That makes sense.
Tempt was a bait. On to the fourth one. This champion has the highest presence in the NLC. Maokai, Shinzao, Varos, Oxante. Yes, Veteran.
Maokai.
Faster. It is incorrect. It is Varus with 98%.
That's fine, because the way that you set up the rules, so long as I just slam my hand up, he can't ever get any more points than lead.
Well, I was told to wait for the question to finish.
Yeah?
I was trying to follow his rules.
Okay, I'll allow someone to get this wrong and still go for the answer. It is time that
Now you...
the only pentakill so far in the NLC was achieved by Jinzu, Zubak, Rusty Sniper, or Tempt. Initialize.
Wasn't it Ginger?
It's a lock-in, and it's not. Veteran, you want to take a guess?
Was it Rusty Sniper?
Oh.
Actually, no. We didn't get a single pentakill. I was expecting you guys.
It's a scam. Is that what I said? I was like, I don't remember there being one, but I'm assuming it's one of the AD carries.
Yeah,
like
that was me as well. Like, I don't remember one.
I'm a terrible human being. We found that earlier in the split.
Wow.
We only got quadra kills so far. I'm set. Maybe today we'll get one. Maybe today. Who knows? And today is a special day. So let's see how the standings are right now before we look into today's games. Lions Creed locked in first place. Venom Crest and Nord are locked in for playoffs. Tied up on second place. Verdant is on fourth place. Lightside and Ruddy are sharing a seat that they don't want to share by the end of the day, as Natives and DMG are locked out of playoffs. Veteran.
Can I add some context to the Natives DMG being out part? Because Natives have a jungler on there that I've hyped a lot called Jakey, right? And Jakey was really in his prime when he was on a team called Isuba. And Isuba have eternally been top 2 at Hit Point Masters, right? They won pretty much every single one of them until 2023, and then they were still top 2 all last year. But as of this week, Isuba, for the first time in the history of Hit Point Masters, are not in playoffs. So Jakey and Isuba divorcing, and neither of them even hit playoffs in their own regions. That's just... It's a better together scenario. It's been a painful... No real winners in this particular separation. It's really sad to see, because I've loved that org and I've loved this player for a while. So it's just sad. I figured I'd throw in that additional context. Because that was really history.
Divorces on esports.
Yeah.
The
kids suffer in the end.
The kid is suffering. So let's see the schedule for today to see what's going to happen. It is Venom Crest versus Ready for the first game. Nord versus Lions Creed. The opportunity for Nord to rise on the standings and get themselves a better spot. Verdant and Natives. It's only important for Verdant, and DMG and Lightside will end up the day. Will DMG get the third win and kick out Lightside from playoffs? So, for you guys to talk about this one, I would like to pull a really important graphic, which is the foldy sheet. We're going to be using this throughout the day. As you can see, Lions Creed locked in for second place, there's still an opportunity for Verdant to take it, or Verdant may end up in 6th place. So they have the same probability of getting into second place as being locked out and 6th place. What can we talk about this one, gentlemen?
Let me start here. Specifically, take your eyes down to Lightside and Ruddy. Particularly that first match with Ruddy is a huge, huge game. If Ruddy win, the amount of scenarios in which they make playoffs are still there. They lose, they don't make playoffs, and that is a huge relief suddenly for people like Verdant. However, if Ruddy win, and then later on Natives win, Ruddy get in, and that makes things a bit tricky there. But that's the game to keep your eyes on in a lot of ways, because it sets up a lot of our other tiebreaker scenarios, and Verdant, Ruddy, Lightside all got their eyes on how that one goes in particular.
I personally, I really want Verdant to succeed. Because, and this is weird because I'm not Duckling, but the fact that they are an all-Danish lineup, I really love that, because I genuinely do believe synergy in those kinds of aspects matter. I also think that while we are NLC and we are representing all of these regions, being able to have region-specific teams like the current Verdant roster is actually quite important for that kind of viewership. If you're a Danish fan, you have a team, right? I'd love if we had a Danish team, a Swedish team, a Finnish team. We have had Finnish teams historically in the past. I'd love to bring back some of those, right? Maybe even it's possible to get. I don't know if there are enough people on it to make a team, but a Maltese team would also be great. You know, all this kind of stuff. But like, I love that Verdant are having success. I love that they work really well together, and I love that there is a group of people out there that's able to be like, these are our guys. This is representing me in the NLC, and I want them to keep succeeding and to keep going forward.
Only one slot available, so let's see who we predicted for today. That's painful all around. Foxdrop, Eragon, and Duckling. Oh, a lot of people going for Ruddy on the first game. We'll talk about that further on. Only one gentleman going for Nord. I was like, I gotta risk it. I gotta risk it for the biscuits. And at the end of it, it is everybody jumping on the ship of Lightside. Everybody believes on that one. Maybe we might even get a surprise. So these are the predictions, but let's talk about the first game because it's so important. Venom Crest versus Ruddy. Is that a way for Ruddy to win this one? Because they need it. Venom Crest is so important for them as well, but Ruddy is like do or die.
Yeah, so I think for me this steps down into a little bit of where have we seen Venom Crest be? And I think as the split has gone on, we have seen the Venom Crest are still a very good team, but teams have started to figure out kind of what makes Venom Crest good and managed to lock past Shi in lane, maybe stop Zubac from snowballing, and suddenly they look a lot more mortal. When they get to play their style, they feel like a top 2 team in the league. When they're forced onto other styles, I don't think they're bad per se, but I don't think they're top 2 good at that point. The flexibility and strength of their game goes down, diminishes when they don't get to play that kind of hyper-roaming, aggressive snowball and reset style combo. And I think a lot of teams have managed to figure that out by now. And I wonder whether Ruddy have got enough in the bank now to make it a bit harder for them to pull that off.
Yeah, Ruddy's scouting seems fairly good, so you'd imagine they have their number in that regard. I guess my particular worry would be that Ruddy are typically winning these games by acquiring really wide free-lane map states. And in that scenario, if you're able to get an aggressive pick-based composition with stuff like Pyke, with stuff like Senna even that we have seen out of them, then you're in a really good position to pick off these isolated targets, especially on rotation. So Ruddy's playstyle that they've been developing for the last few weeks, that does meet its final boss in Venom Crest, who I feel like would be a natural fit against Ruddy, but maybe Ruddy will take that into account. If I was going into Venom Crest, I would just be spamming global champs, right? Like, yeah, maybe I'm playing a wide map state, but if I have Karthus, Nocturne, Gangplank on my team, are my players ever really alone, you know? So, like, I'd expect a composition like that to be coming out maybe today from Ruddy. I'm really interested to see what they have for us, because it does feel like they do target their opponents, but they do have this big similarity that I feel like Venom Crest naturally play well into.
Wolverine yesterday on the interview was talking about, we don't even care about today's game, we just care about tomorrow versus Venom Crest. He didn't care at all. This is the highlight. Painful versus Alex, the mid laners. Painful has been solid. Alex has been fumbling a bit, but he's one of the best mid laners we have. He has this mentality of, I gotta do it. Will it crumble on his head today, or do you think like, hey, I have a team, I can play myself, I can play like the usual, and I'm okay? Because I'm scared of that.
Yeah, because I think the big thing for Alex, for me, this split, has been his improvement in consistency. Towards the beginning of the split, we saw some really good individual moments, but they often came at relatively high personal cost. Go in, you get a kill and die for it. It would be quite messy, skirmish, solo queue type plays. And as the split has gone on, we saw games like we saw yesterday. We went for like 12-0 on the Akali. The fact he is doing that kind of thing more consistently is a really good sign. Because if you link up those kind of DPM numbers with the kind of slightly more secure playstyle he's been leveraging, this guy is going to be really scary to manage. Not that Painful's been mad or bad at all, but, you know, is he Alex at top level good? Well, I guess we'll find out today, won't we?
I mean, the impetus for a lot of this was also that Zed pick, right? He was just a different player when he was on that Zed. We started to see a much more patient, calculated Alex that wasn't just all in all the time like it was solo queue. I do feel like that might be a denial pick, but it's not like we haven't seen Alex lose on the Zed, and that was specifically because they keep playing the wide map. And when Alex is isolated, you can be as good at Zed as you want, do as many highlight plays as you want. There's only so many times that you're going to be able to take on a 4-man sweep. So, interested to see what happens there. I love the Viego ban. Reset champs have been a big part of Venom Crest pick comps. So that, Pyke, those are the kinds of things that you want to control. Let's see how Fuddy does on that. Smolder, by the way. You say that the lowest average game time was 29 minutes. Smolder must be completely broken in this league, right? I do think if you're not looking to just first pick it, you should be banning it. If Ruddy feel comfortable in other things, you at least have to remove that Smolder win con from your opponents.
And I think you're seeing some very specific bans here. The Karma has been something that a lot of teams have been using a lot, and making a lot of success on. And the things like, as you're saying, the Ivan and the Viego, target bans. On the other side, the Riven and the Rengar, target bans. Don't give Built the Riven. He's made it work. The problem is now that Smolder's gone, the other champion that's still absolutely ungodly broken in the bot lane is Senna, gets first picked. Do Venom Crest have what it takes to break it? Because they are good in the early game, but good enough to deal with Senna being Senna? I'm not sure yet.
So the Seraphine feels like a denial. They definitely want to deny the Senna Seraphine bot lane, which Venom Crest themselves have even done. But my immediate thought is that the two bans that you most commonly see for Senna's, particularly in high-level solo queue, is going to be Nocturne and Pyke. And Pazzy's Pyke is still really strong, and we have seen that grouped together with the Seraphine before. So I am looking at the potential for a Pyke later on, especially now that they see the full enemy bot lane. They're going to do their own calculus to be like, can we just lock in Pyke here? It's probably good into the Senna itself and into what's clearly going to be a split map state later on in the game with that Jax being locked.
And a reminder as well, we saw Natty Nat really pop off on the Jax jungle as well, so it is absolutely a flex here as well. We know it fits into Built's wheelhouse. Jax is kind of, in some ways, that you can play it similarly to the Riven in terms of the way you can be that kind of aggressive, bruisery fighter, like top signer, so that's definitely going to work. For the side of Venom Crest, though, I think the Talia makes some sense in the sense it allows Painful to link up with someone like Zubac and Pashy, and we've seen a lot of the strength of this roster has been how can we unlock and utilize that mid-jungle setup? Talia really enables either to make plays happen.
Yeah, and this goes into the global thing that we were saying. If you're going into Ruddy, you know they want to play 3 lanes. Globals allow you to make a play on any of those lanes with numbers advantage. The Senna is the 0.5, but the Talia is one entire person that's going to have presence on any of those map setups later on.
Interesting, because yesterday we saw that Hound with the Jinx. I'm wondering if they're going for that same route again, or if they're going to bring something more stable, as you said, Passy with the Pyke. Probably that Hound playing with that one.
Yeah.
Zubac taking care of the rail. Doesn't it feel like you're taking away power from that playmaker player?
Yeah, I think Pashy has played the rel before. And I suppose the other thing is if you're wanting to get out of lane, Seraphine is one of those champions that, much like something like the Ezreal or the Ziggs or whatever, you can just leave alone. It'll clear waves from 30 miles away and should be safe to do so. So if it does end up being the rel support, it should still be fine for then Zubac to pick up something scarier in the jungle.
I do think Pyke would still be the play given the Senna on the enemy team, but if you are looking to do rel bot, then with the Talia setup, I assume the reset champ they're going for is the Bel'Veth. Zubac's Bel'Veth was really strong. You will get that mixed hybrid damage. If Ruddy remember the Bel'Veth is here, then they'll still leave the Pyke open and you can just put Zubac on towards the rail. So I'm interested in what Ruddy do, given that they feel like they have to ban out the Cassante because they know Pyke might end up being 5th pick and that they might want to retain the flex. They removed Tristana, which is very interesting. That feels like an acknowledgement.
Painful's used it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because there's a world where basically actually the Talia goes jungle.
Jungle.
It's not been done in a little while, but there's a world where you do that. They are looking at a couple interesting champions. We'll wait
This
to
is
see.
good.
Poppy would
Into
be
Jax.
really good fun. And I think Poppy
Jax
kind of
Nautilus.
fell off the wagon. People stopped playing it as much, but I do think it's really good into things like the Jax. It's pretty annoying into the Nautilus. You become full build if you throw it into the jungle at level 3. It's silly. You can throw it top, and Lenny has already proven a lot of mastery on terms of those kind of tanky fighter top sides. So still a flex, still a lot of room for this, this Rel, this Talia, this Poppy to all end up in a weird configuration as yet.
Yeah. The fact that they essentially have full flex picks here is also really, really big. Now they see one low mobility champ, double low mobility champ right now with the Senna and the Syndra makes the Pike even more potentially valuable, and you can still slam the Pike in here 100%. Let's see what the last pick is. You're not able to get a Poppy anymore, which could be viable in towards the Talia into the Rel, and would definitely be viable into a later pick Pike. And that's still open for me. It's all about that one pick right now. Maybe you could see something else entirely. This Garen is essentially blind if they were to just straight lock that in for built, and then you're looking for something that can do really well into double AD topside. So there's a lot of options right now on the board for VenomQuest. They could try lock in a top laner with the information that they have here, or they could look to just slam in that support.
The Garen lock-in there to me says, actually, you've got nothing that can manage this in top lane. I feel like the Poppy, once you hit the R, can manage it away. But you're right, the Darius would make a lot of sense. But that feels like a mystery, because Darius should be able to beat the Garen in lane, is my understanding of that matchup. And
Darius
again, like,
slams
if you're
him.
lucky,
By a lot.
it was a rough matchup.
So when you're saying, like, Ruddy are essentially saying, we don't think you have anything that deals with both the Jax and the Garen, there's one thing flashing in my mind the whole time. It's Darius would absolutely take, I've already used that word today, on that lane, and Jax wouldn't be able to do anything in the 2v2 scenarios, and you're going to be matching them in that kind of wide map state, or turn into a invincible juggernaut in any kind of groupings. How do you ever reach the backline of VenomQuest when you have to go through a Talia, Darius, Poppy with Seraphine? It's not happening, right? What could end up happening is a potential lack of AD damage if Lenny misplays at all. If you're able to get Lenny on a bad moment with a good grouping that somehow doesn't leverage his passive, then you're good to go. But that's very difficult in this situation. There's actually a really, really good composition here for the Darius to shine. This is Lenny's game to take it away. We've seen Silky Swath do it. We've seen Alex do it. Today, right, we're looking at Lenny on the side of VenomQuest to take the reins from jungle, from support, and Bill hasn't yet had that game where he's being able to wipe the floor with the enemy top laner.
With these compositions, tell me before I ask.
But I think that's a really good breakdown of why VenomQuest have got a really solid comp here. My one worry for them, though, is if it does get to mid-game and they've not snowballed and the Seraphine and Talia are lacking the DPS, they aren't that high damage, and then you've got a Syndra and a Senna hyperscaling with nominally larger range as well, with a fairly decent front line. If it gets to that point, that could be scary for VenomQuest, but we've seen them snowball from very good positions before. They're the best team in the league at it. They should be fine in my mind.
So give me that prediction. Who do you think is going to win after the champion select? Not for the predictions, after the champion select. Because I know Veteran is like, Ruddy is such an amazing story building up for the 2024 Spring Split. But be honest, after this champion select...
Yeah, I mean, I want Ruddy to win, but there's a reason I put 1 point on them, and it's because I actually did spend a lot of time this week thinking about the NLC teams and doing reviews on them, and I feel like VenomQuest playstyle does naturally do well into them, and I think their draft is really good. If Ruddy win this game, they absolutely don't just deserve playoffs, but I'd view them as a potential contender within the playoffs. So I want Ruddy to be able to pull off the miracle run. I really do. But I do have to side with VenomQuest here.
Yeah. Initialize.
I am siding with the Ruddy faithful. I believe that unto them from the heavens will be delivered the miracle run. Ruddy, you're going to do it? This is how it begins. This is how it ends. They're in playoffs, baby.
This is the beginning of a beautiful story or the end of it. But to start it off and start talking about it, let's toss it to the casters. Rudud and Middlecut, how are you doing?
I think we are doing pretty damn well at the moment, and I think you guys on the desk sort of pontificated on what we're going to be looking at here. It's do or die for Ruddy. They looked completely out of playoffs contention, but they have been on such a tear recently, and throwing it all down in a game that they need to win that doesn't even lock them into playoffs, doesn't even guarantee their position in the post-split, but just gives them that chance. They are throwing it on a blind pick Garen for Built in the top lane. We're going to be jumping into the game and seeing how they throw down.
And to answer the blind Garen in the top lane, it's Lenny pulling out a fabled counterpick. The Darius Ghost in that top side versus Ignite. Already Venomcrest moving their way in toward this top side.
Zubak here, popping that sweeper, going to be stunning Natty straight into the wall, locked up with the double root coming through. Throws up the counter strike, 5 men stunned, but it's the Ruddy jungler who goes down. And that miracle run has gotten off to the worst possible start.
Now we highlighted quite heavily the impact of this top lane built with the blind pick Garen. To further emphasize this, one of the important parts of this level 1 was that Lenny has scaled E. Now the reason Darius can be so powerful in this matchup versus the Garen, first of all, you can just win level 1 all-ins. Typically, if you're trading with the Darius W, you can get 5 stacks, you're just going to beat the Garen in a 1 versus 1 in that instance. That's not going to be as easy now that there's a level 1 reprieve with the Darius starting with that E. So Built a little bit of time now before he's going to be super worried about how that top lane goes. But obviously, once those skills, once level 3 happens to come through, definitely becomes tricky.
Yeah, painful though. The beneficiary of that first blood has been able to pick up an early tier, so it's going to be able to throw down his spells with much greater frequency, and considering the strength of South's Embrace as an item, this is a great start for him in the lane.
Absolutely. And you've also got to remember, now there's no flash for Zubak, what impact will that have? Well, Natty Nat showed no hesitation yesterday when it came to invading, when it came to looking for fights. And if we look at the minimap, he's already on his way in. This Poppy with no flash did end up spotting out the Jax. Actually, there's a nice ward in the river.
It's excellent pathing actually from Zubak. Going to throw down the Q. Painful is going to be able to get the first rotate, and the phase rush has bought a load of time here for Zubak. So Natty Nat, I think the correct play to go for that engagement, but responded to very nicely by Venomcrest.
Would simply disagree, unfortunately. If you don't have mid prio, going for that play is just never possible, right? You instantly get collapsed. Painful moved first. Alex would either have to answer the wave or not have any experience. So Natty Nat wastes a bit of time there, loses out on a bit of experience, but Zubak rightfully also backed off. Not really a loss, not really a gain for either side.
Yeah, and this is just, I guess, another element of why the Darius is so annoying for the Garen. Because of that bleed passive, it's so long for the Garen to actually get the perseverance back up and be able to just sustain through the lane for free.
Absolutely, and there is a window, right? I think when Garen hits level 9, gets a little bit of a passive boost, and that's when, as soon as the bleed stacks do wear off, you can start to regen just that little bit faster. Obviously, getting to that point might be very difficult for Built. Does have that Ignite to try and throw down some kill threat of his own at that level 6 marker, but already you can see Lenny very happy to use this Apprehend, start trading quite aggressively, and with this top lane being so volatile, junglers not being up there is actually really important.
Well, Painful is actually getting taken a little bit low in that mid lane as Zubak pathing towards the bottom side of the map, but Natty Nat is on the top side and is going to be able to counter invade.
So far, both of our junglers have taken 3
crikey.
camps. What has happened mid lane?
Oh, Painful's got jumped on and smacked in the head with a lamppost.
Natty Nat's the first one to make the move and finds the return kill in the mid lane. But look who's here, Pagi Zubak. Never one without the other in the mid game. Already level 2 on Pagi. More than happy to make his way into the mid lane. Just holds this wave, Natty Nat gets in, gets out. That's another kill for Ruddy.
Oh, and it's important to be getting that back onto the Jax jungle, because this is a pick that scales incredibly well, but also has a fair bit of that early gank pressure too. For Venomcrest here, composition that they've drafted is reminding me a little bit of what we've seen from Venomcrest in the sort of earlier weeks. Recently, they have been very on giving a lot of agency to Deadhound as a primary carry, but back on the Seraphine now, this is very much a game which is about Zubat getting early action going and about Lenny carrying through the team fights.
Yeah, importantly, this is not about Deadhound being a 1v9 super carry. Now, it may be just remotely possible on the Seraphine, but that's not the angle that we're looking for. Painful is going to be a big DPS. Lenny as well later on. Going to be looking to deal 1,000 damage with a single ulti cast on 5 people if it's all going well. Do want to quickly, if we get the chance, take a look at what this game means for Venomcrest. We obviously know the high stakes that Ruddy are playing with. Win and there's a chance they still make playoffs. Lose and they are completely out. For Venomcrest, this game is a win and bag yourself second place. That is a secure of the top round of the bracket. Means you get yourselves an extra running against Lions Creed. If that's the team that you end up taking down, then every props to you. But it's going to be a really important game for Venomcrest to secure that top 2 if they win.
Well, I mean, it's a direct route into the final, and maybe not direct route because I feel like going through Lions Creek would be anything but direct for Venomcrest. But at least you get that second chance, and if you are going to lose a playoff series, you'd rather it happen in the upper bracket rather than the lower bracket.
Absolutely. So very high stakes for both of these teams, just at the opposite ends of the playoff scale. Already, Ruddy looking to make some more moves into this mid lane. Remember, Painful, no flash after that attempted escape from the earlier gank from Natinat. So, Atalia with no flash can be a bit of a sitting duck. Obviously, the Unraveled Earth does give a little bit of safety when you're looking at the Jax, but the Syndra, if she lands that scatter, can quite easily be layered, especially when there's a Nautilus in the game.
Yeah, and as we get the pop-up there, Zubat has been taking his time, taking down those Void Grabs. It's actually making his way back into the mid lane here, but Ruddy weren't able to use that time to take down a Dragon. Natinat already down to a 3rd HP, throws up the counter-strike, and that's going to dissuade further aggression from Venomcrest for the time being, but Painful with so much range on this Talia, it's really difficult to ever escape from her.
And it's definitely difficult for Natinat to play this game period, even when we get to team fights. Wow. Wow. Zubat with the S key of doom right there. Even when we get to these team fights, though, for Natinat, he has to channel with Unraveled Earth, Seraphine Shields, and of course Steadfast Presence, so definitely tricky for the Jax to find agency in these team fights. Venomcrest actually looking for a double neutral objective secure through the early game. If they can get these two, stop Ruddy from getting off to a big lead, definitely a good spot for them to be in, especially with the desk having highlighted. Venomcrest just are this early game team.
Yeah, and given the compositions that we're seeing, do we feel like Ruddy are going to be particularly worried about this situation? Like Nautilus, Syndra, they can play make a little bit, but then you do have the scaling aspect of the center in the Jax.
Absolutely, and I might have to hold this. This is the volatile time.
Oh, Lenny's popped the ghost. He's going to be chasing down Bill, dropping the Noxian guillotine, and takes him out for a solo kill.
Hit level 6 and our top laners are going to brawl. The execute damage on both of these sides is genuinely terrifying. It's Lenny that comes out on top the first time round. Built didn't have Ignite or used it very early on, it looks like. Didn't have the damage to kill with the Demacian Justice either. Really nicely played by Lenny in the top lane, exhibiting that counter pick.
And this is a big worry, because typically when a Darius gets a kill, it's not just one. He's one of the strongest champions at snowballing by himself. Built is going to have a really difficult time approaching the lane if Lenny ever freezes on him, and he's going to be able to pick up this wave, but I'm wondering how many more he's going to be able to grab this easily.
Yeah, fortunately he's able to clear it out, and it depends if these melee creeps actually touch the turret, so I mean, maybe there's an opportunity for him to build a bounce back and can crash this into Lenny's turret. We'll have to wait and see if that's possible. You can see Natinat on the minimap is actually on that top side, so maybe he can lend a little bit of support to the Garen and make sure that his wave isn't totally doomed, because as you can see, that pushing away, Lenny is in prime position to keep that frozen and keep this Garen at arm's length.
And I think it is such an incredible testament to how competitive the NLC has been this split. When Venomcrest, we've got a team already locked into playoffs. Ruddy, only 2 wins behind them, but still in a position where winning this game doesn't guarantee them anything. They're going to be relying on later results, Verdant taking an L to push them forward through. And I would like to echo a little bit of the sentiment that we've heard, because I think that it would be a shame for a team that has spiked this well late into the season to miss out on the playoffs, but it just goes to show that it's about consistent performances throughout the split in order to reach those higher stages. Zubat going to be interrupting the full channel on that from Just Can, winds up the helicopter and smacks back away Alex and Natinat. He's still going to get caught out here though. Pagi, necessary to protect his jungler. Just Can looking for a re-engage, but isn't going to be able to find the hook down onto any members of Venomcrest. So the game stays relatively bloodless for now as Alex misses on the scatter the weak.
Oh, they're going though. Flash for flash between the supports. Lenny's found another solo kill top lane. So that's not good news for Ruddy, and the gold lead in that top side continues to amass. Importantly, for all of the time that we saw Ruddy running around their jungle trying to catch Zubak, there was a couple waves that was lost under the turret by Silky Smith. Deadhound was able to push in that wave and then go to help out. Alex has just killed Painful though. So the solo laners trading them back and forth. The Merc Tread's apparently the super juice for Alex.
Yeah, and I think this needed to happen
Absolutely,
right for Ruddy, because
absolutely.
as soon as you see Lenny get that second kill, the question becomes, how on earth do Ruddy deal with this Darius? And if you see the super fed and has got the maneuvers to push back Zubak and step out of the queue, then maybe you've still got a chance.
Hold on, dive bot lane. It's on the cards.
There's no wave. It's no longer on the cards.
It's been immediately removed
From the cards.
Well, Venomcrest, this is the power of the Seraphine.
Oh, flashing over the wall, Deadhound! He's on the Seraphine, but he still wants to carry.
Yeah, well, I said, you know, maybe a chance for a 1v9 Seraphine performance. That was certainly putting something on the map from Deadhound. And I was thinking, you know, the benefits of Seraphine, you know, really good wave clear, anti-dive tool in that aspect. Actually, no, it's that I can flash on your jungler and take him out.
Yeah, and with that kill happening bot side, Venomcrest are also going to be able to claim all 6 of these grubs on the top side. And considering how heavily Lenny has been winning this matchup, a couple of solo kills, 30 CS in the lead, there's going to be a ton of pressure going down onto that turret. And the gold that Alex has gained for himself, I'm not sure it's going to be enough if Lenny keeps snowballing this quickly. That's just rude, man. Like, what are you doing?
Still get it?
Yeah!
Well, you win some, you lose some, Zubak. Unfortunately, that ulti, it's tempo ulting, right? Natty Nat had to walk slightly further to his next camp before he was able to take it down. No, you are quite right, though. The pace at which Alex gets gold needs to start getting faster or exceeding the rate at which Lenny gets gold, because I'm genuinely terrified for when this Darius joins a team fight.
Pashi's going to be here. He drops the ult down onto Painful, 300 HP on the Talia. Pashi going to be able to jump on out of there, and I think this is one of the things that is going to be really frustrating for Ruddy, is whenever you try and make a play around Alex, Zubak or Pashi are almost guaranteed to be there.
Absolutely. I think that the next couple of seconds is going to be really indicative of how doomed this game could be for Venomcrest, or for Ruddy, excuse me. If Ruddy can stall this dragon and get this away from Venomcrest, it gives them a little bit of a reprieve. But if there's a world where they have this super winning mid lane and they still don't get the Drake, it's going to be really tricky for them. It does look like they've started it up. We'll be able to have first push on it, but in the mid lane, there's definitely some pressure being put on Alex.
Yeah, I mean, Painful has that weave as well, so he can get here very quickly. I think that Ruddy have dropped just enough DPS into that dragon to stop the stacking from Venomcrest. So whilst the topside objectives absolutely have not been going their way, they're offered a reprieve on the bot side.
Yeah, it gives you that little 5-minute window now. Soul is going to come through just that little bit later, especially when you're looking at a Ocean Soul plus a Seraphine. I do not want to give that over to any team. Same to be said for Senna, honestly. They can be both very, very obnoxious to try and deal with. But now you've got this issue where top can perma proxy. Lenny is more than happy to just push a wave in, catch the next wave beyond the turret, and then start to look for roams. This time he took a base.
Zubak. This is very aggressive. Maybe not for much longer. Natty Nat going to come over the wall. The Poppy goes straight back on to Silky Smith, and Natty Nat benefits from a second kill. This one on the enemy jungler.
Yeah, this is why I'm not a doctor. That was an awful misdiagnosis. That guy was not chilling at all. Zubak just got caught out and died blatantly. And look at his build. He has actually no resistances. He's got the Lucidity boots and he's got a bit of health from the Balmy Cinder, but is actually very much butter to these carries, especially when Silky Smith with the fully completed Yomush just gets to walk up and start hitting for free. Senna, by the way, on this patch, just the most broken AD carry that exists. And I want to let everybody know, ahead of the curve, 13.5, still the most broken AD carry. They nerfed 10% of her QAD ratio. It's just not important. She was so busted beforehand that this nerf means nothing. Just can.
Potentially going to get caught out here. Pashi flashing and... Oh, yeah, I mean, there's just...
I think it's chilling.
I would have to disagree.
No, he did die.
No,
You're
he
right.
did.
You're right.
No, you would be an awful doctor.
I would. Well, don't sign up to this prescription services from myself. Painful is back in the mid lane. He's definitely going to struggle up against this Sinjil with the, honestly, better components of a first item versus Painful, who, by the way, does have that tier fully stacked. the perks of having it finished at level 1. You can see the difference. Deadhound had to go back and buy it. There's a 40 stack difference. When this Seraphs gets completed, Painful going to be a lot safer in that mid lane.
Yeah, and Lenny as well, actually a little bit delayed on his first item spike because he opted to go for those. Going to trigger some people here. Plated steel caps.
Ah, my ears!
Off of the first base, but it makes a lot of sense into the Garen lane, right? You've already got so much damage coming out from your passive. The only real issue is if Garen is able to outdamage you, and he's prevented that from happening. It's a full 5-person rotate from Venomcrest up onto this Herald. They really want to be grabbing this one down. Does offer a bit of free time for Silky Smap in the bot wave to crash and get some tower damage down from himself. And 14.5 minutes into the game, we haven't seen these towers taken too low by either team.
No, that Rift Herald is going to facilitate some more turrets being taken, or maybe just the first turret being taken, and hopefully Venomcrest can continue to snowball that lead. It is worth mentioning that whilst they got, 6 grubs, a couple kills early on, already done a pretty good job at sort of holding that snowball in place. Got only a 1k gold lead, really, not too much to write home about, and with Zubak constantly being maybe just a little too far forward, it's definitely caught
Actually going to get the ult interrupted. Natty Nat's going to be able to stun him down, and it's a kill for Alex Justcan, forcing the flash out of Painful. And I think this has been a little bit of the development that we've seen from Ruddy over the course of this split. I think that in the first round robin, if they got into a situation like this, they just keep forcing plays, and ultimately they'd be losing plays. But it feels like they've become a team which is much more content to just sit back and take the opportunities when they're presented to them.
Might be easy to forget as well, but it wasn't just Wolverine that came into this roster. Justcan also was a substitute for the team and ended up playing in the support role and has definitely helped out, especially with his looks in the mid lane, right? Finding another kill, picks himself a flash as well from Painful. Now manages to steal away a Gromp, and maybe they can try and snipe away this bot tier 1 turret, but I'm looking at the map and there may be too few people here to make that happen.
Oh, Lenny is just all-inning built once more. Going to stutter step under the tower. The silence comes through, but it doesn't even matter. Alex has to flash away from Zubak and Painful. Cut off by the Weaver's wall. And the Doom Squad, Goon Squad from Venomcrest will take him down and hand that gold over to Painful.
You had it right first time, Middlecott. That was a Doom Squad. They sentenced Alex to death in the river. A nice attempt at the scatter from onto Painful. Alex not quite managing to make that one work, and now with a top solo kill, a Herald going down in the mid lane, one tier 1 turret may not be enough.
Yeah, Lenny grabbing solo gold there, 2.6 thousand in
when did
the
he
lead
last
for
base?
this Darius. I don't know. It was a good while ago, but he's going to have some pretty disgusting items when he comes
Get in
back.
there!
Natty Nat is going to jump on top of him and actually has the item advantage over the Darius as it stands, but there's so much damage that is going to come through for that passive. Not enough. Natty even hits onto the cannon. He knows the kill's secure.
Just helping out his top laner. He's been struggling this game. He needs a little bit of help with the wave play. I've got a bit of time here. I may as well work my way through the cannon minion also. But yeah, you thought that that was difficult to try and take down the Darius, who had no mana, hadn't spent his gold. This guy just comes out of base with Trinity Force and Tunneler Pickaxe. The game may get a little bit more difficult now.
Absolutely. I mean, there are options and angles that I see here for Ruddy. I think Syndra, great at keeping the Darius away from you. The center range, the slows, and hell, if you just throw a Nautilus to CC him, be that sacrificial lamb, that is a reasonable strategy, right? But if Lenny drops that ghost and is able to find access onto the backline in a team fight, there is just no hope for you.
No, there just isn't. You have to like preempt the flash that the Darius is going to do to try and apprehend you. And that's just a fool's game at a certain point, which ends up looking like a silly little goose when you end up flashing nothing. Either way, though, I'm curious to see what Silky Smap's second item is going to be. Obviously, the Youmuu's very core to be picked up first of all, but I actually wouldn't mind a Serpent's Fang being picked up here this game, especially with Seraphine in the game, a couple Seraphs that are going to come through. I do think that Serpent's value is actually going to be very high if they can get that early on. Definitely going to have some untold rewards later on.
Yeah, for Ruddy, it's crucial at the moment that they've still got this mid lane tower, because both outer towers on the side lanes have now fallen down, and that's not great. But once you lose that mid lane tower, then the vision lines for Venomcrest could be pushed so much further forward, and being able to assert yourselves onto them becomes nigh and impossible. We are seeing a little bit of a stack here. Lenny going to get jumped onto. The stun going to come through for Natty Nat. The ult drop by Alex, but the Darius is a dead. Oh my word! The Noxian Guillotine nearly setting up a 1v2, but Paggi is there to pick up the pieces.
Really good flash from 99. It may have looked like he was flashing from melee range to melee range, but he actually goes onto the inside sweep of the Q from Lenny, which means that the heal from the Darius doesn't come through, means that they can take him down, and that is a 1-for-1 that they will happily take. Shut down on Lenny's head, and the kill went into either the Jax or the Syndra. It doesn't matter. The gold is valuable in either place, and Paggi gets the kill in response. It's a very worthwhile trade for Rudy.
Yeah, we got that 2-item spike now on the Syndra, so those one-shots are starting to become much more realistic.
And I like this lane assignment as well from Rudy, having built in this top side. I say that.
Oh my word,
I
okay,
say
he's
that.
just getting eviscerated by Painful. Throw another rock and you may be able to take down the Garen.
Woo!
Just out of range, but of course Paggi's here. He misses the stun, but does it matter, rude dude?
Absolutely not. And I think that Built should have really turned a lot earlier to secure himself that kill. Now Zubac in a bit of trouble, actually.
No,
That guy was chilling.
no, he was.
I'm learning.
You are learning. No,
Maybe by the end of it, you'll give me a med degree.
I don't think this is equivalent to 7 years of medical school.
I do. And I'm going to live in that copium for the rest of this game.
Alex is going to get knocked away. They're not quite able to find out Painful. And Venom Crest, I feel like they've done a pretty good job this game, right? The lead wasn't massive. It was very much isolated in Lenny. Just can't get caught out, but is able to flash away. Encore going wide. Painful jumping onto the other side, but the Nautilus is surviving for a pretty damn long time. Finally going to be popping the death charge, but will go down in the end. And this is what I've liked from Venom Crest, right? The gold lead, very, very centered on Lenny, but we're starting to see a few more plays involving other members of the team, and that's building up advantages across the rest of the map.
Which is exactly what they need. Yes, they've got Lenny localized where he's winning every split push, but now Alex is in a lot of trouble.
Zubac is just going to flash over the wall, stun Alex against it. Painful and Paggi moving over as well. And I think we're going to need something more emphatic than the death score because these guys have been absolutely everywhere.
And you'd be forgiven for thinking that they've got 17 Moby Boots stacked up, because Paggi just feels like he's all over the map. Zubac once again, despite those early blunders where he's getting caught out and 99's picking up a kill. They're happy to move this death ball, make sure that they're finding kills. It's that core of three that we've been talking about almost the entire season long. Zubac, Paggi, Painful, wherever they go, they find kills. Can't be separated. Now 99 has spotted out these two members.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the smite down, throws up the counter-strike as well. It's another Seraphine ult coming through here from Deadhound, and once more, it's just Venom Crest bringing more members to the party. Painful caught out in the mid lane. Shutdown going to be claimed by Silky's Mouth. 99 buying so much time on the Jax. Able to ward up over the wall, and Ruddy are not done. Paggi going to get locked in the pit. Is able to dismount, jump over Just Can. Just dodging away from the apprehension. Somehow going to be able to find Paggi in the back line, but that's a hook you didn't want to land. Just Can. Flash forward from Lenny to take out the Nautilus, but now he's a little bit separated. Venom Crest re-engage on the rest of the fight. It's a double for the Darius, and we've got plenty of potential on our hands, but the core from Ruddy is too damn strong. Unleash power, Demastian justice, dead Darius!
Down 2k gold, and Ruddy are fighting back. Some shutdowns going their way. A fight in the topside jungle that Venom Crest did not want to take. And the carries from Ruddy as well. They had to take an awful angle. The second Zubac slams Silky Smath into the wall. That should have been curtains for the Senna. But he lives, he thrives, he prospers. Manages to pick himself up a couple kills as well. And that is exactly what Ruddy needed.
And look at the item adaptation here from Silky Smath. He's gone for the Serpent's Fang. There are so many shields on Venom Crest. The Sterax for Lenny, the double Seraphs, the existence of Seraphine. This item is going to get massive value and is going to be huge for Ruddy winning these later fights.
Soul point for Venom Crest if they can secure this dragon, but Ruddy here to contest off the back of a team fight victory. The momentum is their favour. The gold, however, isn't. Top lane still very, very much favoured for Ruddy.
Oh my word, is Painful just dead? No, he gets a huge shield coming out from the Seraphs. He's still going to get jumped onto by Natty Nat, but the Talia is not dead. Ruddy have overextended in search of the kills, and Natty Nat may just be the next victim. No! Gets onto Painful, gets the kill, and Alex takes down Deadhound on the other side. Ruddy are not done! Lenny going to be able to pick up their jungle and pulls back Silky Smath, but he flashes back over the wall, and out of nowhere, Ruddy are back in the game!
And we've said this entire game that the Ruddy scaling is in their favour. Senna and Syndra are going to do damage later on. But what we didn't factor for was Natinat being an absolute phenom on the Jax in the jungle. Just diving in, causing so many distractions for Venomcrest. They've just got no answer to this Jax. The one that they had was Lenny, but if he's focused on the Jax, the Senna, the Syndra, they're free hitting.
And the thing is, Lenny is still over 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent, but it just doesn't seem to matter.
Does not feel like it whatsoever. Ruddy up now by 1k. That Drake is still alive, but I think that merely a formality that Ruddy should be able to take that means that we could very easily be going mid or top for what I'd like to call a bit of a barn burner. Potential 40-minute plus game going to be coming through. Not quite working on Venomcrest time for them this game. And of course, the scaling, not just explicitly the Senna, not explicitly the Syndra. Seraphine shields later on going to be terrifying. The Talia can do her own amount of damage as well.
You're welcome, everybody. That was just a little breather for you. Because this has been, well, more than a kill a minute. This has been thrill a minute stuff coming out from Ruddy and Venomcrest. I think two of the most exciting teams that we've had in the NLC, if you take into context everything that they have done over the course of the split. Venomcrest being a huge surprise to even be in this position where they could lock second place in the league with a win, where if anyone looked at this roster at the start of the split, they'd have gone, how the hell are they going to do that? And for Ruddy, after a disastrous first round robin, if we are being honest, ending up 2-5, rooted near the foot of the standings, they were looking down in this game, but they have proven time and again that that is not enough for them to be out. They have a gold lead, however marginal it is, 25 minutes in. And they still have a chance of making it to playoffs.
2 levels down and Natinat can just command Painful to leave that blue buff. Team-wide as well, with post 20 minutes, that's a very important steal, especially when there's a Seraphine on your team that you've denied that blue buff away from. Venomcrest setting themselves up around the top side of the map. The Baron certainly going to be on their minds if they can take that. Their window for closing out this game has gotten shorter and shorter, but the Baron can definitely extend it. Need to see how much impact Lenny can continue to have. So far this game, it's been honestly minimal in these team fights. But he's got the gold, still has the Darius, and still has a lot of short-range champions to try and stack it up on.
But we're sort of starting to see the issue with Venomcrest's composition. This isn't a comp that absolutely nukes the Baron, right? You're lacking the AD carry, you're lacking that consistent DPS, and thought that Natinat had been caught lacking there, but he's just able to jump his way out of there. All this time, Alex split pushing on the side, has access to the TP, and he's going to fake his way over Venomcrest. And not too sure where the Ruddy mid laner is at the time.
It's nice from Alex as well, playing this Fog of War game. Might be able to find Deadhound on the way through mid lane here. Nice scatter dodged away from by Deadhound. And it's those small little glimpses that make you think, hold on a second, maybe there's a world where Ruddy are just going to be able to force one single pick, take the Baron in the game, and all of a sudden their playoffs hopes are right back in contention.
And if there was a player to do that, it would be Alex.
Absolutely, has been the star of this roster.
Yeah, I think that we've seen good things from Silky Smath. I think that Natinat has really improved throughout the split.
Absolutely.
But if there was one
started?
player... Oh, I don't want to remember how he started. But if there is one player that has always been leading from the front, from Minute Grove, grabbing solo kills onto 10th, it has been Alex, and maybe I've just cast a curse as he goes straight into Painful. But there's so much damage coming out of the Syndra! And the ult from downtown from Silky Smash steals the kill away. I'm pretty sure the Syndra had that, mate.
Maybe, but it does feel good to find a kill on the side lane. Painful, 40-second death timer. We're 28 minutes into this game. Natinat jumping forward recklessly almost. He's just got the support. He's got the team. Again, misdiagnosis, Rude. He was absolutely fine.
Chilling as per usual. And with that death timer still ticking it down for Painful, Venomcrest are in a painful situation.
20 seconds for Ruddy. TP is ready. There are plenty of water Painful to get in, and a nice wall angle could separate this fight.
All-Seeing Baron is going to be giving easy access for Venomcrest if they can just walk in, but just can. Standing in the way. Oh, going to get thrown out for a Zubac, and it hits 2 dead. Here comes the wombo combo from Venomcrest, but it's not Venomcrest. running them down quick enough. Bilto San survives all he wants, but Lenny is able to get the first recap. The Darius is dying to the Syndra, and Painful is here. Too little, too late. It's another winning fight for Ruddy.
Jungler is dead. There is no smite to contest. Ruddy, they should be able to secure this Baron. Paggi, Deadhound, and Painful. What have you got left?
Low mana on the Seraphine. We're going to see the pullback coming through there. Onto Painful, locked up. Going to be rooted now by the center. And Natinat flashes on his head to take him out. Silky Smath chasing down Paggi, but the Rel is able to run away, and Ruddy returns to the Baron.
15 seconds for Zubac. The race against time is on, but Ruddy, they've got a Jax, they've got a Senna, and they've got Lyandres to boot for Alex. They've got more than enough damage to keep themselves going middle court, to keep themselves in the chance of getting a spot in the NLC playoffs.
And Ruddy recall wearing purple. 4,000 in the lead. The scaling composition doing work. Damage from Alex, damage from Silky Smath, and they had to pull off something incredible against the second place team in the league to keep their playoffs hopes alive, and my god, are they doing it.
This game for Ruddy feels like the perfect unison almost of their season, where the first round robin they got a couple of wins off of Alex 1v9ing. And to start all of this sequence off, you may have forgot, but Alex was the one finding a pick on Painful. Yes, there was a center ulti, but like we say, the Syndra probably had that. But then afterwards, we see the development that Ruddy have taken this split. We see them turn to a Baron, the 5 members strong, and they all decide as a 5-man unit to peel, to focus down the jungler, to focus down Lenny, make sure that they are 100% safe in taking the objective, and working as 5 to do so.
And for Venom Crest, they are in a bit of a sticky situation. Playoffs secured, no doubt, but this was a game that was in your control, playing a composition that very much reminded us of the style that we so often see from Venom Crest, and to fall away in that situation, so close to the playoffs, so close to a dream that you didn't think was possible. Maybe a little bit worrying, maybe a bit of lack of experience, but they are definitely in the back seat for now. Natinat has been so damn aggressive every time he's on our screen, jumping forward onto members of Venom Crest. The Baron assisting with this push from Ruddy, knocking down these towers.
Plus 3.2k so far on the power play. That bot tier 2 was gone long before any sniffs at a Baron happened. That's 700 gold into a level 18 Syndra, who is 1 recall away from finishing their Void Staff. Built as well, and you can tell me that he's 2k behind the Darius. It seemingly does not matter. The impact that we've seen from Lenny hasn't been where it needs to be, and so far, feels as though Natinat is just demanding where Ruddy take their fights, and with correct abandon as well.
3-lane push coming out from Ruddy now. Towers pressured all across the base of Venom Crest.
And it's a full court press. Look at the minimap. You've got Just Can hovering the top side. You've got Natinat hovering the bot side. Every single area of this map is just under Ruddy control. Venom Crest, they've got another 10 seconds to hold out from this Baron. And for them, in this situation, not having their base broken open, it is a win. Because if their base was broken open, it then opens up for somebody like Natinat potentially to start split pushing. We've seen Alex be very happy in a side lane, and I think that he's more than happy to deal with Lenny, deal with Painful in a 1 versus 1 for this time. So the fact that their base stays strong, those turrets are still there, Venom Crest have got that fortitude, that bastion that they can retreat to if they need to.
But still, it's Ruddy that have been able to assert themselves on the map, and in 2.5 minutes they've got an Ocean Soul should they be able to take it. I do want to get a little bit of a soul check on Silky Smath at the moment, because we're starting to get into that 98. Point of the game. 98, nearly at that all-important 100 mark. I do like that little thing on the UI there, but we are entering center disgusting territory when there just isn't a way that you can ever get to her.
And if this BF sword, and I think I know Silky Smath, because he was on the same wavelength with the Serpent's Fang, turns into an Infinity Edge, Lesena hurts. So, in case she wasn't hurting enough already, finishing off an Infinity Edge would just tip it absolutely over the edge. I want to highlight the the Guardian Angel, excuse me, because that is a very important item. You may be able to take down the Senna once, Can you do it twice? And importantly as well, Guardian Angel, one of Darius's biggest counters. If we're talking about Lenny looking for resets, flashing onto the backline to find a reset. He can't get it from the center.
Yeah, and it's going to be really difficult to get it from anyone else, right? Seras on Alex. We've got Sterax for the top side here of Ruddy with Natty Nat and Built. And then you've got that additional shielding that Just can provide from the Locket of the Iron Slurry. Yes, the Noxian Guillotine Execute is absolutely obscene, but if someone survives on just a slither of HP...
It's gone.
It's gone, and you never get it back.
Just 1 minute now on that Ocean Soul. If we take a look at the minimap, a couple of wards in fairness for Venom Crest. I'm looking down on that bot side jungle. There's a rogue pink ward just in the Krug camp of Ruddy's jungle. That could potentially be an angle for Painful to put up a nice wall, maybe for Deadhound to join a fight if he's up in that top side. So not all doom and gloom, and Venom Crest have still got that iota of vision to scout Ruddy coming in. But they all based, they all came out, all potted up. 5 members of Ruddy ready to take the fight that could determine how their season ends.
Venom Crest are going to be able to get first move into this river. We can't discount Deadhound at the moment. 4 items on the Seraphine. Champion that scales absolutely disgustingly, but Ruddy asserting themselves through the mid, just daring Venom Crest to try and fight them. Knock away onto Build. Here comes the engagement, jumping on top of Alex, but the Sidra is absolutely A-OK. Do you believe, Ruddy? Do you believe? A fight to define a season, a fight to stay in the playoffs race.
It's 2 members dead. Lenny and Zubak are down. Painful and Deadhound on triple-digit HP, barely alive. They get to base, they get to recall. But Ruddy, they're 5 members strong, defining their season in the NLC and trying to take their way through to the playoffs.
Oh, they're moving towards the Nexus Towers, the wave. Being taken down. Those death timers, 20 seconds for Zubak, 20 seconds for Lenny. And Ruddy, they won't let the excitement of the moment get the better of them. 2 inhibs is almost unrecoverable here for Venom Crest, and Ruddy want to put themselves in the best possible position, Paggi!
Oh.
Somehow surviving the unleashed power from Alex. But Ruddy claim the Ocean Soul and are in full control.
And if we pretend we do not see top gold disparity, every possible metric is in favour of Ruddy. Team that started out this split with a 2-5 at the end of the first round robin, looking to go 5-2 on the back half, secure themselves a spot in playoffs. Reminder, winning here doesn't even secure them playoffs. They're still reliant on other results later today, but they are doing their part. They are doing what they can to put themselves into that playoffs game.
I'll tell you what, I think everyone in South London is going to be a Natives fan if Ruddy are able to pull this game through and push themselves towards that spot. They've started out the Baron down to 6k. Zubak getting jumped onto by Natty Nat is going to throw out the hammer, knocking away the Jax. The op from downtown from Silky Smash. And it's Alex once again getting the kills.
He gets one.
Sacrifices paid. Just Can will fall. Built survives, but Ruddy are still looking for stuff. Deadhound gonna be absolutely eviscerated, and Painful's dead as well. It's just letting out, flashing, getting the execute over the wall, but he can't kill Natty Nathaniel. And Ruddy, they claim the Baron. They push forward with Built. They look to end.
Painful, Paggi, the duo for Venom Crest up against Baron, up against Ocean Soul. They've not got it in them. Ruddy up.
Stepping forward, the Demacian Justice. And Ruddy, they've given everything they've got and more. Their destiny not in their hands, but they seize the moment and take the Nexus.
Woo! It ain't over yet, folks.
Oh,
If you thought the NLC was not going to provide for you on this given Thursday, you thought wrong.
ooh,
We've got 3 more games,
yes.
and it may well not come down till the penultimate one. But trust me, every game delivers.
And what a turnaround.
Yeah.
For this team. What a turnaround. 2-5 first round robin. They end 7-7.
in this game, in this season.
You don't need to be silky to do that math, bro. Incredible stuff coming out from Ruddy, and nervous next couple of hours. I think for Don Jake, for all the players on Ruddy, they still aren't into playoffs, but they have given everything and they have done all that they can. We are going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst desk break down that game.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Took you at all time and they beat you at your own game.
Denying the Akali, he's done his job though. The rest of the team have rocked up to this one. Merc coming in with the healing. LBS. Robio gets some damage off as LBS is just sustaining through it all. Merc goes for a quick swim into the pool. Nille just trying to stay alive. Nille in the middle of 4, jumping the wall. LBS chasing him down, and the shutdown is there. LBS the hero for DMG. They're going to get the kick onto him, though. They get the instant shuffle off Johan! No way did he pull that one off. The shield comes in. Regardless, Temp takes the kill.
Ruddy is capable of keeping the dream alive. Lightside on the other side is out of playoff contention, which means Ruddy still has a dream up, but in order to get that one, they need Verdant to lose versus Natives. So we'll go step by step along the day. Don't worry. Initialize. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this has made everything very, very interesting. The first thing is, the Ruddy Dream is alive. The Venom Crest, obviously, they're now in a tricky position, because what could have lost them second in the league now puts them in a very precarious position where they can drop all the way down to 4th. But before we go any further, I think we do also have to say goodbye to Lightside, who as a result of this matchup are no longer able to qualify for playoffs.
So they did a really good climb, and at the end, it was not up to them. Every single game counts during the spring split. And also, we have to talk about this one with Deadhound, who is waiting for the interview, because every game counts, especially for them, for the second seeds. Deadhound, I don't think this is the end you guys wanted for the spring split, is it?
No, I truly believe that it's not. And also, when we heard the news about us getting locked in playoffs last week, we were also very much looking forward to actually practicing more nuanced things and less of our traditional style, right? As you guys probably saw with our drafts, we were putting Supak on more, I guess, supportive junglers, right? Like the Ivern and the Rel and the Poppy.
Yeah.
And overall, it's a risky move, right? Because we weren't locked for second place, but we were very confident in our practice we had throughout scrims and the results that we had seen there in order to pull it off during our live matches, right? Going forward, we will all be putting in way more effort, right? I think both today and yesterday, and it's the same sentiment from my team, is that we genuinely just didn't perform and we were not looking like the team we looked like last week.
There's a big possibility of you guys making third seed, which means you're going to lose that safety net. So it's do or die on every single matchup during playoffs. Are you worried that people have found out the way you guys are playing? Just as you stated, you try new game styles, new game play. But are you worried people found out how Venom Crest actually play, and on a best of 5, it could be easy to read you?
Now, I believe actually in the best of 5 that we have the upper hand against most teams because we are able to adapt our playstyles and we are able to make them work. Or I think our main problem is just that we sometimes, when we're playing something we aren't accustomed to or that we aren't winning a lot on, we tend to make like silly mistakes. It's like not timing a flash or playing too far forward when we should be playing more together, right? For example, in a Seraphine composition. In this game, we had a few mistakes where I wasn't able to peel my team because I was either mispositioned or we were chasing a target that I couldn't reach without being in trouble. So yeah, that kind of made it rough.
Okay, so it's about adaptation. With that in mind, I wish you the best going for playoffs. This is going to be an interesting one, and best of luck for the practices until we get to the official ones. Have a good one, Deadhound.
Thank you. Bye.
I mean, I still believe people found out the way to play versus Venom Crest, and it's going to be a rough one going into playoffs.
It might be, because I think what we are seeing is a slight inflexibility in terms of successful ways of playing. And come best of 5s, that is going to be more exacerbated, because they might get a draft that they get to play their style in once, twice. But can you do that for 3 wins across the best of 5? That's easier said than done.
And I mean,
they had everything, right, Veteran?
I mean, yeah. I mean, for me, like, I'm not even sure if it's necessarily a playstyle difference. I just think there is a part of the game that they understand really, really well, which is this early part of the game where if you watch Pashi, like, the way he times his recalls, his intent around the map is all really spot on, even if he has to change what he's doing because his team is dying. But when it comes to later on in the game, it does feel like there isn't a clear idea on how to actually play out these comps. Like, I feel like if you gave Verdant this particular draft and they got to that stage when Baron spawns and we're in late game, they would be playing a 3-lane map state really easily. And if you had something like Painful getting caught with Syndra bot side, well, that would be fine because Darius would be hitting tier 2 tower top side. No one on Ruddy would have entrance in towards Baron. But instead here, it was like no matter what Ruddy did, it was going correct because there was no real map control coming out of the massive advantages that Venom Crest had. And I think if they figure out how to play and open on these lane assignments later on, they'll be a really, really good team. There's probably a bigger thing to focus on than is Seraphine really in range of Senna, because the answer to that is probably going to be no. Basically any point.
So at this point, they have to wait for the other games to understand where they're going to land, but Ruddy also need to wait for the other games. But they did all they could. So let's talk with Wolverine. We got that promise yesterday, and there he is. Okay, you're finally smiling. You're finally smiling. I mean, okay, let's start with the good one. The blind pick, Garen. Were you not worried that that would be, shooting your own foot?
I mean, I think it was a little bit risky, but it scaled like really, really well. I think the setup was wrong. We should have ran Ghost on Garen, and then like in late game team fights, he'd be like really unstoppable. But yeah, it did not go well.
It didn't go well on that lane, but across the map and the way you guys forced into the late game, and it seems like team fights and forcing later on games and people forcing the enemy to play your own game. It seems like it's your own play style right now. Do you think that is reasonable to say, or just adaptation?
I think we just have like a way better meta read than like anyone. Like I don't think like anyone actually has an answer for like how we play or what we play. I don't think they like actually understand like what's going on like within the team comps.
Okay, now you have to wait for Verdant to lose versus natives. Like you did all you could. You did all you could. What's your expectation?
I mean, I haven't really thought
It's
about
not
it.
on you,
Honestly.
man.
Like it sounds crazy, right? But until now, like it actually, it didn't really bother me, right? Because I was focused on like when I was thinking about like today, like 3-7 to 7-7, like that was more about like executing the vision, right? Than like actually making playoffs. I don't. That's where like the beauty is in it, right? Like that, like. I'm tired again. I didn't sleep.
I was expecting that one. Okay, one final question for you. This is not number one, but let's make it public if you like. With this in mind, you're waiting for another score to give you the opportunity to go to playoffs or be locked out of playoffs. If you could say anything to the team that believes in you, the players that believe in you across this split, you got in the middle of the split. It was total chaos. You got into a room filled with fire, and you did your best to put it out. If you could say anything to them, regardless of what happens today, what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the fans. You know, I think like we're the second best team in the league. I think if we make playoffs, you know, we're gonna charge us to the game. Ready up.
Well, thank you for that one. I'll take it away. Best of luck to the remaining scenario, and I'll see you in playoffs, and who knows? Have a good one.
All right, appreciate it.
Look,
You have to.
Every interview, this guy.
this guy is adorably awkward, but I have to say, all right, they're very, very sober about how that went, and I was really happy to hear that, right? Like, yeah, the setup could have been better. The Garen was a really big risk. I actually agree with him that they should have gone Ghost, because you're never winning that lane phase. Ignite is not going to do anything for you at that stage. You want to emphasize your potential power later on, especially in the event that your opponents make the mistakes that they did. But I also just want to say, maybe I used Verdant as an example of a team who could use Venom Crest composition properly, but if any team was going to be able to abuse those big holes in how Venom Crest play the game in late game, it would be Ruddy. And it would be Ruddy because of this very consistent set of development that they have had in playing that stage of the game in that very, very particular manner. And that...
Guide us through that fight.
Huh?
We have a fight,
fight
a specific
that'll prove
fight.
it.
Yeah. So continue talking as we toss it to the fight.
But that is a consistent set of development that I do definitely attribute to coach. That is the kind of thing that you can only get with a team that is developing in an actual kind of structure. So Wolverine should be really proud of the work that he's done, because a situation like this, where you are off tempo on bot, but you have the ability to enter Herald here, that's only going to be a team like Ready that's going to be in a position to be here. Alex had a really good entrance here and was able to play this fight well because of it, but it's the setup before this point that allows Alex to be untouched, that forces a choice to be between Senna and Alex, that puts Ruddy in a potential position where they have numbers advantage here at all, despite losing that early game so hard. So I think Wolverine should be really, really proud of the work that he's done with this team for these weeks. His job is done, right? They got a phenomenal win streak under his tenure. And, you know, if the Verdant game doesn't go their way, right, he should definitely still be proud of this work. I think it was a really good statement for the kind of thing that he could bring to a team that isn't just interview awkwardness.
And, you know, you kind of saw it in that play that usually they did get to the late game. They did get to have these fights where they were playing them out really intelligent. Actually, Senna was untouched every fight. So many times Senna was able to throw out so much healing, so much DPS from range. Alex on that Syndra pulls that out again, has a really great game on it. I don't think Ruddy at the beginning of the split been able to pull off anything resembling that. So that is a huge level of growth. It has put them in position from being what seemed to be a write-off for playoffs for being one result away from making it. And that is an exceptional growth. The miracle run is on, and they've done everything they can to put themselves in the position to still make it.
Like, to finish this game, I can say, I put my points of Venom Crest, and I can safely say, like, nah, Ruddy, you got them, fair and square. I'm proud of you. I don't care if I'm below Duckling at the end of the day. Actually, I do. But you got it. Like, you did good. You did good. Moving on to Nord versus Lions Creed. This one is an interesting one because Lions is locked in on first place. But with the loss from Venom Crest, this is quite a possibility and an opportunity for Nord to get a better seed in playoffs. This is the most important one. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking into the Foldy. There you go. They can actually look for the second seed if they get themselves a good one.
So yeah, Nord wins, they lock second, lose, and they are either in third or fourth, depending on specifically the Verdant v Natives result. If Verdant win, they will be able to go up and potentially claim that position, but that will change things around as and when. Their step one is if they win this, they claim second, all is right in the Nord world.
Veteran.
I mean, I'm torn here. Okay, I really want a huge set of successes to come from the Verdant lineup, but I really love. Okay, one thing about this is that I really want Romeo to succeed extremely well, so I'm pretty much always going to support Nord in basically every circumstance, even if they're against Lions Creed. Lions Creed already locks first, all right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't have anything to play for except to legitimize a Romeo narrative campaign win. So I hope that they give that over. Like, I hope that they try out their best.
Just feed that over into the draft right now. Like, yo, Lions Creed, just go easy on them, boy. I need Romeo narrative to succeed.
I'm saying the opposite. They need to play well. They need to not play like this game doesn't really matter. So it legitimizes when Romeo just pummels their face in pretty much single-handedly. That's what I need from Lions Creed in this particular game. All right.
I mean, a lot of those bans help with that, right? Varus, hugely lane dominant, enables Romeo a lot. The Maokai, super busted, particularly in the bot lane, though Roshan's played a little bit in the jungle. Nile's Rumble is a whole side thing, but that's out of the way now. On the other side, I think Akali away from Tempt, who has been by far the most consistent Akali player in the league, makes a lot of sense to me. The Ashe is pretty strong. We've seen a lot of people run that. Last ban, I wonder whether you're leaving both Smolder and Senna up. I mean, that's kind of fine. I wonder what one or the other surely gets first picked here, right?
You're leaving up Smolder, Senna, and Karma.
And Karma, I suppose.
So
Sorry,
it's
yes, you're right,
entirely
and the
possible
Karma.
for North
So you
to
should
trade
get
2 for 1 here. So this could actually be a really, really good call by them. I actually
Karma
think
Smolder, probably.
Yeah, Karma Smolder would probably be the most valuable thing for them to go anyway. Senna locked in, you go Karma Smolder. I actually think you're in a better position, especially in the NLC, where games do go on for a significant amount of time. I think this would be right up Smolder's alley.
So I'll say, on the other hand, Lions Creed have been one of our more decisive teams in the middle 8 of shutting things down. So if there was a team to potentially manage a Smolder, Lions Creed might be one of the better ones at doing it. So, but we'll have to wait and see. There's the Karma. I think we're both expecting the Smolder after this, though then again, actually there's a world here where you could leave it third because the Senna's already locked in. So unless you want to run a Senna Smolder lane, which I don't think is a particularly good option per se, unless they just want to get 2 really overpowered AD carries at the same time, who knows?
I mean, Senna's going bot lane here, so you could potentially withhold on the Smolder pick. And
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Just leave it. Go for the Nautilus. Exactly. So I think you go Smolder third then.
Okay.
I think it's specific. It does specifically take the Nautilus away from the Senna, which a lot of people have been really valuing, just because of the amount of pick,
especially Kasing as well,
skill shot you can do. Yeah, and Kasing's a big time player on it, and of course, if you get to farm, Nautilus becomes way less fragile going in because he's just got more items, so he's less of the Nautilus that goes into the dies. Shinzao for Johan, it's fine. We've seen a hugely high presence. A Pike would be hilarious and does work okay with the Senna and can leave the Senna alone. But I think it would be bold to lock in. Tom Kench would be more normal, I think.
If he goes for the farm route, let's see if that's good for Kasing. Due to the fact, if you look into stats, Kasing is one of, if not the highest KDA support in the league, but also farmer. And there you go. He's going to enlighten that
I'll double check for you.
with a Tom catch. I think he's really high on that one, if you can bring that to me.
Singh is the top in the league. He's 6.1. The second is Pashi at 4.6, but that was before last game. So
There
who
you
knows
go.
what that changed Pashi.
This is just better
Smolder.
than Senna Nautilus and also counters Nautilus' particular playstyle. So whereas you do get the Smolder, I feel like you delayed it for just the worst pick. I don't like the Nautilus pick, except that it enables Romeo, but for the same reason that the Tom Kench is actually a very, very effective pick here for Lions Creed. They effectively have double disengage here, going into a pick-based engage-heavy team led by one man who I don't like. Again, I don't think the Nautilus Senna is really like a worry for them on the other side.
Senna is very good at dealing with that because whoever gets picked immediately gets healed and shielded. Tom Kench obviously good at that. Shin's really good at that. That's nameplates off. Nameplates on. Romeo is probably the best Nautilus in the league. So if there's a world where you say, actually, I'll still win on it regardless, I can understand in a really important matchup while you potentially default to Comfort. And it's not like Nautilus is a bad champion or even necessarily good here per se. It's just a bit of a risk, and I think we've kind of covered why that might be a problem yet. I am a little surprised to see the Talia standing here, because Talia Shinzao has been the Smolder answer alongside the Tom Kench. Go watch some T1 VODs. They have been absolutely eviscerating Smolders with that over in the LCK. So I'm a little surprised to see that up. They're going to get rid of the Orianna instead. Do you just fourth pick Talia here then? It works okay with the Nautilus?
I mean, I guess you could do that. I'd rather go with the Karma in.
Oh, you got Karma. Sorry, yes, you're right. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, like, they're probably going to leave top for last pick. I think the Fiora ban there is just because they see the Jax ban and they assume it's going to be blind Fiora, and they're not that confident into Banderas Fiora specifically. Any particular thing they could go top side, even if it would be the Karma. But I do still anticipate it's going to be last pick top. You could technically flex the Karma to top there, but this should just be an easy jungle pick into the Xin Zhao. And then last will be that, yep, there's the Belveth, so into last for full counter pick. This is a strange comp. I do still feel like Smolder is just ridiculously effective as a champion in the NLC. Current state of Ari, though. That is a bit of a banger.
Yeah. So this is, I believe we're 14-4, aren't we? So the buffs have come on through, and the specific thing that's made a difference here is that the AP ratio on the Q's gotten high enough that you clear black line so much easier. It's not going to get locked in, though, so we'll avoid talking about that for now. The Nara is the blind pick top. You can play it multiple styles, weak side, strong side for the team fights, for the split push. It's flexible in terms of the options, but Nile does tend to be a player who has options. But there's the Talia. I think that has to be expected. Temp's really good at it. You link it up with the Shinzao and the Tom Kench and Smolder. If you're going to deal with it, that's a combo that's proven very effective, specifically in the LCK. Less so in the LPL, which has kind of been the other way around, where the Smolder's gotten away with it. But if you have seen it succeed, that's the one that's working. And considering Tempt, he's from the Korean school of thought. He's from the LCK originally. If anyone was going to make it work, it'd be him with the crew here.
When it comes to the Talia Sen, I do think it's good, but the reason that it should be good is because of Drake stacking, and Lions Creed are not actually a Drake stacking team. So as they have picked these champions, I would be very surprised if they were to use it effectively against the Smolder. That's the big thing. Pretty much universally, Smolder can't deal with an enemy getting a 23-minute soul. That's the point you want to get at. But if you don't get to that point, you're not that effective in towards the Smolder. And this would be different for Lions Creed, that generally just like to play 3 lanes out on repeat and prioritize tempo over Drake. So it'd be a bit of a change in identity to see them do that. But I'm interested in seeing them attempt it at least. I thought the Gnar might be met with something like a Camille, but instead we have a really simple heavy disengage comp. The obvious problem there being, what are you disengaging? Whereas the Xin Zhao is a dive champion, and you could argue that Tom and Gnar can be played as dive buddies with him. Yeah. This is effectively a long-range, kite-back comp on the side of Lions Creed, and Gragas has very little to do there unless you get him in some kind of insane flank situation and he lobs one of those low mobility champs into your team. But you don't really play for that here, so questionable. I feel like Lions Creed draft is the most complete, but you have more OP champions on the side of Nord, even if they're a little bit out of sync with each other.
I think you can all see in the lower third there as well, those Lions Creed numbers, specifically the gold per minute and the gold difference per minute.
Yeah,
that is one of the things that can break a Smolder, right? Actually, just getting ahead of the curve, getting the soul early, and then on top of that, just getting on top of him. And while you can play those long-range fights super well, Veteran's completely right on that, you've also got the tools with the Shinzao, Tom, and Talia to try and isolate people and take them off the fight. So you're never playing a 5v5 versus the Smolder. Or if you are, it's a broken skirmish where he's having to jump over walls, and that's quite difficult versus all the people jumping for his skull.
While I agree with you, I think when I see high gold per minute numbers and high kill per minute numbers like this, I'm seeing a team that prioritizes structures over neutrals, and I'm not seeing a soul stacking
Interesting.
team. So that indicates
Interesting,
to me
okay.
that Lion's Creed further will less likely be opting into the playstyle that normally destroys a smolder.
Well, with that in mind, I want to remind you that Memento yesterday promised us to roll over Lion's Creed. That was his words. Let's see if he can do it today for that second seed, because the Lions are already in the first place, the king of the jungle and even of the mountain at the end of the regular split. Let's toss it to the casters, Rudude and the Chicklecot.
The Chicklecot. What does that? No.
You've
No.
been demoted to below duckling status.
No, I can't be doing the chicken is a superior animal, superior bird to the duck. Like, let's just be real about that.
Not when you taste it.
Okay.
Not when you taste it. Not to taste it.
Less of that. We're going to be getting into game. Rolling over Lion's Creed. That's what Memento said that Nord were going to do today, and I'm not gonna lie, rude dude, I'm not a believer. Lion's Creed have been immense.
Yep.
This split. They started off a little bit shaky, and a certain someone may have predicted that they would miss out on the playoffs, but these guys haven't lost a game since week 3.
No, that's you know, some would say a good run. A good run. And the woes that we had through the middle of the season, they've been thoroughly quashed. And I think that when they've got a good couple carries, well, they've got 3 really in their best roles, right? Jinjo, I think, has just the best carry in the game right now. Sorry to all Smolder fans out there. Senna just tops, just clears the Smolder quite easily. And of course, Banderas on this Gnar, excuse me, expecting very real side lane presence later on.
Nord maybe thinking about a little bit of a late invade here. Obviously, with Romeo on the Nautilus, that hook is... I'm going to ignore that completely. Oh, I've just acknowledged it, so I'm not ignoring it at all.
Yeah, I win!
Roshan starting up these Raptors and... going to be able to steal away a camp here. So the interesting thing in scenarios like this is always, what is the response from the enemy jungler, right? Johan knows that his Raptors are gone. He's probably anticipating that his bot side is going to be toast as well. So what does he do now?
Well, that's a great question, but I'm not going to try and predict Johan's pathing, because that's proven just unsuccessful for not only myself, but for a lot of junglers so far this split also. For the time being, heading toward his bot side to find that his Raptors and red buff are both completely gone. And there's a really interesting ward as well, good ward in fact, that you'll see from the Nord roster. They've placed on their own entrance to the topside jungle so that they would have seen Johan had they have tried to invade, steal away the Raptor, steal away the red on that side. And for the time being, it does just look like Roshan's going to get himself a red and a Raptor camp for free.
And obviously, Belveth into Xin Zhao. I feel like this is a matchup where the Xin Zhao is expected to win out in the early stages in terms of the 1v1, in terms of the skirmishing, but once you scale up, the Belveth is nigh unkillable and does a fair bit of damage to boot.
Now, Johan is level 2 on the Wee Woo here in the jungle. Is that just me? Am I the only
Level
one
2 on the Wee Woo?
Yeah, since that has been called Wee Woo in my mind canonically for a long time, I'm not sure if that's only me.
Did you start playing League of Legends when you were 2 or something? Like...
No. I got it from a very old school YouTuber who... it's called Ankle Spanking, and I got all of my League of Legends knowledge.
Oh, Ankle, that is a throwback.
Yeah, it's a deep cut.
I wonder what he's up to right now.
Maybe being mad at Smolder players. He played Draven, so...
Oh yeah. No. That must suck, actually. Like, you just completely ruin the lane, but if you don't finish the game before 25 minutes, spoiler alert, you just end up losing. And Johan has been on a bit of an adventure so far in the early game. He's gone into Roshan's jungle, not really found anything, gone back through mid lane, and he's only going to be clearing his 3rd camp now. Roshan...
Level 4?
Already level 4 is...
Ships in the night, ships in the night. They have no idea!
Roshan may be able to get the spot out here.
Hold on.
Not going to find Johan, but the Jinzhou has burnt pretty much everything onto that scuttle, and Roshan, with the mobility of the Belvet, is able to go forward with ease. Banderas is moving over. He's going to be going Mega relatively soon, but Nord got first move from the mid lane. Varshi trying to lock up Temp, but has found himself locked in the Baron pits and doesn't waste any time in flashing out of there.
Interesting. So importantly here, Lions could actually still get this crab, which didn't feel like it would have been the outcome. The way that gank was going.
Banderas needs to be careful there. He's able to hop over the wall, but Roshan is going to be following him straight over. But he puts himself in a 1v2 situation, and Banderas is more than happy to capitalize.
A really awkward interaction for Roshan there. He flashes knowing that Banderas is going to hop, but he actually just gives the Nara bop to go off.
Romeo getting the hook down onto Jinzhou. The Ignite, the final, also going to take him out. Merbs claiming the kill there onto his opposite number.
And again, a Smolder or a Senna, whichever one gets ahead, terrifying. This time round, it's Nord bot lane that come away with an advantage. Initialized on the desk, Romeo was our best Nautilus. Excuse me, important caveat. But so far this game, right, if you're hooking a Senna, you're finding that first blood, you're denying this wave. Importantly, the Senna is fasting, so it's not super doomed because the gold is still collected by Kasink, but still a very good hook all the same.
And getting that onto Merbs is exactly what you want on the Smolder. And it's not something that we've really characterized from this Nord bottom, this Lions Creed bot lane, getting killed in 2v2 straight up like that. Nope. If there's anyone who's going over aggressive, it's probably going to be Johan, but Jinzhou has been a model of stability even when this roster was having its woes at the beginning of the split.
This guy was built on triangles, right? Like, just absolutely, above all else, stable. Just knows exactly what he needs to do, and unfortunately this time around has been broken, and now Tempt. I feel like I've seen that gank so many times from Romeo, where he just walks mid, throws a hook, maybe it lands, maybe it doesn't, but the deja vu washed over me there.
Ooh, Banderas jumping onto Nilo. The Gragas has already burned all of his cooldowns, slammed into the wall, whacked in the head as well, flashing away under the tower and just about escapes with his life.
That's that flash advantage from the earlier play. Banderas obviously able to find a kill for it. He might look for a dive onto Nilla here, as long as he's got hop up. Might be able to drop that aggro as well, but it looks like it's just plates.
Yeah, Gragas deceptively tanky, is going to be able to get the belly, but knocks Banderas right to safety.
Unfortunate. Would have definitely liked to have killed Banderas there instead of save him.
Oh, would he?
Rumour has it, killing the enemies is better than saving them. I don't know if any noble Twitch chat people could confirm that for me, but that's what I've heard.
You've used the P word to describe Twitch chat.
I don't remember which word I used, that's
People.
on me. Ah, I see. You're dehumanizing them, respect. I was on your side, Twitch chat. This is all middle court.
Oh, stop it, please.
They'll come for you. The replies, they're there.
Lions Creed got a relatively easy start to this game. Oh my word, I thought that was going to be 2 for 2 for Romeo in terms of those bottom lane hooks. It definitely would have been curtains for Jinzhou. Johan able to pick up those Void Grubs and hoping to apply a little bit of pressure to Nile. No flash on the Gragas still. Without that ultimate, definitely diveable for Lions Creed if they're feeling feisty. Johan prepping the Q on the tower, and Nile able to get the belly bot back, actually, taking the Jinzhou low, taking the Jinzhou down, but Banderas still able to get the kill.
Still very worth for Lions Creed. Despite Johan going down there, there's just going to be a massive wave loss on that top turret, and it excels that win con of a side lane split push later on. Now, of course, this does help Roshan. He's going to have a lot of free time down on the spot side jungle, and if Johan thought that his second red buff would be for the one for him, it would appear that he's mistaken.
And this is sort of enabled a little bit by what's going on in the bottom lane, what's going on in the mid lane as well. The shove achieved by Merbs and Romeo, able to just cheat into the jungle and prevent any sort of collapse coming through from Lions Creed.
You see how scared Johan is as well, right? It's not frequent that you'll see a Xin Zhao max range W his Krug camp to then walk it all the way back to the edge of tether range to try and clear it, and it's because he knows that there's a world where the Soul and the Nautilus were there to try and kill him. Now, obviously, they've shown on the wave and he feels comfortable to walk up and take it like a human, but it's something to keep in mind, and it's that cognizance that's obviously kept Johan on the top of a lot of our jungle tier lists so far this split, but it's that type of cognizance as well from Nord and the forward thinking that has got them to, you know, a very respectable amount of wins so far this split.
Absolutely, 8-5, nothing to sniff at. Nille going to be fishing for Tempt in the mid lane. Talia still has the flash available, but is going to get bot back in the end, rooted up by Vashi. Now going to burn that summoner spell. Throw a couple of rocks out to dissuade further aggression from Nord.
Really small thing from Nilla there, but he actually throws the small cast first, trying to see if Tempt's going to flash it. Really wise from Tempt, he holds it, recognizes the animation, or either or knows that he's got the reaction time to flash the big cast when he sees it coming out. But then as soon as he gets caught and knows that the damage will be lethal, flashes out afterwards and burns a nice cooldown from Nilla that maybe otherwise wouldn't have done.
Oh, we love this from Johan. Nille still without that flash, and he just burnt the cask on the mid lane play.
And Sentinel
as well to just make it even more emphatic. Third kill for Banderas, and top lane has gone from bad to worse for Nord.
Yeah, I think 3 plates plus 3 kills, 1 for each. Pretty good, pretty good. Nilla definitely going to be regretting that earlier cask in the top lane saved Banderas as opposed to signed his death warrant. Now another wave going under the turret that Nilla will miss the entirety of. That's 3 waves almost that's got under the turret from this one play.
It's absolutely brutal, but it's a little bit of a switch up from Lions Creed because you don't typically see them play towards Banderas this heavily, but the Gnar, once he gets accelerated, can really take over in the side lane against the Gragas. Just chase him down.
And that's how you know this game doesn't matter for Lions Creed. Because they are playing to their top.
Oh, flash hook from Romeo. Tempt going to get CC'd locked down under his own tower. Jinjo moving over, and once again, the mid laner from Lions Creed is able to escape the multi-man squad from Nord.
Unraveled Earth prevents Roshan from getting in time. The second he dashes over it, he gets stunned. Can't layer the knock up, and there's not enough CC, not enough damage for Nord to take down Tempt. Manages to limp away in the mid lane. The Karma Space damages are good, but not quite good enough.
And so for Nord, the only place that they really found any sort of advantage is this bottom lane for Merbs. And the AD carry CS difference is not really a statistic that we can look too heavily towards in this game, but the fact that the Smolder's been able to get towards that Essence Reaver this early on is basically 100 CS 10 minutes in. He's on track to scale into that late game monster that we know that he can be, but Lions Creed are doing what they've done all split, making plays early, building an early gold lead.
And when we were sat watching the draft Millocop, we were going, right, you know, there's a very real world where we can see this Karma maybe go top lane, right? Or if we see a carry for Nilla, there's a world where it's not just a Merbs show. Instead, they pulled out the Belveth, they've shown a second carry in the jungle, but by and large, we are looking very heavily to Merbs for this Nord roster in this Nord game to be a carry. You don't have a Varshi Corki, a Varshi Akali doing mega damage. It is all going to come from Merbs. And with this early kill, with this early lead, he's in a good spot to make it happen.
Nord are able to deny some of those grubs, so one of the snowballing tools that Lions Creed would have liked to have under their pocket has been taken away. And of course, on the Belveth, you do want to be grabbing those grubs to just empower yourself that little bit more.
Yeah, Belveth taking Void Champions has been bad. Not bad, but, you know, terrible.
Michael Jackson bad.
Michael Jackson bad. This could be bad though.
No, this is just regular bad at the moment. Banderas with a 4th kill. The Trinity Force Gnar is well and truly off to the races, and Nille has to be very, very careful here. He can barely approach his own wave. Oh, look, who's in that bush? It's Johan again.
This is Banderas' petition for any prio in playoffs.
This is, well, the only game that he's been allowed to play like this so far, this split, and it's working out pretty well for Lions Creed against, need I remind you, the joint 2nd place team in the league.
Yeah. It might be easy to forget quite how good Nord genuinely are. I mean, Romeo's had a really good performance so far this game.
Oh, no.
No, there's a jungler here. He's fine.
But may not be enough, if I'm being perfectly honest. Banderas jumping right to the edge
Good
of
cast.
that. Oh, there we go. Roshan going to be missing on the North Cup, but I'm not sure it matters all that much. Big shutdown injected into the Belveth.
Absolutely, and it is the better location for that goal to be going. Roshan able to pick up on that bounty means that he's now a little bit more accelerated. That secondary carry that we're expecting from Nord is going to be a little bit higher stakes when we come to these team fights. And maybe more importantly, Banderas' petition has been removed all signatures and will no longer be getting pressure in this any form of series.
Yeah, sorry there, mate. You died because the
Died
enemy
once.
jungle ganked you. Yeah, no.
I saw a couple of videos where, you know, they've got high pressure music and really like sweating it out.
Yeah.
And that felt a lot like Banderas trying to make sure he didn't die this game so that his team would play for him. Unfortunately, it's not gone well.
It has not. But across the board, things doing relatively well for Lions Creed. Nord, though, have got advantages for themselves. Roshan, whilst he's not accelerated miles and miles away from Johan, he's still got a very sizable CS lead. He's got that Kraken Slayer first item, and like we've already mentioned, Merv's in a decent spot. Jinjo is not in a decent spot, though, as he dies for a second time this game. It's Merving time.
It's Mervin time. Nice, as we get to see Nord now really playing to the area of the map that we're expecting him to try to win from. Right, it's important to remember that this is effectively topside versus botside for these two compositions this game. Senna TK not traditionally expected to dominate a laning phase. Yes, they can, but definitely a bit leading to be stable in a 2 versus 2, and that's not happened. Nerfs and Romeo have done well to break that, to get themselves an advantage. Microbes! Top laner angry.
Roshan's like, yo, I kind of wanted those. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Roshan wasn't there. That was incredibly based from Miller.
The alt cast for Krug's play it's rare.
Yeah.
But when it comes out, boy, does it hit different.
It's okay, there's absolutely no topside objectives available right
now.
So
none at all.
No chance that Nilla's going to regret that.
And it's not like we're playing with a Belveth who really benefits from taking those topside void objectives.
And it's not like Lions Creed would be taking that on this time.
Yeah, no. That just wouldn't happen.
It just wouldn't.
I'm not going to lie. I would hate to contest this against Banderas regardless. Oh, he's going to go into the pit and steal it away. Okay, Roshan.
Get the eye.
He can't grab the eye, but at least he denies it from Lions Creed.
Nilla, brother man, it is time. Get in there. All right.
Can we watch him? Is he going to par for it? Go on.
Get in there.
Body
flash.
Oh, it's gone.
Top diff, man. Why did he grieve for the wave?
Yeah, no, he just wants to play League of Legends. Oh no, if he gets caught here.
Surely he just one-bops Jinjo. Okay, well, Temps was also there, so a little bit of hesitancy definitely well exhibited from Nilla. Tadile is back in though, while we saw Lions Creed doing a lot of things up on this top side, including losing the Rift Herald. We did see that, or we didn't rather, but we do see Merbs down on the bot side, taking away the turret, getting a little bit of extra gold, again accelerating the pace of that smolder. 158, 16 minutes in, perfect CS so far this game. Again, can't be understated how powerful this smolder may be later on.
Yeah, and the thing for Nille is, whilst the laning phase has gone badly, and if he's ever in a long lane state versus Banderas, it goes even more badly. You're playing the AP Gragas.
Yeah.
So as long as Banderas is pushing you to tier 2, you could just drop your Q, drop your E, drop your W, and get that wave cleared without too much chip damage going onto your tower. You're never going to have first move away from that lane, but you're not going to lose it much more than you already have.
And that's why teleport is amazing, because I don't need to have first move if I can cheat. I can just join the fight regardless. If my team wards for me, I am shilling. Nilla, though, you are quite right, will be able to clear out those waves. That's the important part, and they've actually swapped up the laning phase, or the laning assignments just a little bit in an attempt to make sure that Nilla's not super homeless in the 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, I do get the impression that with Tempt walking out to the top side to match the Karma, he is going to be once again in what I like to call poverty low.
Yeah, and it's difficult to get out of that situation. If we're going to be perfectly honest, the social mobility that exists within Summoner's Rift is not necessarily as high as I think that it should be.
You're not a fan of talking about the socio-economic status of Runeterra?
There's lots of socio-economic problems in Runeterra. Like, the Piltover Zorn divide, I feel like we need to be discussing that significantly more than we are.
Yeah, it's a real crutch at the minute.
Do you know what the real villain of Arcane was?
Who?
Capitalism.
Wow, bro, you're so edgy.
Still a relatively tight game here for us. Banderas obviously completely off to the races, but Merbs is really starting to scale into that threat. The Spirosojin absolutely nuts on the Smolder, and of course, the more stacks that he gets, the better this champion becomes. And it's not like Lions Creed are in a position where they can end this game in the next 5 minutes, right? They're not going to be able to build up a soul win condition anytime soon, nor have taken a couple of those for themselves. And I think a Baron start in this situation would be very, very risky.
This is where I will advocate to Lions Creed for a patented give soul flip elder strategy. Nerf's forced to flash. There was a TP. Romeo dies. Maybe.
Maybe. He's chilling. He's chilling. He's chilling.
This is a middle cock chilling.
Oh, he is absolutely not chilling.
It's a voodoo chilling, I'm sorry.
Oh, my words. Roshan, though, able to take down Banderas on the other side, and if the Gnar keeps dying...
Yeah, this is looking better and better for Nord per kill. Like, if I look at that 1v1 in isolation, top for support, absolutely, Nord are winning out on that one. If I look at that in the state of the game, Nord are so happy they took down the most fed member on Lion's Creed. They funneled the gold into the two most important members on their team. They are more than happy with this. Maybe not this season.
Yeah, I would say that Nile is probably not happy right now. Trying to dodge out
Has got cast.
as much as he can. I wouldn't waste cast in this situation.
What if he lives?
Oh, he could live. No.
Close. I saw the angle though. I saw the angle where he made us think, you know? There was a moment where we went, oh, no. And the O is all we needed. Varshi though, on the flip side, it's really important and really positive that we're seeing Nord make these proactive plays while we saw Lion's Creed looking topside. Obviously, Nile pushing on the bot side. Yes, he overextended. Yes, he got caught. But it opens up for Varshi to be able to secure another turret on the flip side, which is gold for the whole team.
And this really feels emblematic of what Nord have become over the course of the split. I mean, there was that running meme of Nord time where they couldn't win a game for full 30 minutes, and they actually managed to break that curse yesterday. But all throughout the split, it feels like their games have been trending that little bit faster, and they've been playing a little further forward. They've not been sitting back too much, and they've been going for aggressive trades like this, recognizing when the enemy team is doing something and getting a little bit more in return.
I'm just looking at how far Merbs can go through. 215 stacks right now. Very, very close. 2 waves away from the 225 and the super juice of Smolder that everybody has come to know /love/hate. Have to wait and see if Nord can utilize that and how well Lion's Creed can really shut that down. I'm looking at the dive on their side. It's weak, I would say, to be honest. Johan can get in, Banderas can get in, so can Kasey, but I feel like a well-timed flap. Maybe enough to disengage all of it.
That's ignoring Varshi as well here on the Karma, who has participated in this game in the most minimal of senses, currently 0-0-0, but he did do a lot of damage to that top lane tower. But a Karma Mantra Shield is an incredible tool. The movement speed and the sheer amount of bonus HP that you get from that is great against a team who, like we're saying, has dive tools, but not something completely decisive.
Not the target that you're looking for as Nord. Now, of course, with this mid push coming down, this is a nothing timer for both of these two teams. I guess it's trying to establish prior around the Baron, which has now spawned. May have slipped our minds since it's been a relatively slow game.
Yeah, Banderas is bot lane without the teleport, so Nord, if they're able to find a pick, they may have thought about starting that one up, but Lion's Creed pay enough respect and will just clear out some of the vision that Nord have established.
Oh, let's go in.
This is very aggressive from Johan, actually, and he's got a few friends to help him out, but he's going to give pretty much as good as he got. Roshan, very quick to dodge on out of there.
Who called Mom?
I don't know, but she has gone to a different school.
That was a butt dial, I think. Sorry, Mom. I did not mean to call you. That's what I think that was.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Now, do you know what? She's not going to answer the next time.
That's true.
That's the worst thing.
Well, if it whiffs, we know why. Did you see the clip of the CB lol where I think it was Karaoke flashed in place and then just rage spammed all his buttons and ended up ulting down mid lane? It was so funny. There was nothing going on. The observers just absolutely did him dirty and randomly caught him walking.
Oh, well, hold on. I think he did himself dirty there.
Yeah, but it was in like a nothing area of the map where the observers shouldn't have been looking, and they just caught it live.
Sing maybe caught looking a little bit too far forward in the mid lane. He's going to get knocked up by Roshan. A hook connecting from Romeo, but they haven't killed anyone. Overextension punished by Lion's Creed as they take down the enemy supports.
And the Avengers assemble in the mid lane for Lion's Creed. TP comes through from Kasing. TPs from Varshi and Nil are both expended there, so a real big swing for Lion's Creed actually in their favour because Tempt and Banderas both still have those global teleports. They can start playing sides now. We can really start to see Lion's Creed split the map and try and force Nord to make a play in one place and get an advantage elsewhere.
All that time, though, you've got the ticking time bomb that is the Smolder. And whilst Jinzhou, he's going to be able to stack up on the center. He is currently 3 levels down on the enemy AD carry. It is somewhat your lot as the fasting center to not have access to all of these resources, but eventually the item disparity, the disparity in terms of experience can just get the better of you.
And it's at that point then that you're looking to the support, right? You're looking to Kasing, who's been given all of this gold, given all this experience, still a level down in his own right, has that Frozen Heart finished, and that'll have good value versus Roshan. But up against a Smolder, the Frozen Heart doesn't quite hit the same as something like a Jinx, and like in this case, a Belveth. Obviously the armor very good, and the mana going to be very, very useful also. But not quite 2.5 items on this Tahm Kench as his counterpart in the Smolder is so far.
3 items for Bandras, though, if we are moving the conversation in that direction. And
No, I don't think we are.
okay, well, no longer. Mid lane, Lions Creed trying to get a little bit of a shove going down. Both these teams still with their mid lane towers relatively intact. Dragon going to be spawning in 5 seconds time. It would be Soul Point here for Nord, but it's Lions Creed who have
Again,
the positional advantage.
Have to advocate for the give Soul Flip Elder. We know Chemtech Soul is useless. Give Nord the Soul, beat them at Elder, win the game there.
Well, it looks like Nords are absolutely playing into that gambit. Banderas still pushing on the bottom side, has that teleport, is looking to get a tier 2 before he ends up joining this fight, but Nord have already burnt this Baron so damn low. It's 3k. Johan goes into the pit, but Roshan gets the Baron. Temp taken down to half HP by a single ultimate as Nille falls on the side.
Just run Nord.
It's Baron buff for Nord. Banderas in the mini form, so not able to offer any forms of CC.
No.
Here comes Temp. The multi-man route into the flick comes down as Merbs is flashing forward for the executes. Claims a shutdown but dies in exchange. Lions Creed, they only lose 1, but 4 members of Nord hit the floor.
It's an absolute massacre. Lions Creed come out top dogs in the fight around the Baron. They may well be able to secure themselves that dragon, delay the Elder by another 5 minutes, but they have firmly paved way for Nord's execution almost this game.
Whew.
One thing, one important, very important thing, if one person on this team is going to live with a Baron, you want it to be the Belveth.
Those Void monsters. Very, very good for the Queen of the Void. And hey, just keeping one of those buffs alive is at least enough to empower one wave, right?
Importantly, it keeps her true form as well. For a Belveth, if she dies once she's got the once you've taken that soul, whatever it is, detrimental. Because right now she's super strong. If they want to try and take a fight around the Belveth, there's really no harm, in my eyes at least, in that school of thinking. Obviously, if you look a little bit further into the game and they might not want to take a fight, absolutely fine. But while the Belveth has true form, you want to look for a fight and make use of that.
If Nord win this game from the deficit that they are currently in, then they lock second position. But if they lose, that's it for them. No chance of getting into that upper bracket. So, really is everything on the line here. And Tempt is offline. He's taken down by the Execute, and it's another kill here for Merbs.
They've still got Baron. They've still got the Belveth Baron buff going crazy. 40-second death timers?
And Banderas has to give up that split push because
this could be
you're strong
a
on the
lot
side
more.
lane, but you don't beat 5 members running into your base. The inhibitor's going to be falling down, and Nord are posturing very aggressively. Lions Creed well and truly on the back foot. Banderas about to go mega, but he's getting locked up in the front side. Kasing eats the Nard, pulls him away from doing any sort of CC, and the towers are focused down for only the second time this split. Nord look to end the game in under 30 minutes, and against Lions Creed, it's against the leaders of the league. They lock in second place. They will take down the Nexus, and they set us up for a very tasty upper bracket.
Just like that! One person lives with the Baron. It's the Belveth. The only person that mattered having the Baron buff. It actually mattered!
I tell you what, I was a little bit worried that Lions Creed were just going to cruise through this league, cruise through the playoffs like they have done through the regular split, but Nord have absolutely shown up there. One of the fastest games that we've seen from this team against the best team in the league, quote unquote. Oh my word! Am I excited for playoffs? We are popping to a short break before the analyst game somehow explains that victory.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Gold cards up for the bill. They're going to jump in and secure the double kill. Alex gets it. And that's going to be the gold card. That's going to be the end of the ADC. That is going to be the end of the game. Ruddy absolutely slapping natives in that fight. Nothing they could do.
Here comes Ed with the multi-man drowsing. It's mounted sword for Ruddy, and here comes the aerial. Turret has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky smack through the left line side. There's too many people here for you to handle.
For the first time, Nord finishes the game below 30 minutes versus Lions Creed of all people at the last day
5 points.
possible. Your points, everybody's points, except
But
me.
yours? Yeah, I know. You're the one person who believed in it.
I saw
Andres
something.
even put something up on Twitter about it. Veterans got a
but
jack in the
Veterans
box.
came in
Still a
with
one
guns
player.
blazing.
Sorry. This is what Nord were doing to Middlecott's bold or broke for the entire season, and right at the end, there we go, buddy. Not every game ended.
I don't have
30
any
minutes
pearls to
plus.
clutch. I've got a necklace, but no
The
pearls to
last
clutch. It's the best
game.
I've got.
That's
We're getting
beautiful.
too many-
The last game they destroy Middle Cotswold or break prediction. That Nord will not end a single game before 30 minutes. They wait until the last moment. Beautiful Kino masterpiece. Shower it with awards. The Palme d'Or goes to Nord Esports. At the end of the
Scorsese
day.
approves.
100%.
With this in
Scorsese's in
mind-
chat.
Nord get themselves second seed for the spring split.
The first
This
place
is
in my
quite
heart.
important. Oh. What about Ruddy though?
So this doesn't necessarily change anything for Ruddy in the grand scheme of things,
No,
of
no,
course.
I'm just
We're
pointing
only gonna
out.
rise on this. What this does is for Venom Crest, it makes that loss in the first game hurt
Yes.
even more because they can no longer end up second. They are minimum fourth, maximum third. And considering
Yeah.
they had it all in their hands at the beginning of today, that is 2 results back to back that really suck for them.
Yep. And, you know, I say they have my heart, but of course they do because they have Romeo on their squad. And Romeo, all right, another brilliant game by him. Probably the most consistent member of his team there. There were a lot of key moments where a lot of other members of the team can definitely be said not to have been playing completely optimally, we shall say. The power of the composition and Romeo's setups did manage to power them through, particularly in the 2v2 on bot side. That was their big real advantage while the Null was snowballing on top side. I just want to point out, guys, when they had a snowballing advantage, did they transfer this into Drake's or did they play lane states out as long as they could? No, they chose to go the 1.3k gold ahead in total, but give up the first 2 Drakes. So Smolder was not going to be defeated by the early soul condition that he's normally defeated by. When you see Senna Talia, you see a composition that could play any neutral that they want in the early phase, but they chose not to play it on the thing that Smolder would hate. So we get to Smolder angle, we get that one clean front to back, and the game is pretty much decided off that.
That was a different playstyle from Nord, and that's why I want to talk with Memento, that is waiting for us on the interview. He promised us that he would join. Hey.
Yep. What's up, man? I told you.
I was the only one!
I told you.
You saw predictions!
I
was the only one believing in you. Okay?
Well, thank you. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see
I
the
got
voters.
flamed, blackmailed, I got threats.
You got threats from who? Line Creed doesn't have any fans. What are you
Banderas.
talking about?
God.
What? I'm so confused.
Okay.
What are you talking
With
about?
this in mind, you get second seed
Yeah.
on the spring
feels good.
split. That's a good one. That's a good one. So that means we already know the first game you're going to be fighting.
Yeah, I will be facing them again next week. Another chance for us to do what we did today. I mean, today I think it was. It wasn't that difficult. I don't know what enemy jungle was doing. Like in the first 5 minutes, he did blue into his Krugs, into enemy jungle level 2 blue with blue buffs in Chow, and then back to his wolves. So it was interesting. But thankfully, Roshan is a very nice person, so he donates back. Make sure that Johan can come back into the game. Beautiful game, Roshan. You're getting the belt for that afterwards. We'll be making sure of that. But it was a nice game. I'm proud of the guys. Glad to get second seed. Feels good.
What about the Gragas on the top lane? Were you ever worried about it? Like, yeah, because we got a Garen today, and then we got the Gragas. Yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, the thing is, Gragas is generally like a very good matchup into Gnar. I wouldn't say like super really good, but it's a good matchup into Gnar. In general, you'll be able to poke him out. But the thing is, after the first blood, Gnar comes back with Merc Treads, and then yeah, it gets a bit rough, and then it gets dove. And we also messed up when they dove us. When was it? Yeah, when Gragas missed his ulti on the Gnar when he was a free kill with no flash. So the Gnar just got really far ahead. But I think Gnar into our comp is not that threatening. They don't really have a way to get onto the Smolder, so it felt pretty easy. And the Smolder had a free lane, and he was already at like, I think it was at like 180 stacks at like 18 minutes or something. He was like speed running the stacks. It was like so easy, honestly. It's a beautiful game by Merps, gotta say.
Are you worried about the last team that is going to join playoffs? What do you think is going to win?
Which are the contenders? So Lightside needs to win, right?
No, Lightside is
how
out.
is it?
They're out.
Lightside is out? Oh.
It's out, yeah.
I thought they had like 6
Yeah,
points,
yeah,
so
yeah.
they could like still make it to 7. I don't know the head-to-head records of the other teams. I only know ourselves.
Lightside with the first game, they were promoted to spectators on playoffs. So with this in mind, there's a possibility of Verdant making it to playoffs already.
Okay, so what are the conditions? Verdant needs to win, right? Right after a game?
Verdant wins, they get themselves in the playoffs. If they lose, they're out. And Ruddy is in.
Okay. I don't know the prediction, honestly. I have no idea. I also thought Ruddy would lose today with that Garen blind pick, but they somehow managed to make a miracle. So, I mean, it just seems like the gods are in their favor, so maybe Verdant will lose. I have no idea, honestly. It's a close one. We'll see if Verdant steps it up or not. But either way,
on the
I want Ruddy in. That would be fun.
Okay, on the cities of Nord versus Lions Creed, give me a spoiler. How much you think it's gonna be? Give me.
I think
give me a trailer.
I think 3-1. 3-1 for us.
3-1.
That's probably going to be.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, they will have some like interesting drafts. I'm not sure exactly. I don't really know their playstyle. They're very inconsistent in general. I feel pretty confident going against them, but they're definitely not a bad team overall. I mean, even though like we won today, doesn't mean that we'll stomp them next week randomly, right? They still have a week to improve, and so do we. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm pretty confident we'll be able to overtake them.
Thank you for the points, and I'll see you next week.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the interview. Thank you for the time, man.
See ya.
Take care. Bye.
There you go. Oh, I like to spice things up. I like to spice things up. There you go. Nord is comfortable on the second seed. Lions Creed, though, in the first one. And that is a matchup, like, forgetting about the game itself, looking at the cities that we might have ahead, that we're going to have ahead, like the best of 5 between these two teams. How are you feeling?
It'll be an interesting one, because actually for large portions of the game, and I think largely over this series, that felt like Lions Creed actually were the ones with a little more control, especially because the early game had gone so wrong for Johan. Like that Xin Zhao should have been out of the game. Comes back into it, they get the Gnar super fed, Senna's stacking fine, Tempt ahead in the mid lane is roaming around. It looked good. They massacred the Baron when it all goes wrong. They get 4 kills. It looked like it should have been there. And then the mid lane stuff happens. So it all gets a bit wild. But I think I still favor Lions Creed probably, but I think Nord are a good enough team and clearly are improving at a solid enough rate to make that one close.
I want 5 games at least. I want 5 games. Veteran, before you continue, because I want you to continue on that point, I do believe we have Baguette waiting for us on the interview, and then I want to have your point of view as well. Hey, welcome!
Hello. Sorry, I'm on my phone. My computer crashed.
Oh, okay. Let's do it interesting then. Okay, so with this situation right now, it's not the game that you wanted, but it's what we get, okay. And now you're going to be facing them on playoffs. How do you feel on that best of 5?
Maybe we tried some stuff for the best of 5. We don't know. Maybe we just experienced some stuff. We just did. Maybe.
They said on the interview, well, at least Memento, the coach, that Lions Creed was kind of inconsistent, and that could be the key to success. Would you say the same about them, or?
About them? No, they are consistent on what they do. I think they have like 2 clear play style when they have some champs, and we just wanted to see some stuff, I think, today.
So it's more about testing than actually winning the game. You got first place, so it was more about testing.
We got first place.
Not showing all your keys.
We got first place for sure. We know some stuff. We had some doubts also, because we are kind of one of the like other leagues are starting to play on 14.4 also. So it's a lot of stuff going on. We wanted to see.
So if I wanted a sneak peek, I was told the 3-1 could be the way out of your next match on the best of 5. If I could get a sneak peek from you, Baguette, give me a score for that one, for that battle.
I would say yes, 3-1 for us. 3-1 for us if we retry some stuff, and if we don't try 3-0. If we play like our A game, I would say.
Okay, I wish you the best, and I hope to see that score. Let's see who's going to take the 3-1 or the 3-0. Okay, let's see if you're going to try anything else. Baguette, thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you for doing it close also. Thank you.
I'll see you soon.
All right.
We adapt.
Swift phone tech to get back in the game. I appreciate the fact he was still coming to the interview. That's good work.
Continue, veteran. I wanted to hear your point
I think
of
there
view.
was a big champ diff in this particular game. I think Lion's Creed natural play style of just avoiding Drakes is not something that's going to get punished by every single composition or even by every single team. I think they're still quite uncontested in the way that they prioritize tempo over everything else. And I think in 90% of drafts, that's just going to win them the game in total. So I don't necessarily view this as an indication that we're going to get a close best of 5. It would have to be other things that Nord pull out to make it a close best of 5.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just have to be given Smolder every single game.
And then, like, on that Smolder point where we've got a second, I know there's some debate about which is more busted in terms of the center or the Smolder, and depending on whether you've watched more LCK or LPL, honestly. But I think for my money, it's the Smolder. I have seen a lot of the Smolder and the center matchup, and bluntly, Smolder just does it better at the minute, and it's really, really hard to deal with, and I think especially with the way the NLC plays right now, just don't let your opponent have that champion. Like, it's got to go.
That's one to look out for on the next matchup that is going to be the most important of the day right now because, well, the last one doesn't have anything into the table. This one, we got the stakes. Verdant wins. Verdant is in playoffs, 3rd seed, and Ruddy are eliminated. Natives win. Verdant are eliminated, and Ruddy take the 4th spot on playoffs. So, Wolverine, I don't know if you're listening. I don't know if you're actually getting like a good time rest. You need to rest, dude. Come on. Go to bed. Please do yourself a favor. But it's on the hands of Verdant right now or Natives. It's a tough one, but I want to get your point of view on this matchup because both teams are good. And for Natives, it's kind of sad that they can't even go into playoffs.
I mean, can I take a narrative angle on this one? Because remember last year with the hugely disparate ways these two played the games, the way they managed social media, the rivalry on Twitter, the beef between various people, the fact they were two of the best teams in the league, and then somehow, some way, at the end of the split, a year later, with different rosters, different everything in so many ways, it's still on Verdant and Ruddy devoted who's the last team in playoffs here. That is absolutely ridiculous. How is it always these two teams?
And the stuff is completely different this time as well,
Exactly,
right?
it
Like,
is.
a lot of the people in Verdant who were a part of that beef last time aren't even there anymore. It just is Verdant. It does come down to Ruddy v Verdant. This may be a big org rivalry. We get to push forward. And Natives, though, right? Natives, they have pride to play for right now. It is surprising to see Natives down here. On the strength of lineup, you would not have expected this, but you have to look at it and think a lot of the power of this lineup is going to be on the bottom side of the map, and JK's big power is going to be enabling them to get to the later points, but this isn't the kind of meta that Rusty Sniper can really shine in. It isn't. We're not at that point for ADCs, and you can see that by Native's choice of bans on blue side. Every big bot lane champion has been eliminated by them. They're trying to bring the game.
Xana's gone, sorry, yeah.
They're trying to bring the game into a point where Rusty Sniper can carry on his lane bullies the way that he has done in the past, a true Draven main at that, looking at an early pick Ashe, maybe into like a flex later on, but it hasn't been the meta for those kinds of carries to shine, and I feel like Natives really suffered for that meta change.
I think as well, I do want to call out this, but it was really sad that Natives had to have that week where Newly went out with illness, and they ended up going 0-2, I believe, in that week. That really hurt them. They were on such an upward trajectory, and they've been on a kind of, like, they've been trying to recover ever since, and it's really difficult to see. They've been on a serious loss streak in a lot of weeks since that. They can still prove that they've got what it takes. They might now come into this series, recover, and people will look at the standings, people will look at the train of results and assume that is what the team amounts to. I don't think that's fair, and they could really scare Verdant here. The Kalista early for Gooby, I think, is a good thing. I think Gooby and PlayStation are a very versatile bot lane in general. I think sometimes they haven't been the absolute best in the league necessarily, but their ability to play nearly everything and pilot it to a solid level is a real strength. So Poppy makes some sense. I think the Talia with the Kalista already makes sense. So if you can make that kind of bot side aggression play to shut down Rusty, who does love to play those lanes aggressively, that will be pretty scary. You can lock in something like the Poppy. You can max that in. So the moment the Kalista comes in, we've got Draven Ashe into Kalista lane bot. Everything's going to be super volatile. I imagine a Xin Sao or something like a Poppy, as veterans talk about, to really index to the early prio has to be good.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy, Draven would completely shut down the Callista here. Looks like they're opting into the Ahri, hoping the enemy team forget about Popster's existence. The risk with Draven here is that Talia, you are still effectively playing a low mobility champion into a champion that is very good at setting up into those low mobility champions. The Renata isn't going to be able to be picked here because you have the Ashe down already, and Verdant have more of a brain than others. So they're not going to slam the Renata here to just like int feed to Draven for the rest of the game, even though it has good synergy of the Callista. They're opting into the Nautilus. They know that they have to make these short fights matter. They allow Draven to get a short fight on his terms, or a long fight in general. It's over. They need these small, powerful picks to work, and Poppy immediately gets removed, because this made the Poppy even better. It's good into the Talia. It destroys Callista.
Into the Callista.
And with the Nautilus there, it made it even more viable pick. So Verdant slamming the Poppy ban down. They don't want to get destroyed that way. The Vi ban is really weird. I wonder if natives thought that they were picking Vi, because that has amazing synergy with every champion on that team, and would be the point and click you need to take out the Callista as well. So that's very curious.
Jolbu, I think they're assuming that's a 4th pick then, and it is also very good with Talia, Nautilus, Callista, in fairness. So I see that they might just say, actually, just gets 4th picks, we'd never get it anyway, especially because Jolbu's the okay on the champion too. The other thing is here, with the way you've drafted natives, you are going to have lane shuffle, which is a bit of a rarity into Callista lanes. There aren't that many lanes that Callista loses, really. She's often very good at getting the lane priority. You're not going to have that as easily, but Verdant have got CC, got ways to like force the all-ins, and the Vi would have worked really well with that, so getting rid of that. The Aatrox away from Smurfer makes a lot of sense. We've seen that be very potent in a number of playstyles, a number of builds. I think that makes sense. Last ban here. Do you just... I mean, they've missed a ban, apparently. So there is no 5th ban, and instead they'll just get a Viego, which is actually pretty good with the amount of CC you get. You get your initial pick. Bursts, combo, Viego takes the body, you run people down. You've got double AD carriers who are going to be shoving up and potentially vulnerable. How on earth are you defending this now as natives? Shinzao might make sense. It's an easy pick in the jungle, I guess.
Volibear is up, and Volibear would actually be extremely strong in this particular position. If top had already been picked, I would actually be considering potentially something like an Urgot, but the Volibear would be the next big thing. However, we're just back in old seasons. It's Nar Sejuani being slammed in. Old Faithful. This is a team that just wants to enable the Draven straight up, and I think Malphite would be absolutely insanely broken to slam in right now. Only the Ahri really has strong counterplay here. The Draven Ashe would absolutely detest their life. And shutting down Draven, putting everything on Nulu on the Ahri, that is a perfectly viable strategy to be going for here. So I do approve of the Malphite pick. There is still that big condition, though. There isn't an effective tool here to deal with the Ahri. Not even the Talia has really strong tools here, because you just move to the side with stuff like Ahri and LeBlanc, and the Talia can't really do anything. She needs a full frontal all-in from your side. Ahri doesn't have to do that at any point here. Ahri has no ability to deal with the Malphite, the range to deal with the Callista. She can be the X-Factor. Nulu, who Initialize pointed out, being sick led to like 2 straight losses for natives, can be here and try to bring them back in that last game. They may not be playing for placements, but they are playing for dignity. And most importantly than anything, they are playing for Ruddy. Ruddy out.
So this is the opportunity to save Ruddy, Initialize, tell me.
It is. I think eyes on the bot lanes for obvious reason. Does the Draven get the early cash in? Does Ahri get snowballing? Particularly with things like the Dark Seal. Ahri snowballs super hard in the current meta. Those two get rolling, it gets very dicey on the side for Verdant. If they hold on, if they make their picks happen, they can still play this just fine. Bot lane's where it's at.
Natives up, veteran? Is it
saluting Ruddy? Saluting. Natives up, Ruddy up. Ruddy X
The heavens will deliver. The miracle run's happening.
2 of the best Twitter accounts in the NLC are getting together to take out their old social media enemies, Verdant. This is the moment for these orgs to get together, to shine, to deny Verdant everything that in their eyes they deserve to be denied for all the trash they talked last year. It's time, guys. It's time. Ruddy up.
That's all I needed to toss into the Costas Ruzu in middle cut. Take it away. That was perfect.
So hold on. I just need to take umbrage with one thing. Why are we glazing Sammy Jungles here?
Yeah.
Like, Native's Twitter is literally just like a random NLC reply guy. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
They did post a good Thierry Henry GIF, though.
You have just said GIF, okay? We are going to need to have discussions about that offcast. But the stakes here are clear for Verdant. Win and you're in. Playoffs spot secured straight into third. Lose and you are out, and Ruddy sneak into the playoffs at the last possible moment.
I think the important part as well, if they can't do it, it's not just 5th, it's potentially 6th as well.
Let's go. And we are on to Summoner's Rift. All eyes on the bottom lane. According to the desk, Draven and Kalista both incredible in the early stages.
And we're going to see that firsthand. The fact that this game is all about bot lane incentivizes natives to get prio from level 1. Now, quite wisely from Gooby and PlayStation, they walk in, they early ward the first brush, just the first one, because they know going any further would be too dangerous, and there's an opportunity that they start to get ran down. Now, obviously, if Draven Ashe start leashing versus a Kalista Nautilus lane, they need to have words. They need to be bot lane, and they need to be in the brushes, zoning off experience from level 1. They're going to have to ego check the hook, because if PlayStation hits the hook, it's Jova. But if he misses, the lane is won.
Yeah, especially with the double hail of blades here for Rusty Sniper and Shawi Katami. Those early trays just go so damn hard. The slows that come out from the Ashe, incredible at setting up the Draven to just drop as much damage as he can.
Now, I do hope that this disconnect isn't why we're seeing a pause.
Yeah.
There's definite lore here that could be pulled back into, and we'll delve into that a little bit deeper if it becomes appropriate.
Yeah.
If it becomes appropriate. Yeah, looks like it's just Julbu having a couple of internet issues. Hopefully that all gets resolved and we can get back into the game nice and swiftly. But obviously that bot lane 2 versus 2, something that we have to highlight, something we have to keep on kind of talking about, because it is going to pave the way for the rest of the game. I think there's an element of how well can Nulu do in the mid lane. Obviously with Azir being disabled for 12.4, patch we're playing on for this week. Forced onto an Ahri, something we've not seen as much from him, but obviously something we're expecting him to be more than comfortable on. As the only magic damage in this composition versus a Malphite, that's why I'm looking to him as the other carry that we need to see from natives.
It really sucks that in like natives versus Verdant, where we've got Nulu versus E-Roll, the two Azir players in the league who just come to mind whenever you think of that champion, that we're not going to be able to see him on the Rift. But E-Roll's got an important job as well, right? The rest of his composition fairly low range, so he's going to need to be offering that support, offering that damage from out of harm's way.
Yeah, and Talia as well, I still class as mid-range to be the max that you can really operate from. About level with Ahri, in fairness, who's obviously got a lot more maneuverability, which is definitely a little trickier. But blocking the first strike there, also from Nulu, just some nice little trades in the mid lane. Probably about even overall. But before level 6 is when you want to see ganks come into the mid lane if you're a Verdant fan. Obviously the Ahri post level 6, certainly a very slippery creature.
Absolutely, and I think Nulu's going to be, hopefully, if you are a Natives already fan, a lot of crossover between those two fan bases at the moment. Hopefully going to be using those.
The Venn diagram may be a circle. Maybe a circle.
To move into the bottom lane in order to get a little snowballing coming through for Rusty Sniper on the Draven. And we are hearing the Jabbu is going to be restarting their PC with these lag issues. So hopefully that gets resolved and we are going to be able to get into the game. And of course, we don't want one of the junglers to be playing on 150 ping or something, because that wouldn't be great.
No, not ideal. Smite fights tend to become harder, I think. Have you played the Smite fight game on the PC? It's not.
Are you talking about League of Legends? Because I'm somewhat familiar.
No, I was. There's a website where you just test smites. You just go in, you press smite against an AI, essentially, and you just test your reaction times.
I don't care about being good at this game enough to do that, unfortunately.
Wow, the Udia Master Yi1 trick.
Oh, can we not? Can we not?
You're never escaping these allegations.
Oh, the dispersions go way too hard.
Well, that's your fault more than anything. The part really about these compositions that we haven't touched on, I think, is the top side, and that's partly because one of them contains a Malphite.
Yeah.
The other side of it contains a Sejuani, two champions that we're typically seeing be more snooze, more resident sleeper, but the Sejuani versus the Viego, I do give early game favorability over to Yaki, especially when we've seen him on things like a Maokai, again, a champion that, excels coming online at level 6, but can still make plays pre-level 3, or at level 3, excuse me, when you've got your access to so much CC. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Sejuani get a little bit more off to the races than the Viego through the early stages.
Yeah, important to note, though, with the Sejuani is there are no other melee champions on the team. So in terms of
half a melee champion.
Well, yeah, and
like a third.
To be fair, when you're ganky, you tend to want him to be mega, just falling off into that mini at the end. So I'll give you that one, but when you are looking to proc that passive, it is going to be a little bit tricky. I feel like the flip side of that, though, is that you've got so much pick on the rest of your lanes, right? So when the Sejuani is going in, hitting the Q, ulting someone as well, there is going to be follow-up CC coming through from a charm, arrow, like abilities that you are listing off, and that I was going to list off in just a moment's time, okay?
First.
Yeah, no, congratulations.
In fairness, I do want to keep our eyes on Shoei Katami as well, because his positioning has been somewhat called into question from my side at the very least throughout this entire split. I think that playing the Ashe demands a certain element of psychopathic tendencies when you're playing this champion down in the bot side, so the positioning has to kind of be a bit outlandish, and it does just become an ego check pick. How well are you dodging hooks? If you can dodge PlayStation's hook, you're the best Ashe in the world. If you get hit and die, then you're the worst.
And there's going to be a lot to dodge even once you leave the laning phase, right? You're contending with... Could you stop doing that, man? Okay, when it's your turn to speak, it will be your turn to speak. But yeah, like we've got the Malphite that can get dropped down post level 6 coming out that bot lane. Obviously, Kalista Nautilus is a incredibly scary duo, and then there's just the pick potential that comes through from the Talia and from the Viego as well. And it does pose a bit of a risky scenario, because for natives, in terms of what's on the line at the moment, it's pride, right? But for Verdant, this game is do or die.
Do get back onto Summoner's Rift. You're all able to proc first strike there. Going to help him out in that facet quite significantly. And already you can kind of see, just a quick glimpse at this bot lane, the sadness that is going to befall Gooby and PlayStation. And looking at the minimap, Yaki is on the bot side, and importantly, Julbu is clearing up to that top side. Skip your Grom. We maybe look for a cheeky bot dive. You have Draven Ashe, a crashing wave, and a Kalista on the enemy team. What say we a dive?
I mean, there's definitely potential there. Like, Yaki's going to be incredibly tanky with the passive as well as that Aftershock. Doxy,
surely not.
Maybe going to be looking for a solo kill here onto Smurfay. Pops the pot and is able to get out of there. Gooby and PlayStation have been taken too low, but the flash comes through from Yaki. Regardless, his first blood over to Gooby, and Shoei Katami gets the kill back, has to pop the barrier to live out of there. All the summoner's spells going down on bot lane apart from PlayStation's flash.
So worth it though, once again, for natives in that bot side. The fact that they're denying Gooby this massive wave, Kalista a champion that in the late game just sucks. It's really difficult to have agency on. Putting behind, losing out on the massive wave. A third of the CS of the Draven so far. Rusty didn't get the first kill, but importantly didn't die either, so that first cash in is still available. And PlayStation, great, he's still got his flash, but what's that going to do for him?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're looking at an aggressive play being set up by Verdant in the bot side in a couple of minute times, but that timer goes down, then what really have you gained from the situation?
I obviously want to credit Julbu here, because he was in the right place. Right? Was there to try and counter the gank, unfortunately just a little too late. Now spotted out, a little fight for our Raptors.
Oh, Julbu's definitely been playing the PC Smite game.
He has.
Yeah, Yaki though, nice buffer there on the CC with the Arctic Assault going in a different direction. And important to note here actually that Shoei Katami got the double buffs here onto the Ashe, and I can't really think of much of a better user of double buffs than a support Ashe.
No, you're quite right in the early game. It just doesn't get any better than that. So shout out to Yaki once again. Right place, right time, right death timing as well. You know exactly when to die and who to die to. Most importantly, obviously taking Gooby down as well. The CS is no longer just a third for the Kalista, now only half. We're going up in the fractions. It's good news. It's good news for Verdant, I promise.
The correct direction, I will say. Top lane is going in a pretty decent direction for Verdant as well. Doxy is pretty significantly ahead of Smurfy. Yes, he's collecting a wave under his tower, but it does feel like the Malphite's been able to do reasonably well. And of course, once we get to the team fights, that instant engage that he offers with the Unstoppable Force is so incredibly valuable.
And then it becomes a question of, does my Draven have flash? If yes, maybe we fight. If no, we don't fight. Does my Ashe have flash? See previous flowchart. Now, one thing that you would love to see from this bot lane duo is trying to secure as many plates as possible. We are playing Draven Ashe. Let's try and play it like it's a Caitlyn Lux lane, right? Secure as many plates as possible, move up to that top lane, and get plates there as well. So your goal in this game is to funnel all of the gold into Rusty Sniper as best as possible and have him carry you. Best way to do that is get kills. Second of all is get turrets.
And with Yaki still sticking around in the bottom side, maybe...
Porque no los dos.
Yeah, natives are planning to go for something like that. I think on this HP would be a little bit ambitious, especially with Jolbu also pathing his way on the south side.
Yeah, just any time a wave's crashing, Jolbu has to be there, unfortunately, because if a Sejuani comes and dives and Gooby loses another wave, it's just further and further behind.
And this has a knock-on effect, right? Because Jolbu has to be bottom side now, he's going to start losing out on camps. PlayStation walking forward, gets the hook down onto Rusty Sniper, dropping the passive as well. The stun comes through, and down goes the Draven.
And yes, you said Sejuani's hovering you, but they are not in the lane. And that flash from PlayStation, we questioned what it would be able to accomplish. It is the best outcome, where they find Rusty Sniper, take those stacks out, and more than happily give the kill over to Gooby, who is back in this game now. 2 kills, he got the one on the dive, has found the other one from that gank. Verdant, they've clocked back.
Yeah, and they are emphatically winning out in the bottom lane as it stands. Still down in terms of CS, but being able to return to lane with Zerka Greaves and a serrated Dirk is such an incredible power spike for a Kalista.
Yeah, this is just window shopping gone very, very well for the Kalista. You're probably not going to complete that Dirk. And Berserker Boots are just the best item for Kalista, period. So really good juncture now for Gooby to try and fight on. Probably wants to hit level 5 before he does it, so that he's at least even. And honestly, with the way that this lane operates, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden the Kalista will start winning. It just means they're less behind than they would have been, right? Because if the Kalista gets poked out, they still lose. If PlayStation hits a hook, they still win. The modus operandi has not changed.
Yeah, and natives, well, they've not changed their game plan at all.
Who's still here?
Knocking it down onto PlayStation. Rusty Sniper in the front side, getting hooked again. Yaki going to tank up the tower and take him down. It's a disastrous dive from natives as they lose their jungler in the play. Erol roaming over Nulu, not connecting on the skill shots and has to burn the flash.
And Middlecott, spoiler alert, if I can see it and you can see it, guess what? So can Jolbu. Reading this game like a book. Natives have really only exhibited one play, and it's dive bot lane. They got away with it the first time round. Jolbu has not allowed them an opportunity since, nor has PlayStation. Really, natives, their playbook, very, very small and getting read very well.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like Verdant have had to do anything particularly active themselves. All they've had to do is respond well to what they know that natives are going to do. They've done that absolutely beautifully, parlaying it into around about a 1k gold lead. Smurfy potentially in trouble here. Jolbu is around the top side and he is rotating over towards the Mini-Gnar.
The longer he waits, the worse this is for the Mini-Gnar.
Doxy's got him locked in the alcove, is going to get ulted in the end, and here comes the Viego. Now Verdant start to do something proactive and it is looking bloody good, but Yaki just in time to save Smurfy. Doxy flashes under the tower and doesn't get anything. Little bit of a whoopsie there. Enemy top laner just about surviving.
I mean, a great counter gank from Yaki. Keeps his top laner alive. A very well-timed Arctic Assault stops the final auto attack from Jolbu that would have taken down the Gnar.
Oh, Ashe out mid.
Close. Very close. Unfortunately, no cigar. But once again, using your Ashe ult for mid lane. That's a 90-second window. Gooby and PlayStation, fairly safe now.
I'd go further than safe. Do you know who isn't?
Shoei Katami.
Correct, a Mundo, not chilling at all. The 4th kill for Gooby.
Wow, and Rusty Sniper's ulting for wave clear. If there's one way of collecting kills on the map, it's trying to pick up these stragglers with Draven, the recent buff that came through, or the most recent buff, I suppose. Giving his ulti the execute threshold equal to the amount of stacks that he has. Granted, at the minute, it's only 99, not the end of the world, but you don't want to be using that for wave clear, really ever.
This has been an absolutely disastrous game so far for natives. Could have gone worse. maybe overemphasizing the disastrous nature. You're going to get caught out into the mid lane, into the charm, into all of the damage from Nulu. And Yeki will take away the kill.
Yeah, again, kill distribution is just in the wrong spot, unfortunately. We've got a kill on the Ashe, a kill on the Sejuani. Of the 5 champions, not the ones you want.
Oh no, dear. Guys, what are we doing with our skill shots? Jolbu gonna get taken low. PlayStation body blocking the charm, but he's gonna be next on the menu for Nulu and Yeki. Flashing to escape over the wall of Rusty Sniper! Doesn't quite get the kill, but here comes the Ashe ult! It's an execution, it's 363 extra gold for Rusty Sniper, and out of nowhere, Natives are back in the game.
Quite literally, out of nowhere. One mid-gank turns into a kill in the jungle, and another one, and another, and it just snowballs on top of each other. 750 gold for that kill for Rusty. He had Bounty Hunter as well on his first target. It's a lot of gold for the Draven and puts them right back in the driver's seat.
And for Natives, it was going oh so well. Snowballing through the bottom lane, stability in the top side, and mid you were just chilling.
Yeah.
But now they are in a truly dire spot, down in gold, down on Drakes, and if the game keeps going in this direction, then they are down and out of playoffs.
Ruddy watch party, a little bit happier after the last couple of minutes. Definitely would have been hanging their heads in. A little bit of turmoil from the onset, but Rusty Sniper picking up that kill, Natives doing their part for the South London Massive. And now PlayStation and Gooby, they're trying to clap back as well. Weren't spotted out by this ward, or by this Scryer's Bloom, excuse me.
I think Rusty Sniper knows something is up here.
Rusty Sniffer, he smells them. They're
Yeah.
rats.
But the engage range from this duo is still pretty exceptional.
Ashe has E, right? Like, Rusty don't do
you
it.
step to
Rusty
that
don't
wave?
do it.
Do you step to that wave? No. He is fully aware of the situation, and he is absolutely willing to sacrifice all of that juicy CS because there is death waiting in that bush.
Yeah. Ah, you were in there the whole time?
No way!
Nice. I had no idea.
Now Yeki actually moving over with this wave firmly towards Verdant's tower. Does have the ultimate available once again, but once more, look on the minimap. Jolbu in the area if Natives want to dive.
Ashe Arrow's back up already. They've still got that Draven ulti as well, so they've definitely got ways to start fights, look for fights as well. Yomu's finished for Rusty Sniper. Maybe this pink, maybe a little bit overzealous. He's actually absolutely fine. A lot of vision on this bot side as well to spot any invades from Natives. Nulu and Yeki fully spotted out.
Ooh! Jolbu fast on the fingers, but can you get away? Goes back over the wall, and now Natives are a little bit overextended. Doxy dropping the ult onto Rusty Sniper. Nowhere for the Draven to go. And it's one more for Gooby. PlayStation thrown forward. Natives locking up in the death chamber. Double kill for Gooby.
And it's the difference in top TP. Doxy has been winning this matchup handily the entire game. Has forced Smurfy to TP up to a top wave, and then Doxy has the TP advantage to go make the play bot side. Malphite ulti's in.
Shawi Katami going to be slowing up Hero, forcing the flash out of the Verdant mid laner. It has been blow for blow. Both teams trading, fighting back, and it's leaving us in a tantalizingly even game state.
We acknowledged the win condition for Natives. I'd like to take stock of the kill distribution for Verdant so that the folks at home may try to figure out where the win condition for Verdant lies this game. And Middlecourt, I dare you to have a stab at where Verdant are the strongest on the map so far.
It is looking like Gooby as it stands.
Yes. With 6 kills out of 6 for the Verdant AD carry. Certainly showing his mettle up against the Draven Ashe bot lane. Does, however, paint a massive target on his back. Nulu's jumping in. If Smurfy, Yeki, if they're jumping forward, it has to be this for this Kalista. And Gooby's got no cleanse. Hasn't opted into any of the QSS either. There's plenty of things that he could get caught by. We talked about Shoei Katami's positioning needing to be perfect. Gooby's going to need to be that step better.
That's always the benefit of the Callista. The ability to hop around, dance around team fights is mesmerizing when executed to the highest level. Verdant moving with 3, converging on the mid lane, going to be spotted out on a ward. Nulu still has the Spirit Rush if he needs to get away, so the move is for naught from Verdant. Jobel will steal away those chickens though.
Cloud Drake spawning in 40 seconds time. Because it would be the sole point where Native's able to take it. PlayStation does have Flash, thought about it. Rusty Sniper still importantly has their own.
And how good is Cloud Soul here? Often relegated to Cloud Soul, but additional movement speed for Natives, I think, versus his composition is absolutely pivotal. If Rusty Sniper can dodge that hook, if he can dodge away from that Fate Sealed from Gooby, even if he can just run away out of that Malphite.
Yeah, he can run around a corner to dodge a Malphite or from a Nautilus Q as well. Like, movement speed very valuable this game, and you know, definitely not one to be scoffing at.
Doxy is going to be rotating down first from top lane, and Natives, I feel like they've already seen this playbook from Verdant before, and they will acquiesce a little bit of pressure, but Smurfy moving over. Verdant going to be able to start up the dragon first, but Natives look to move in.
Smite and Callista, very difficult fight to take for Natives. They're going to need to win the 5v5 if they want it.
PlayStation going for the ultimate, going to be hitting down onto Gooby in the back, already taken to half HP. Yaki locked in here with Verdant as they try and collapse on one side of the fight. It is Smurfy. They are going for the Gnar, and they have got him. The stun onto Rusty Sniper. He's overstepped his bounds, and it's a double for Doxy.
Julbu stops the flash in place. Rusty Sniper thought he'd get the execute onto Gooby. Couldn't find it. Rusty saw 900 gold plus his cash in, sat tantalizing him. Wasn't able to get it. They got the Drake, but at what cost?
Ooh, a load of lost stacks and a load of potential gold going down the drain, but it's first tower in the bottom lane claimed by Nulu. It's a sole point for Natives, and Verdant, whilst they may have won that fight in handily clear fashion, they are still not comfortable in this game. Their playoff spot is still not secured.
Very much up for the grabs. Rusty Sniper going to be working toward that opportunity, see if he can use it as such to deny Verdant their access to the playoffs, end their season here. The level down. Almost a full CS display. CS. A whole CS we look on. It's a whole CS up, in fact.
Yeah.
These are the margins.
Very close margins there for E-Roll. Does have that Saris Embrace completed, so deceptively tanky on this Talia at the moment, but I love how active Nulu has been getting into these side lanes, getting the shove down, but every time we pan over towards the Callista, I'm in awe of how powerful Gooby is on this pick. Going for the Terminus second, it looks like, just to be that little bit tankier, just to deny those engages a little bit more, just to frustrate Natives that bit further.
And I don't know how replicatable that last fight was, because those were all the perfect conditions that Natives needed to meet. They landed the Ash Arrow on Gooby through 5 people. They didn't have the follow-up, and then they managed to land a charm after the fact. So, the fact that A, Gooby lived, and B, they landed all that CC, might be a little bit terrifying.
Oh, Yaki standing in the way of the Shelly as Verdant get the charge onto the inner tower. Not able to knock that one down, but Natives, they haven't really been able to gain too much on the map whilst Verdant committed towards the top side. Yaki going to be looking for Gooby. They find the Callista once more, but the Draven ult doesn't quite reach. And now the Sejuani is left alone in the front side. It's another 2 for 0 for Verdant. Shoei Katame, fast fingers on the flash, getting away. But the green machine starting to get rolling.
And they're beginning to thrive, Middlecott. Their spot in playoffs up for grabs, and they are looking to take it. By force, by hook, by crook. An important interaction there, the Draven ulti getting pulled back after it hits the first target. There was a very boisterous front line there of PlayStation and Julbu. Just sat catching Draven ultis. That's all they needed to do, and it kept Gooby alive again. That shutdown stays on top of the Callista's head, and Rusty Sniper once again getting a bit too good for his britches and falls in the fight.
Minute and a half, Verdant will have to contest around this dragon. They have done a great job at fighting natives in the river thus far in this game. And if they're able to take down this mid lane tower, which looks like the likely scenario, then they should have priority. Doobie is going to get hit by the Ash Arrow, stunned up. But he gets out once more. Ero going to be the next target, and Rusty Sniper not able to claim the kill. Nulu doing all the carrying for natives as it stands. Ero does have that teleport, so the death timer not as disastrous as it otherwise would be for Verdant, but this does give natives a move onto the mid lane tower as they look to trade it back.
And just as you think that snowball is beginning to roll down the hill, natives take a sledgehammer to it. Force it right on back up. Take down Ero. Importantly, it's not Gooby. Again, an arrow hits onto the AD carry. This Callista, who I thought Cleanse not being there would be the death of them, somehow still survives. I think that's the fourth Ash arrow that they've tanked. Not gone down. Surely one of them has to be the marker.
It does make you wonder as this game draws later and the damage does start to come through from natives, where not even snowballing, but just the nature of the game post 25, post 30 minutes. Will he be able to survive? Will he be able to stand tall when Verdant need him most? Nulu moving to the side lane, going to be taking another tower. Applying pressure, has the TP as that reset comes through from Shoei Katami.
I really like this play from natives. The game is in a very volatile state right now. There is no guarantee that natives can win and fight at an Elder if that spawns in 5 minutes time. So they're quite happy to give up this Cloud Dragon. They know Cloud Soul is not going to be the be-all and end-all of a win condition. Secure themselves some gold on the top side of the map as well. Took down a tier 1, maybe they can work for a tier 2.
Oh, Nulu is being caught out here. Doxy jumping on top of him. PlayStation hooks straight into the wall, and it's another kill for Nulu, doing everything he can, and PlayStation flashes over the wall, and Smurfy throws a rock at his head.
We are 22 minutes into the game, everybody. Erol, Gooby, and Julbu are still there, but Baron is on the table. Natives, they thought about it. There were some pings that went down. They've recognised this is these three, it's not the call.
And despite the Draven, the focus, the nexus of this composition, it's Nulu. It's always been Nulu, the man in the mid lane for natives, showing the value of his experience, showing his raw mechanical skill. In addition, that CS number 240 for 23 minutes in is ridiculous, and he is pairing it up with a whole host of items and a whole bunch of carrying.
Last week, maybe the week before, we had an interview with Nulu where he recognised his strength, and he said, guys, I'm just going bot lane. Nobody can fight me 1v1. I will make them come to us. He made the call, the game-winning decision to split the map, to be that presence that nobody could deal with. He has that opportunity again.
Smurfy just popping the ultimate there to clear the wave, get priority against Doxy, who has had a mighty fine game for himself on the Malphite, doing decent enough in that laning phase, and has found some key ultimates onto the natives backline as well.
Now our attentions will turn to the big purple worm. 2k gold lead for natives, but that's not nearly enough for them to start off a Baron. Up against the Malphite with TP, you don't want to be clumped up in that pit. I think they're going to wait on Nulu's third item completion, the same for Rusty Sniper as well.
PlayStation able to hook himself away, and the cooldown on the arrow burnt from Shoei Katami, finding precious little for it.
Just going to sit back. We've got a couple minutes before any big objective particularly should be happening, right? We've got the Drake in 2.5. And when you've got double components on your 2 major carries, natives, they're not going to feel emboldened to take this fight. Gooby still sat on that dirt. We don't expect to see that get completed, but the Terminus has been finished for a while. He's definitely a little bit more tanky. Definitely going to feel comfortable trying to shred through the health of Yankee, of Smurfy, who, honestly, this game, itemizing for this 1v1, for this split pusher, doesn't really feel like he's getting too far with it. Might need a third, maybe a fourth item before this side lane goes truly natives' way.
You got to feel for Gooby that the slot inefficiency of his current build could come back to bite him if he's not able to turn that recurve bow into something a little bit more substantial before the next big engagement. That is a lot of gold in the pocket going to waste, especially with 2 big carries here for Natives so close to their 3rd item.
Bear in mind of this game, not just about Verdant securing playoffs, it's about them potentially not, and as a consequence, Ruddy came from a 3-7 scoreline to end 7-7, and if Verdant go down here, Ruddy who take that 4th place position.
Those 3rd items have now been completed for Natives. They are unlocked and online. Sundered Sky here for Rusty Sniper. The guaranteed first crit on a Draven auto. That sounds scary as all heck, but the Rabadons for Nulu as he ticks over to level 16.
Just sounds even scarier.
Ari, traditionally in pro play, not a damage threat, more of a setup champion who's there to enable the other parts of your team. No. Nulu is here to kill.
And the worst part about this build is, you don't have to land any spell. You press R, you auto attack. You press R again, you auto attack again. It can feel incredibly punishing to play against, and there's very little counterplay available if you're not getting hit by those things, and if you're isolated as well. It might feel pretty rough for Gooby to try and play, but if he's sat isolated versus an Ori, maybe that's a different issue. They're the to contend with. Push in the mid lane established for your team in green. Baron already spawned, excuse me. Drake spawning in 20 seconds time. Once again, Natives not bound by anything to try and take this fight on the bot side of the map. If they've got time top side, they can use it to take more than just a Drake.
I think that's the decision that the team from Ireland have made. Verdant, aware of the situation that they find themselves in. This is the pressure. Having 3 Drakes allows you to exert, but Verdant look to exert a little bit of pressure, and Rusty Sniper almost getting predicted on by PlayStation, but crucially just out of range of the hook, and Jobu gonna get caught in the mid lane, has to ult defensively away, but this means that PlayStation
Beautiful.
Gets taken to 50%. E-roll now potentially in danger, but once again, PlayStation getting hit by the initial engage. And Natives find kill number 1. Natives find kill number 2. And Natives finds the stun. Yankee leading from the front. Nulu rampaging forward. That is 3 without reply.
It was a firing range, and Verdant just sat there and took it. Ash Arrow comes in, Charm comes in. Verdant, yes, they're juggling it really well, but they put nothing up in response. Natives secure a fight in the mid game, are going to secure the Baron, and maybe head to the Soul as well. Look at Shoei Katami, he's solo ran Jobu away.
Jobu can't move onto it. Jobu can't move onto it. Verdant, they're not even able to claim a consolation prize off of that play, and for a game that has been so back and forth, so well contested by both teams. Natives, they see what is in front of them and they grasp it, and here comes Nulu to make it even worse. A team with nothing to fight for, a team with nothing to gain from victory say no, we will stand and we will show what we are made of.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Middlecott. We've been here before with Natives. Week after week, game after game, the game looked unlosable. And to the bane of many a Natives fan, it has ended up being lost. This time round, it's not just the Natives fandom that they have supporting them. There's a whole bunch of eager Ruddy supporters hoping they can close this out.
PlayStation on the flank looking for a Hail Mary for Verdant. A team which has never really got going this split, but still possesses so much class on this roster. Doxy, Gooby, big names within the ERL scene. E-roll there as well, a rising talent who has previously done great things with this organization, would love to do great things with them again. Are behind, are on the back foot, and Doxy is going to eat a charm directly to his face. That is not the direction you want to be ulting on a Malphite.
I thought this guy was supposed to be a tank. And maybe anybody else dies there, but that's just not what you want to see from your front line. Such low cooldowns as well on the Spirit Rush, on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Natives use those abilities and they secure themselves, the base being broken open.
Oh, hello though. Yaki is taking a load of damage in the front line. Rusty Sniper is going to get knocked up by the ultimate. It's a kill for Verdant.
And again, it's Verdant playing very well with those health bars. Last time around in mid lane, it caught them out.
Oh, he goes over the wall. Elder Spirit Rush back, getting away. No one getting flipped by Verdant. They're putting down a small chase. PlayStation going to get ulted for it, but there's nothing for him to find at the end of the play. Verdant, they hold on to those inhibs crucially. But they are almost moments, one lost team fight away from being eliminated from playoffs.
Absolutely. The 0.1 seconds manages to keep Shawi Katami alive. And at this time in the game, it's up to Verdant how much that death would have cost them. It's not going to be the case this time round. Shawi gets back to base and leaves that kill streak just about intact. Not another one. Both of these supports, mere milliseconds from death.
I think that mirrors the feelings on the side of Verdant. They've still got the potential of an Elder Steel in 2.5 minutes. That objective, which Natives, we have to feel, intentionally delayed, didn't allow to spawn onto the Rift before they gained a commanding advantage, is presenting itself as the sole hope for Verdant. Because they are not in this game as it stands. Yaki is in their jungle. Yaki's been flipped back, but the Sejuani, so damn tanky. And it's another pick going to be set up by Shawi Katami and finished by Rusty Sniper.
Smurfy's bot lane as well. That inhibitor is going to fall. There's a wave top lane. That turret will also fall. Ruddy look on. Glee in their minds. The playoffs just one Nexus away.
And it's despair for Verdant. They were so close that they could almost taste it. But everything that they've worked so hard for over this split, over the past couple of months, is disappearing before their eyes. And there is very little that they can do to stop it.
Flash on Rusty Sniper and Shawi Katami. You have to flash Doxy's ultimate. As rule number 1 playing an AD carry versus Malphite. For Natives, it's not even a case of dotting the I's and crossing the T's. It's signed, sealed, and all they've got to do is deliver it right now.
Jolby tanking up that Ash Arrow Smurfy. Potentially going to get caught on the side, but the skill shots, they're just not landing here for reroll. As another inhib falls in favor of Natives. 3 off the map, and Elder in a minute's time.
They can head back to the Baron as well if they fancy. It's going to be up a little bit sooner. All 3 inhibitors pushing in. You don't need an Elder at that point. 6 super minions every single wave. It's difficult for even a Sivir to deal with.
And Verdant, they just don't have the damage at this point. This Kalista, who started off the game 6-1, has found scant little beyond that point. Verdant basically locked in their own base, and Natives living here rent-free. They're trying to sally out, trying to find something, but they just can't grab onto anything as Yaki whiffs on the ultimate, but Jobu may just be caught regardless. Smurfy coming over the wall as Nunu finds him with the flash arm, and that may be it. Gooby surviving on the backline, persisting with the DPS, but he's not there. It's not enough. He's gone. And all throughout Ireland, the cheers come through for Natives, and all throughout South London, the Ruddy fans rejoice. Verdant are out. Ruddy are in.
They have never missed playoffs during their time in the NLC, and that will not stop today.
Oh my words. And Natives, a team who so many times have just not gotten over the finish line, so many times have been in commanding positions that we felt like surely they could win from. But today, on a day where it didn't matter for them at all, but it mattered a hell of a lot for Ruddy, they showed up and showed Verdant the door.
From 1%. From 1% of probabilities to being in playoffs.
Incredible stuff. We will see you after the break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Stand by what?
Natives win versus Verdant, removing them from playoffs, and with this, Ruddy get themselves a ticket for the top 4 of the league with a miracle run. It is completed. You can finally rest and breathe, by the way, Ruddy. You did a good job. And Natives did an astonishing job as well on this game.
Yeah, let's start there, because obviously this game has huge impacts. There's a lot to talk about, but I think it's really important to talk about Natives, because the thing is, this is their last game of the split. They don't make playoffs. They don't get to come true on the early game of the split, or the early performances they had on the split. But they still get to rip Verdant out of playoffs. They go from a potential second place finish all the way to not even making playoffs. They king-make Ruddy. They complete the miracle run. Yes, we praise Ruddy for doing an insane amount of work, for putting themselves in a position to get there, but it was never entirely in their hands. They go from 1% of remaining scenarios where they make playoffs. They make it, but Natives had to be the ones that pushed them over the line. and the style they did it in as well. The early game, not entirely clean. It got a bit messy, but even so, once it started rolling, once the Ahri for Nulu, one of the absolute best mid laners in the league, gets rolling, the Lich Bane's in, the Death Cap's there early, it was pretty magical. This team next split, I think they're still going to be dangerous. Don't take the results of this split for granted. They're going to be lethal when it matters.
Crucially, I think when you got to the late game points, when Baron is spawned and when you have to enter potentially these wide map states, that's when the experience of natives truly shined, right? You had Nulu on the Ahri setting up top side consistently, but you had Gnar on the other side of the map setting up his waves to sync with it. I talked earlier about how Verdant would play the Venom Crest comp well, but natives just did that into Verdant. If Venom Crest want to see how they should have played out their lane states later, they have a full guide on how to do that by natives, because when it comes to these late stage parts of the game, natives IQ goes from the left side of the bell curve to the right side of the bell curve, and they become one of the best teams in the league, a team that genuinely could have challenged the top of the league. And I think the question of what would have happened if Selfie hadn't been sick for that week, that might be one of the biggest what ifs of this split, right? And going into summer, I hope they can prove that this is the natives we could have always seen.
As they end the split 6-8. Imagine that week when Nulu was here and they go,
oh boy,
even 1-1, even 1-1, and suddenly they're tying with the Verdants, the light sides, the Ruddies. Like, that looks so different.
Yeah, 100%.
Harsh reality, but it is what it is, right? We can't say anything else than it is what it is. They did the best they could, and to me, the fact that they went to the last game with nothing to win, bringing their own composition, and saying, okay, we're out, but this is who we are. That is also a beautiful story. I know the narrative is more about, right now, Ruddy getting into playoffs, I know, but this last, star shining, that was a good, farewell guys, we did good.
But I think one star shining puts another one out, right? Because the Verdant star, it's diminishing right now. And they are the heartbreak for this particular. One of the other teams alongside Lightside who had their fate sealed before they even got to play today. It's a real frustration for them after that win earlier on. But for Verdant, how close was this game in so many ways? That Kalista looked ungodly fed. Gooby was looking fantastic. They've had so many games to split where they look really good, but a 0-2 head-to-head against Ruddy, and suddenly, despite tying in games, they're not in it. And that hurts so much for an organization I think a lot of us actually had quite a lot of faith in. They look pretty good for a large portion of the split, but pretty good sometimes isn't good enough when it's close like this.
Let's talk about that Draven, because we do have a replay with the Draven cash in. I think that was the first time he was able to cash it in. That can change everything.
Yep. Natives start off with what looks like Verdant kind of looking for the pick, but PlayStation messed up the hook, and then Nulu, Yaki begin the rotation into the jungle. The fights begin to happen on watch at the bottom of the screen as well as Shawi Katami and Draven for Rusty Sniper zooming on in. And it's just a disaster because it was looking pretty rough early after Gooby had gotten some kills, but suddenly the pick and the chase from Natives is pretty strong. They get a kill onto Ahri, they get a kill onto Rusty who gets the cash in, and this early game suddenly looked okay. It just wasn't cohesive from there because it was a very back and forth early game.
And crucially right there, this from Verdant was PlayStation entering River for an element of control while Talia is on reset and Kalista is just barely coming out of base. You are essentially completely isolated. Even if jungle is with you there, you are now entering as two. Yes, the enemy has to face check into you, but the follow-up damage from Talia is not going to be there for an extended period. So this was another example where early game, maybe natives weren't completely on board and there was some pretty big mess ups there on an individual level early, but when there was an opportunity for Verdant to heavily punish them, Verdant themselves were not in a proper position to do so, and right there it cost them big time into Rusty Sniper on one of his best champions, if not the champion we associate with the man, the myth, the legend.
Speaking of,
because I was getting some
if this was the cue,
that was the cue. Shut up.
I'm getting DMs from players, by the way. They're really excited. So
are you?
That is really interesting. But let's toss it to the interview right now. I do believe we have some. Yeah. Look into the DMs because you might get a few of them.
Yo.
Rusty, my man.
Yo, hello.
Look at that smile. That What can you tell me about this game to start it off?
The what? The game?
Yeah, the game.
I was tilted. I'm gonna be completely honest. I was tilted in Champ Select. My first death, dude, everything in this game tilted me. This is the first game I felt this way. But yeah. I can't complain though, I got carried at the end of the day, but there was, yeah.
I mean, it's the last game of the split. If you can,
it's the
can
last
you give
game
me,
of the split. It's important game, right? It's
Yeah.
between us and, you know, like dictating which players go into playoffs. Like
Yeah.
we're like God in this scenario, you know? Like, sorry, but like, you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I understand
And we're like,
100%.
yeah, we're like, okay, we banned Malphite. This is going good, and we didn't ban Malphite. You know, he was like, wait, what do we ban? It's last second, oh, Malphite, and then obviously, shall we support? He's a support, right? So with the support mechanics, he wasn't fast enough to ban the Malphite. If it was an ADC, if it was me, I would have been fast enough. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
So tell me something. There were a few parts of the game that I was like, well, he's going to cash in. He's going to cash in. He's going to cash in.
Yeah, no, they didn't let me, bro.
They didn't let you.
In warm up as well. You know warm up? I played Kalista. 0, 1, and 5. 5 assists. No one is letting me get the kills. Hello? Like, come on, guys.
It's one of those. Can you buy wards, please? Because we kind of need vision.
No.
We were talking about the fact that it was the last game, but it was like your time to shine and say, "Hey, we're this good." It didn't happen this split, but we're this good. Pay attention. You think that was it?
This game, no. Like, I'm really sad. Like, yesterday, I could have carried, you know, with the Zeri. This game, I could have been more, like, calm and controlled and been able to predict certain things that they were doing, like the gang spot and stuff like that. Very obvious. But still, it was a lot of chaos. But, yeah, I wanna give props to Nula, honestly. He first-timed Ori this game. He first-timed Ori. We hadn't played a single game of it in scrims. And he just picked it for himself, and we're sitting there in draft like, okay, this is might be disaster, but you know, he played really good, so that was nice.
If you could say anything to your teammates now that it's over, what would you say?
I would say thanks for dealing with a Draven player, you know. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. We had this conversation. They're like, you know, usually ADCs, they're crybabies, but you know, you take criticisms quite well. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. So they pushed me to become a better player, so I'm happy for that. And I can only do the same, you know. So yeah, that's what I would say. And honestly, I wanna say one thing as well. Wait, yes. Who's in? It's Ruddy, right? In playoffs instead of Lightside and.
Ruddy went to playoffs, yeah.
Instead of Lightside as well, right?
Yeah, Lightside, and further that out, it's ready.
Yeah. I wanna give a message to Painful. You know, I think he has to step it up. He's been slacking. You know, it's embarrassing, honestly. So, Painful, if you're watching this, get your stuff together, you know, and get that EU Master spot. That's all.
Gosh, that's deep, man. I don't know. I don't know when I will be able to talk to you again on the interview, but man, it's really good to talk to you in the interviews.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed this.
Thank you. Likewise, I like our chemistry here.
We have something.
Yeah, we have something going on here. I mean,
man, you're an amazing player, and it's hard to see AD carries like you, man.
Thank
Good
you.
job on
Thank
the
you. I
split.
mean,
I'm proud
I'm
of
not
you.
gonna lie, the ADCs this split in NLC, they're all kind of hot. Like, not gonna lie, you know, they're all pretty good looking. Probably the best looking role this season. I'm gonna, obviously, it's thanks to me, like you know, but still, like, there are some pretty good looking ADCs out there.
I'm proud of you, dude. Have a good one.
Thank you. Peace out.
Signing off.
This guy on interviews
This guy.
is just such a joy.
I mean, first time, by the way? Okay, out
That's
of 42 different champions that he has played in a 10-year career, Ari is actually his 7th most played champion. So I just want to call out Rusty Sniper there on being a goddamn liar.
Okay, first timing this split though, and I do get what you mean. Like, obviously the guys put a lot of time into Ari over the
First
years.
time this split.
But it's
wow.
been a little while. It's been like
first time
Malignus
so
has
many
changed everything.
champions this split. Wow, man, dude, you first time every champion every split.
It's
when
true.
you go by
It's
this
true.
Definition.
That sounds
Okay?
like a wonderful thing to have on my kitchen wall. Thank you for that.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, well, Rusty Sniper did go up too fast there, but like, you know, he's first timing Draven this split, so like it does make sense, you know, that he's doing that. Nulu, meanwhile, like this catch was really good for like two particular reasons. One, look at the amount of control they have towards topside here, and look at the fact that they just got the tier 2 and tier 3 down. There's no good way for Verdant to play this map now, because if they try to all in on the Drake, the Baron is just gone. They have no choice but to hard contest mid. But if they hesitate, if they lean too far in towards that rush, they should die. They have no way of knowing where Nulu is now. The last time they saw him was topside. So many of the map is gone. And yeah, he took down Rusty Sniper, but you still don't have a good way to deal with the Ahri. At no point in the top did they do it.
Well, exactly that. I mean, like, look, Doxy has to ult Ahri, not the AD carries. Like, that's
It's
a
like
bad
just a
side.
stupid.
That's
Yeah,
a bad
it's over.
side.
Yeah, and then Rusty's like, wow, this comp is suddenly really playable. You have what, Callista going into me? Please come at me, right?
Well, as you can see right now, we have to move on from that one to the last game of
We're both
the
quite passionate
split.
about that fight. Like, it's...
Oh, you guys have no idea how the green room was, but DMG versus Light Side. This game means nothing. And in my opinion, when you look at DMG, they're like, let's have fun, let's play, let's get another W. For Light Side, you start the day with, we might make it to playoffs. You see the first game without. So mental will be tested right now for both teams. Will they pull the natives and say, hey, let's do our best and show who we are? Or will they just play it just for play? We don't know. We don't know. But we're about to jump into Champion Select, I think. Yeah, there you go.
We are indeed. Nice little
Last game of the split.
So, I mean, like, the thing is, for Lightside, you have to feel for them, because their fates were decided before they ever got to touch them. They didn't get to play for that last spot. They can still end up 7-7, and that's probably not a bad thing in terms of championship points, because you do still want to get those when you're looking forward to summer and avoiding relegations and all that kind of jazz. For DMG, though, maybe now's the time to strike, because Lightside are going to be feeling disappointed. You know it. They're going to be really bitter about how the day has gone. Maybe you could stick the knife in one more time.
Senna for Smolder trade is up. Will be really interesting to see what DMG go with first pick here. If Ella, let's just ban up the Senna here. Okay, there you go. So Smolder is up. I would honestly just first pick Smolder in the current meta, but we'll see what DMG goes. Senna is normally the play by most teams right now. But again, we are in one of the latest game. Are they just going to slam in Comfort? Varus is always like the safe pick people go for. I don't really think it's that good a pick. You have permission to go either Senna or Smolder here. What should be Varus support? Yeah, in that case, you just go for Smolder straight up if you're worried about that. If they go Senna now and it ends up being Val support plus Smolder, DMG have absolutely smurfed on them in the draft phase. So we've actually seen these two paired together in the bot lane.
EMP also runs it jungle.
Yeah, EMP also runs it jungle, and we've also seen Rumble paired in bot lane with Varus before. So this could theoretically be a really good takeaway, and it's a really good flex pick for LLS, obviously. Rumble is also a top laner. Vex here looks a bit like Smolder, but isn't actually the champion. So
it's emo Smolder, exactly that. Small flying creature, but emo version. Oh, this was the Vex variant.
True. I actually want to see Smolder because I'm pretty sure they face each other as well in the portraits now, and it just looks like Shift is like judging Agony Pain's like positive mental attitude, even though the split has been a complete disaster.
Well, we've got like Vex's like teenage Twilight style crush in Viego. Like the Viego lines for Vex are like concerning, man. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
But that's locked in.
Look
Reset
where she's
combos
looking,
are in.
actually. Wow.
It's like, oh, yeah, exactly. That's he's bare chested. Vex is just
now this is a champion. This is a champion that's Tolak's hovering here. All right, into Varus,
Teemo is
into
so
Viego.
nuts.
It is like Teemo's been in a good spot many times, but many top laners don't practice it in solo queue, so it never gets taken advantage of.
That hard. It's just like just throw mushrooms in good position. The only thing is actually learning to use your shrooms right and position them in awkward ways.
Yeah,
like they are really, really annoying.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if they have that Teemo potentially for later on in the
Just do it.
draft phase.
the
Are
last
we the
game.
ones not taking this seriously now? But like, no, genuinely, could actually be a good pick at a point. I am interested in what they do now, though, because you do have the mirror into support versus mid here. So supports are being banned out by Lightside, mids need to be banned out by DMG, but you do have the possibility of Varus being flexed, like you said. I do think there's the actually legitimate thing that they could look to do in this particular game. So I want to see what kind of mids get banned here, what options end up being left open on support or ADC. It is just going to be Rel Renata bans. I guess with a center comp, you somewhat expect a front to back. I more expect like a straight up kite comp, so you could potentially deal with the Rel, but they've decided they don't want to do that here.
But you can sort of lay out the carpets of doom between the Rumble and the Senna ultimates, which are always quite nice. So it's like we used to see Kiana jungle, so you have Kiana Jones and the carpets of doom between like Braum, Senna, Rumble all throwing ults at the same time. It was great fun. That combo doesn't come out so much anymore. It was very much an LJL special from a couple years back. But Ahri makes some sense with what you've got. Very easy to follow up on the Nautilus and the Ahri diving forwards. That makes a lot of sense. It could also make things like the Vex and the Viego going forwards feel quite sad. They are, however, not locking it in quite yet, though. I think is that Rise now locked? If the
Rise
is
switched,
Rise locked. Okay. Been a while since we've seen a Rise, but Torek, I believe, plays a fair amount of it. So comfort, split push, EQ, EQ, EQ.
That was a good sound, by the way. So final picks for DMG. We might have some lock-in because they need ways to lock in people. They have initiation, they have the follow, they just need to lock them up, and Leona will be the lock-up. The final pick
is like the last pick left that could deal with Rumble, because the brilliant thing about the Rise pick is that it's a good matchup in the Vex, but it is the takeaway into something that could be really good against this Rumble topside. So with Karma banned, the last thing you really have remaining is Udyr, but it looks like they might just go for the Akali straight up and try to play all in on the champion that has decent stats with an early Zhonya's. Nope, they're just going to go for lane resets on top over and over and again, and a little bit of prayer.
Like, you definitely can play Akali into the Rumble. You just have to time out the overheat, and then you can just all in with your E. But it's much more up those all-ins. They just like Gragas is an easier option. You've now got Varus with Leona. Great amount of lockdown. Vex and Viego to dive. Gragas can play topside. It's very obvious and easy to execute what they're trying to do. They've got good team fights, great pick, play around the bot side, use the CC you've got, particularly around that level 6 mark, to try and break the Senna before she comes super online. The Nara's the last pick into the Gragas. That then puts the Rumble into the jungle for EMP, which is what he's like to do anyway. So, bit of spice, but in a very light side way there.
Yep, I mean, the problem with potentially going the Akali is that you might just get Giga countered on the last rotation, because yes, that Rumble could always go in towards the jungle, like it just has. They've gone the Nara into Gragas matchup, which is a bit easier to play out. And yeah, I do like their comp. I do think that this is really easy set of itemization for both Viego and Vex. That being said, the damage and the health and the trade potential and basically everything else is on the side of light side. I think they have a really, really strong composition in pretty much every stat going to late game, and it's a difficult composition to all in into, and that is what DMG want to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the center of the Rise is going to be hard, and if you don't stop one of the two of them getting gold, they are going to press R on whoever dives in, and you're going to have a flame roasted Viego and Vex very swiftly.
So you either get the kills or you get roasted. This is the last game of the entire split. That doesn't mean anything for the standings, but it does mean a lot for our predictions. I don't know you back at home, because you're also fighting for that Steel Series Airlocks wireless mouse. So it's upon them to bring on the show. It's upon our casters to bring in the hype. It is Rudud, and for the last time, middle cut.
But,
wow. Wow.
I'm pretty sure I'm doing playoffs. Does Archer know something that I don't?
I've got some horrible news, buddy.
Oh, no! But yeah, this game is, in terms of the standings,
for 0 marbles.
0 marbles. Well. We do need to consider.
Marbles, in fairness.
We do need to
some
consider
championship point marbles.
Championship points, because if Lightside win today, they do actually leapfrog Verdant. And will end up in 5th place. But unfortunately for the Swedish team, this is a game more about pride than anything else. They have been incredible this split, with a roster built around the players that did so well for them in Division 2. And the fact that they've been even in the conversation for playoffs right up until the final week of the split, I think speaks volumes about how well they've played.
Yeah, again, same sort of ilk that we took with Venom Crest. If you show me this light side roster at the start of the split and tell me that they're potentially a tiebreaker away from being in playoffs, I laugh at you. But they've proven themselves this game, this week, this series, every step of the way, really. Slightly rocky start to the split, but bounced back with very, very strong form. And hopefully, you know, we get to see some of that sparkle go into split number 2, go into summer. And they can keep this roster, keep the pieces, and get into a position where they're challenging even more closely for the playoffs.
Absolutely. And I think for DMG, it's been the writing's been on the wall for a couple of weeks now. This is a team who never really were able to get going, never really were able to move into challenge for those so competitive spots in the playoffs. But I think we've seen bright sparks for them at points, and I think this is another final opportunity for them to show what they can do.
Absolutely. Just got a current player client issue at the minute, so we're waiting to get that resolved before we head on into the game. But obviously, between these two, the two sides that maybe coming into this we'd expected a little bit less from, but for the season that they've had, do have to give strong amount of props to. For me, on light side, it's been a heavily top jungle affair. Almost. I had really strong opinions of him coming in, like strong positive opinions of him coming in, but actually somehow still surpassed them. Yes, has been an exceptional Lilia player, but it's proven that he's a lot more than that as well.
I think Bucci as well. I think he's really shown the ability to go toe-to-toe with a lot of the very experienced, strong top laners in the league. I mean, I'm looking at this guy alongside someone like Doxy, alongside someone like Nile, who have just got so much experience, Nile domestically within the NLC and Doxy across various ERLs, and the fact that it's Bucci's first split
current child
in a league of this level, current child indeed, is really incredible, not just for light side at the moment, but for the potential light side of the future. This is a team that has very clearly given a lot of faith to these guys, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see some of these faces returning for summer.
And it would, more than wouldn't surprise me, it would make me happy, right? If we got to see more of this light side roster and see what they can do together. Same sort of vein as well for the natives roster as well. I think they, again, a solid roster that just couldn't quite make it work in the end. Hopefully we get to see some of those players again back for the summer split, because we know that there's always a lot of roster turnover in the NLC, is the unfortunate truth for us. But we were discussing in the break, we kind of like, well, you know, 95% of these players, we're just going, yeah, come back, please.
Well, I think, and that's just a testament to how even and exciting this split has been. Obviously, you've got the superlatives of teams like Lions Creed and then DMG who've a little bit struggled, but it has been an absolute cluster something in the middle, and it is ending today with the final game of the regular split.
Guys, I have great news. Middlecott has found the ultimate counter to Elise. Just whipped off his bandana, sent a spider to Narnia.
Well, you said it was going to be annoying you all cast, so
and it would have been.
I had to take matters into my own hands.
And you did. Note that this will be a spider-free cast.
And that's great. Well, Elise has sort of been out of the meta for a fair while, so doesn't really surprise me. DMG are going for a little bit of an aggressive maneuver into the jungle of light side, and will spot out Dr. Chaos as he returns towards the bottom side around his blue buff.
Farming center this game. Ragnar starting out with that D-Blade. Hopefully going to be able to farm some stacks up off of Dux in particular. Trying to farm stacks versus on the Varus, might be a little bit tricky, but the Leona being melee, of course, makes it a little bit easier.
Oh, that was
brief.
That was an
Those are the pauses you dream
of.
No,
I do. That it didn't even start ticking down.
No.
How do you even have a pause that short?
I think...
Like the APM to like /pause /unpause, like he's going crazy there.
They're 10 people in a call, like all 10 of the players.
I think that breaks competitive integrity rules.
Nah, well, that's where you'd be wrong. Because otherwise they couldn't unpause and pause that quickly.
That's true. Like, it's just the...
I'm merely looking at the facts laid before me.
As you understand them, Ducks. Look at Dr. Chaos before him. Both supports going to be trading Aftershock procs, which means, of course, neither of them takes any damage. But Cabs has been able to get Pro over this lane, and Ragnar and Dr. Chaos are going to have to respect level 2 because Leona Varus sounds like a duo with a fair bit of damage.
Yes, that's Millicott, because it is. They do indeed have a fair bit of damage to go between the two of them. Importantly, though, Ragnar was able to farm a whole soul off of Ducks during that Aftershock trade, so points to the Senna for getting that one off to the races and starting up nice and early. And both of our junglers did start on this bot side of the... Or actually, have ended up on the bot side of the map, excuse me. It looks like Emp started on his Raptors to make his way down here. Shift is going to be spotted here, and this is Shift Viego, remember, so probably the pick that we've most associated DMG's success with.
Oh, and he's actually going to be able to exploit a little bit. Emp opting for the reverse clear, forcing the flash out of the rumble, needing to burn that summoner spell to stay alive, and Shift is just going to go thank you very much and pick up the blue buff.
It's a small thing, but it's using bot prio, looking for an invade and catching out the enemy jungler, so really well performed, well executed by DMG to start us off.
And I think this is when DMG have looked at their best, when Shift is enabled through their early stages. I do cast my mind back to that game against Lions Creed in the first round robin where he had the worst time possible, but equally he has had those games on the Viego where it's a couple of early kills and DMG look like a team that can compete with a lot of teams in the league.
Absolutely. The reset nature of this composition just by the nature of Vex Viego as a duo. You find one kill, typically you're gonna find a few more. Up against the light side roster that doesn't particularly have a tank, right? Bucci's going to be a front line, Dr. Chaos is going to be a front line, but I hesitate to call them tanks. Finding those resets is going to be a little easier than maybe DMG had anticipated going in.
And I mean, stealing away a Nautilus is payday if you are a Viego. You just pop the hook forward and then the second reset almost becomes easier than the first.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? Maybe you're right, Millicott. On occasion, you have some good ideas.
Ragnar and Dr. Chaos have been under the cosh a little bit in terms of the priority in the lane, but Bucci has been absolutely chilling in the top side. He's got this wave pushing towards him, has a significant health advantage, and LVS may have just enough mana to shove this out, but that is going to be a load more gold going into the Nar's pocket.
D-Shield as well for the Gnar should help him out a little bit versus the Arcane Comet, so should be able to have a decent time with
Ducks going in onto Ragnar, who's burnt the Kens very early. Is still going to be taken down for the Ignite, flashing away. Cabs chasing the center under the tower, but not quite able to find her. Dr. Chaos forcing the heal out from DMG's bot lane. The Piercing Darkness comes through, and the support picks up the enemy support in trade. Dr. Chaos running away, and just about makes it out. And here comes Emp, but spotted out in the river. He's not going to be able to pick up a second for light side.
It's daylight robbery, Middlecott. Just, if you could screenshot that fight at any point, right up until Ducks died, and you'd think that DMG were going to win that.
So close, but yet so far, as so often has been the case for DMG this season. Shift hanging around in the bot side of brush, but light side don't want none of that smoke, as the Viego is forced to make his way away.
At some point, they're going to have to find a way to crash this wave. Cabs will be able to get a good reset off. Likely pick up that tier. This is Halo Blades Virus, so you're expecting the Muramana. You're expecting the Lethality style to come through. Confirmed by that Serrated Dirk in the inventory. Do hesitate for when Viruses don't take tiers off their first base. Be fairly vocal about how slow it can be to stack up a tier on Varus, and not taking on your first recall is only going to slow that down. So maybe we're just seeing the new no-tier Varus from Cabs.
Potentially. A bit more frugal in terms of the spell usage, but as long as they land, I'm not sure you're going to care all that much. A little bit of a flank in the bot lane going towards Ragnar, and Agony Pain not going to be pressured too much in the mid lane. I'm pretty sure the center is just dead. Yeah, just going for the crash here, trying to thin out the minion wave, because you know he's not escaping here alive.
That's awful. He didn't crash the wave either.
I mean, just nothing has gone well in that situation, unfortunately.
I joke but I will int games to crash a wave in bot lane because of this exact reason.
You have inted games.
And I will again.
Oh, good to know.
Because otherwise this happens. And Ragnar has now missed probably 3-4 waves, and the wave is still awful. They have to find a way to get this under the turret fully. I think the minions are maybe just a little bit too on their side, and it might bounce back eventually. But yeah, Ragnar is just super lost out. After the good 2v2 as well.
No, it was. It was a good 2v2, but Senna not really as powerful in the Varus in the early game. Bucci on this start up against Gragas. We've seen this matchup already today, and it was slightly more Gnar favoured in the Lions Creed versus Nord game, but
the Gragas did win. The
Gragas did win, so maybe Bucci's seen that and has held back a little bit.
Ah, so he's sandbagging. Are you familiar with that term?
He is, oh, is this is the teams losing scrims deliberately so that...
I mean, you've taken it into an esports
I'm vaguely
context.
familiar with the term, allegedly.
We'll have to hold that shift. May have to burn his ulti here.
Yeah, M level 6 as well, so could be dropping that, or they just turn it around completely.
Resets, baby.
Here comes agony, here comes pain. Double kill for Shift, and the Viego is rolling.
Dux, of course, at home in the river, able to move his way up. Finds a 2-0. And you got that initial burst on the Rumble Rise, but apparently not enough to take down Shift, and when Agony Pain lands, beautiful ulti. Takes down 2. Shift now able to take down this Drake. DMG starting off this game very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, though, credit to Emp, because
this is a big one.
We have seen previously when Rumble has been piloted by the members of Lightside, Bucci in particular, leveling up the ultimate has been a mechanical challenge that they've not really been up to the task.
It's a big skill check for a lot of Rumble players.
No.
Pressing Control R at level 6.
Like, even level 7 on occasion.
Every occasion almost.
Yeah, from what I've heard. And maybe that's influenced the Lightside draft here.
Yeah, Bucci, sorry, you're not getting your hands on the Rumble, I'm afraid. We cannot be having another level 8 Rumble.
I just can't believe that he admitted to that himself in an interview.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh. Alright.
Fair play. Yeah, he just really told on himself there.
He just self-reported.
Just like, by the way, guys, I didn't level my ult for 2 levels that game.
Yeah, Batman himself, with a cloth and a slowly dripping faucet, could not get that information out of me. There's just no way.
I thought that was going to go down a different road, like Batman just like going on TV and just like, by the way, guys, I'm Bruce Wayne.
No, I'm saying he couldn't talk to the information out of me that I didn't level ulti at 6. Bucci, though, did level his ulti.
No, he's really developed as a player.
And this is the development that we love to see from Lightside members.
To be fair to, I think if we are going to be getting into Rookie of the Split conversations, it's difficult. It's difficult to argue specifically for Bucci because of how many excellent rookies there have been this split. But he has been very, very damn good.
Yeah, you know, yeah, he has. I again thought you were going to take it a different way, because of the mechanical misplays on his ultis, not leveling them up.
Yeah, sorry, I would have voted for you, but unfortunately you're not good at leveling your ult.
Oh, we'll put that in the ballots. Let it be noted. Plenty of good rookies, which is what's made the NLC so exciting this split, and honestly made the prediction race for everybody except Foxdrop and Aragon just so difficult.
I am going to end up on minus numbers, I'm pretty sure.
It depends how this game goes, but I could very well end up with you.
Oh, fantastic stuff. LBS body slamming forward, but Bucci able to hop out of there just in time. About to hit Mega, potential solo kill opportunity here for the Gnar, but with that ultimate timer still ticking down, chooses not to pull the trigger.
Smart.
Yeah, he didn't have his ultimate, but not because he didn't level it, because he'd actually already used it.
Wow. The growth that we're seeing, from minute to minute almost. Genuinely
Is that just going to be this entire cast just
no.
roasting Bucci?
Yes, but no. DMG is securing themselves what should be their first 3 set of the Groovers. Now, with ulti intact, gonna spot this out. Whether he lives or not is another question.
Did he see them?
No.
He did not see them.
He's gonna get jump scared when this one dies.
Oh my word.
Oh, no.
Oh my word. Okay, I
I'm in
need to get out of here. All right. Running into the river, but that's where the danger is. Flashes away, gets hit by Agony Pain once more. And the mid-jungle duo here for DMG is really turning up the screws this game.
Is Shift gonna hop over this wall? I feel it.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it here. Bucci on half HP, gonna get stunned. Shift taking a load of damage from the tower there. I think if that second tower shot didn't come through, there's maybe an angle there. Gonna have the recall interrupted by Bucci, who, about to hit Mega himself, is fairly confident that no further aggression is gonna come his way.
Now that Senna ulti was expended in the top lane, not gonna be useful.
Ooh, interrupt on the Zenith blade there from Dr. Chaos, and Dox is in pretty rough situation. Throws out the solar flare. Both supports trading their ultimates.
Again, 2 aftershock tanks. We're pressing our buttons, nobody's dying. We're chilling here. Confirmed survival is on the cards. Now, obviously the wave has somehow rectified itself, but you can see that there's a CS disparity that has opened up just a little bit. Experience as well. Cabs ahead of Ragnar. Well, he just hit level 8 as well, so I'm lying on the ground for 0, but that's fine.
Yeah. Why don't we talk about the jungle at the moment?
Why don't we? Tell me.
Yeah, well, I don't know why we're not, because we should. Because Shift has continued to snowball the lead for himself, and it feels like both times Emp has interacted with the enemy jungler, he has ended up paying the ultimate price for it, and that bodes very well for DMG in this game. LVS comboing Bucci under tab, not quite able to keep him locked down there for an extended period of time.
Yeah, nice opener for the Archangels, for LVS as well. Once that's finished off into the Seraphs, we'll be very happy, just chilling up against the Gnar. Probably won't end up falling in a side lane unless we get into those really extended laning phases with a couple of tier 1 turrets having been taken down. And the game has kind of slowed down quite significantly. It's just honestly been slow in general, let's be honest. It's been a pretty quiet one. We've seen a couple of mid-jungle skirmishes, and outside of that, not a lot else.
A little bit of a gank here in the top lane from just...
Would you call that a gank?
Yeah, it was a gank.
NLC did a really cool thing where they did like, is this a gank or not? And they had like a jungler on. I think they had speaker on, and they were like, is this a gank? That wouldn't have been a gank for speaker.
He wouldn't have counted that as a gank.
He would not have counted that as a gank.
Well, anyway, just moving up there to try and get a little bit of wave shove coming through for Bucci. Second Drake of the game going in favour of DMG, and I feel like we've been in this place so many times.
Yep.
This split, DMG have almost felt like mini natives in their games. The leads aren't quite as big, the throws aren't quite as catastrophic, but fundamentally, they know how to play out these early stages. They've just had difficulty translating them into games.
Absolutely. With the Rift Herald as well, started up, should be secured by them. You can see Bucci and Emp taking their recalls as we speak. No contest for that Rift Herald, and with 2 Drakes also having gone their way, they mid-rolled, right? There's the term high roll, there's the term low rolled. Mountain Drake, somewhere in the middle.
It's decent. I mean, you're never going to say no to a bit of a shield on top of you.
But you would have preferred a lot of healing or a Hex Tech, right?
I've heard people some players not actually massive fans of the Ocean Drake at the moment.
Fine. I Hex Tech then. God.
I mean, genuinely, right? You look at DMG's composition. Are you going to have the opportunity to heal up versus like Shift or Agony Pain? No, not really.
Fine. I was wrong. I admitted it. Move on, please.
I'm just.
Can we roast Bucci again? Why am I the one getting the short end of the stick now?
I think maybe we went a little bit too hard on him, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's just go back to me being the punching bag. I think that just suited everyone a little bit better.
I clearly can't take it. I had it for 20 seconds and cried on cast.
Yeah, the mental fortitude that I have to display every day of my life is unbelievable. That chicken was really nice, by the way. So everyone that laughed at that, you're bad people.
Do you want to know his review? Honest review of the chicken? He said, it could have been wetter. Those were his exact words. When tasting the chicken that he cooked, that he's just told you was amazing. His review of his own chicken was, it could have been wetter.
I hate when you peel back the curtain like this. Because I've got this thing that I put out into the world.
And then I shatter it.
And then you shatter the illusion completely.
Yeah.
Light side though, whilst they are at a bit of an early deficit there, it's not too much cause for concern, right? The scaling that is provided by Rise, the scaling provided by Senna is absolutely immense, and the wave clear from Torok is
1v4.
not quite going to be enough to prevent him from getting dived entirely, but Dux looks like he may be falling in return. Hulls dropped by members of DMG, and they are going to be able to pick up one on the bot side, just maybe not the person that they thought they were going to kill.
Yeah, it's a lower prize, definitely. It's like they got from 2nd place to 3rd place in the Tombola at the weekend, but I'll take it, you know. They put nothing into it and managed to find something anyway.
Here with another excursion towards the top side of the rift, but LVS is very difficult to dive at this point, so just...
You want to see wave clear, buddy? Now let me introduce you to full AP Gragas.
Oh, you just throw Q and then you're absolutely A-okay.
I do apologise if the feed is a little bit choppy for anybody else. However, if it's just us...
That is potentially an even bigger issue.
That could be an even bigger issue. Nevertheless, I'm going to take this time to highlight a little bit of the bot lane itemization, because we've got the chance to do so. This game's been relatively slow for the most part. That tier did end up coming in. Very, very late. But it's finished now into a man immune.
Excellent.
Okay, it wasn't just us.
Yeah, no, I was really
panic.
I was like, what on earth is going? Like, everyone's just like moving in slow mo.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that was affecting our voices as well.
No.
No. Okay.
No, it wouldn't have been.
That would have been funny.
No,
no. I've already done too many silly voices this week. Would be appropriate here. But I think that the entire framing of this game, right, is a little bit bittersweet, regardless of the outcome for both these teams, because for DMG, it's been a case of never really getting off the ground. For Light Side, the plane was in the air for about 15 seconds, but it's sort of just not really got there. And I feel like Summer's going to be that second go at the runway in order to really sort of take off.
Yeah, they had a lot of false starts almost, and you know, like you say, regardless of the outcome of this game, a team that we're definitely excited to see return is going to be Light Side. Hopefully, with the majority of the same roster, if not all 5. Be more than happy with that. I think the way that they're going about this game, nice and slow, nice and quiet, definitely going to aid them, as you mentioned, getting later into the game. They've got Senna, they've got Rise, they've got the tools to take these team fights later on, so that they've definitely got avenues to be successful in this match, to make it so that it was only a second half wins tiebreaker rule that stops them from getting into playoffs. But sometimes them's the breaks.
Very much so. I think it's incredibly frustrating. And I think we saw something similar from Venom Crest earlier today. Obviously, they've dropped from a potential 2nd place down into the lower bracket. Nowhere near as bad a feeling as not making playoffs at all. But I think from both of those rosters, they have exceeded expectations in such a phenomenal way. And I think it's not just been a case of team performances that have pushed them through. We've seen individual excellence really come out from both those rosters, and so to have those sort of sucker punches right towards the end of the split, obviously it's going to suck from them, but I hope that the players, the management, the coaches, everyone involved understands the positives that they can take from the split, because there have been a load of positives and definitely something to build on.
Back into the game though. In case you're just joining us, it's a roughly 3,000 gold lead for DMG in this game. Shift and Agony Pain have been class as a duo from the mid and jungle. You can see 4 KP for the 2 of them, and that is equally split between the 2 of them. There was a 2v2 down on the bot side that they weren't a part of. You know, 2v2s are going to 2v2, but the rest of it has just been Shift and Agony Pain linking up as a duo, taking pretty much whatever fights they wanted to.
And towers have also been falling favour in DMG. Bot lane already gone. Mid lane getting knocked off the block, as well as Light Side teleporting into the mid section, recognising this dragon in 20 seconds. Potential soul point here for DMG. And don't feel like giving it up. Ragnar and Bucci contributing to that mid lane priority gained, but think about playing against Avaris, he can just clear the wave so damn easily.
The thing is that LBS still has TP, so Bucci actually came very early to this to set up so that they could be the first ones out of this dragon. He's going to look to work to get his Mega Narbar up off of the dragon as well. LVS did go back to base, managed to get a couple of items and then TP in, so he's coming in with an item advantage to this Drake fight, albeit just components.
Bucci's going to get jumped on. He's still not going into the Mega Narbar, going backwards onto the rest of his team. Dr. Chaos tanking in the front line. Agony Pain having to flash defensively, but instantly jumped on by the bot lane of Lungvist Light Side Ducks. Next to be taken down as Shift goes in, but Shift goes out. And despite the early game goal deficit, Light Side find a winning fight around the dragon, and they are not done. Cabs and LVS retreating under the tower. Emp going for the dragon, the rest of his boys joining him.
And some of those split decisions that we've seen plague DMG this whole split rear their ugly heads once again. It's 3 people feared by Agony Pain in the backline. Unfortunately, there's nobody there to follow up. You would have loved to see Shift in there. Maybe with the Viego damage they can take somebody down. But Agony Pain uses all of his cooldowns and very nearly takes down the backline of LLS. It's just not quite enough.
And this is one of the issues that you can have with these reset-based compositions. If you aren't able to get that initial pick, if you aren't able to have the first move and start the fight off on the right foot, well, you never really find your rhythm. It takes 2 to tango. It just needs 1 kill to get these fights going in your favor. And I suppose the bigger issue is this is more time for Lightside. They're still in a deficit. Down 1 Drake to 2, down 1.5k, but if you look at the scaling options available for these compositions, we have to be favouring the red side team.
No, it's not like DMG have been completely outscaled already. They are still on some very powerful spikes. Shift has completed 2 of the exact same item. You can't tell me otherwise. Agony Pain also on those 2 item spikes. Still waiting for that Mirror Mana hit, and that's going to be a while out for Cabs. Sat still in the 100s for the Mirror Mana. They can still quite easy take fights. As soon as we see DMG relink that mid-jungle duo, they are going to be A-OK to find some success. But seriously though, Kraken Slayer and Divine
Yeah,
Sunder,
no, I don't they are quite similar. And the thing is, right, I kind of get that they're different item classes. And so it's like, well, like Kraken Slayer's for AD carries, and Sunder Sky's for bruisers, right?
I saw a Draven build Sunder Sky
I saw a Draven build Sunder Sky earlier today as well. And did he win?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
I had to jog my memory then.
God, that was like half an hour ago, man. Like, what are we talking about here? Okay, Torok being jumped onto by Shift, seeing the double Kraken Slayer combo, forcing the flash away from Torok, but we're already starting to see a little bit of a taste of the damage that Rise can put down. That was a fair bit.
Yeah, I think Torok flashed more out of panic than sort of respect, I guess. Sort of seeing how much damage he pumped out immediately off the back half. I kind of feel like he recognized, maybe I could have been a little bit more excitable in that 2 versus 1 situation, especially with the Sentinel ulti coming down as well. Now, of course, an important tool that is down there, that Sentinel ulti, the Dawning Shadow, not going to be available if we do end up seeing a fight in the next minute and a half or so. Of course, the flip side of that, ain't not in the fight for the next minute and a half. We've got a Baron that's been spawned, but like I say, has been spawned. None of these teams particularly taking a sniff at it.
Oh, hello. Emp is going to get taken low. A bit of a party cast coming out there from LVS, and he's got reasons to party. Yeah. So he's just got himself his first kill of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron that had not been sniffed at, all of a sudden gets a lot stinkier when the jungler dies. We're 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and paradoxically, DMG are moving towards this incredibly stinky Baron.
Yeah.
And Lightside look like going to be fighting them over this incredibly stinky Baron. Temport going to come in from Tarak. Bucci trying to build up a little bit of that Mega Gnar timer on the side. Dodges away from a couple of ults there with the flash. Those are big teamfight tools that DMG do not have access to. Dr. Chaos moving into the Baron pit. It's taken low. It's taken down by DMG, but the health bars do not favor them in the slightest. Double fear. And then the ultimate thrown out. The realm walk forward. The hook not connecting, but Bucci.
No, Bucci, no!
1v5 on the side, just trying to interrupt, but is gonna die. And from a dire situation potentially around the Baron, DMG not only take the objective, they're to get a kill to boot.
Well, a little donation there from the Bucci in the top side, and now party ulti once again, this time courtesy of Emp. They do manage to clear out this wave. Rise doing just enough even versus the Baron pull. That tier 1 turret may have been doomed to fall. However, with the Baron at their backs, DMG, they've only taken 2 turrets so far. Let's see what they can make with this Baron power play.
I think we are going to be looking at a patent pending Rude Dude economy Baron here.
I sure hope so. There's so much standing gold on the map. These outer tier 2 turrets in particular, 700 gold stacked in them individually. If you can take one of those down and Riot just keep on putting more and more gold into them. So, come season 20, folks, you'll be able to buy your Infinity Edge from that tier 2 turret.
Just one tower.
Just one turret for an Infinity Edge, yeah.
I suppose it's incentivizing people to actually play for the objectives a little bit on occasion, not just go for the ARAM.
That's how they're going to buff AD carries, actually.
Guys, first tower bot lane now gives 4,000 gold. I suppose that would actually just make life as an AD carry absolutely hell.
Yeah. Like the champions that are better earlier. Go bot lane.
It's weird because people talk about top lane being like the isolated, just sort of leave me alone role. But every AD carry I speak to is just like, please just let me 2v2, man. I know what I'm doing here. You add third person into the mix, maybe a fourth, that just screws with the equations.
Yeah, top laners as well. All they really want is a 1v1. Whenever I play top lane, as soon as the enemy jungler ganks, I just say they're cheating. And like, the game may well be a write-off, but I've won the moral game because I didn't call for my jungler.
Can we just make League of Legends a 4v4?
Yeah.
I say this is a jungle main, by the way.
The Udyr Master E2.
But it's just like, if I gank, no one appreciates it. But if I get out-ganked, I'm the worst person in the world.
Yeah. And you know, those are the parallels you're going to have to deal with. However, DMG with this Baron, on the verge of taking their first turret, they are certainly looking at this mid-tier 2. I don't know if they can get it. It remains to be seen. They've got a cannon working away at it. Unfortunately, nobody else.
Issue is, you can't really step very far forward against this light side composition. Torek finding his way out of there because if the Varus is stepping up to auto, Nautilus range immediately, and there's a load of follow-up that can come through. Despite the deficit that Lightside are finding themselves in, the base damages off something like a Rumble, off even something like a Nara, enough to cut through one of the squishier members of DMG.
Yeah, it becomes really tricky, right? If you just get knocked up, that layers up for Rumble ulti to come through, sets up a booty to try and find an angle to fight as well. I do want to highlight as well that Torak is actually just very, very strong currently. Level 17 on the rise, beyond Chovying at this point, about to go back to base, potentially grab himself a nice juicy component as well. To say that this entire early to mid game was dictated by Agony Pain and Shift making moves and Torak kind of being second fiddle to that, he's actually upping gold by 1,000. He just bought a whole Rabadons.
Yeah, that is a lot. First fiddle, potentially.
First fiddle?
He's been upgraded.
Wow.
The orchestral movements by Torak are absolutely incredible here, and
this guy knows his Philharmonic orchestras.
Who's Philharmonic?
Sister of Joanne Harmonic. That's not a joke, by the way. It's just bad.
It's just bad. All right. Well, things are looking pretty good for Lightside at the moment. Level 17 as well for Torak.
Yeah, like again,
he has absolutely executed the 11 CS per minute rise hack here, and despite that Baron going in favor of DMG, the positive turret trades after the Baron has worn off is going to be going in favor of Lightside. We do need to care for these side lanes though. LVS and Agony Pain pushing forward to them, but Vex and Gragas, they don't strike me as the most phenomenal split pushers.
No, don't have a lot of attack speed, but if you've got a lot of AP, you can still take turrets. One of the changes that they made a few seasons ago. AP damage dealers do still take turrets quickly.
Oh, Emp has gone a little bit too far in the Dawning Shadow, a little bit too late. The reset for the Viego, and if you get one, more are gonna come. Torak gonna be slain by Cavs as Agony Pain shifts forward onto Dr. Chaos. And the Varus will claim the second kill, and actually with 3 death timers on the board, DMG could look to end.
Bucci's Mega Nar's about to expire. Ragnar, he's got 3 items on the center. There is no Baron buff, so the waves can get cleared. DMG, though, 5 members strong. They can look for dive.
For only the 3rd time this split, DMG look to take down the enemy Nexus. And it is a bittersweet end of the split for Lungvis Lightside. DMG claim the final victory of the NLC regular splits.
And it is bittersweet for DMG. A win in the back half of the split. They said they'd take more scalps. They lived up to their promise. They found themselves LLS in the back half who find themselves finishing 6th overall now. So those championship point marbles not quite going their way. But a solid performance from Lightside this whole split, and DMG a nice game for them to close it out.
Yeah, and that's it for the regular split. It has been a fun one. Excitement, upsets, everything that you could have wanted. So, next off, playoffs, I guess.
Sounds good.
We'll see you after the break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
The MG with the third victory of the split as we end the split. And we have to say thanks to Metalcott and Redude for all they did. And it was a pleasure working with you folks. I wish you the best on your future endeavors. I don't know if they got the memo yet, but yeah.
No, this is it. Yeah, we saw the chicken earlier, guys, and when anybody who does that on air really isn't taking the job seriously.
You didn't cook protein. You destroyed protein. That's a sin for Jim
Raw
Bros.
chicken or bust is what I was trying to say. You've got to like catch the thing and eat it raw.
This segment's sponsored by Arabo.
Dr. Chaos is waiting for the interview. Talking about Chaos, let's talk to him. Welcome to the interview, Dr. Chaos. It wasn't the end you guys were expecting, obviously. The day started rough, didn't it?
I mean, to be honest, we had so many chances. We blew the last three. we had a lot of potential and we just griefed it ourselves. So we can't really be mad at anyone. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. No.
How can you be so positive? How can I adopt that mindset in my life? Like, teach me the way.
I mean, it hurts, right? But at the end of the day, I'll just go to tomorrow, find a new way, and go for it, right?
Keep
to
climbing.
be honest,
I love it.
Yesterday in the evening, I was really, really sad, and then I just sat down for a long time and, well, did what I could do, and now I'm just back on the next way. Like, yes, that's kind of all there is to it. I don't know.
I love
like,
it.
Keeps going.
So tell me something. You said before, like, we had so many chances and we let them fall. We could have had it all. At the end of the run, what is your summary of what the team was able to achieve?
I mean, I love the team. Like, really, really, I do. Because, I mean, we were a team. Like, I mean, I think me and Ragnar were like the only. I mean, Torak also played in the Div 2 before, but Ragnar played in NLC last year, and otherwise it was only me that was not a rookie, I guess. Because I've played for a decently long time. I think we achieved to play together as a team, try together as a team, even though we had a lot of different ideas, especially at the start. I mean, you saw it in the first week. We played atrocious, to be honest. And I did not want to show that performance, but we did. And then we just worked on it, had some really, really good performances. And now it fell off again a bit. I don't really know why. I guess my leadership was lacking a bit, and I have a lot to work on. But we achieved a lot. I learned a lot as a leader, stepping up a bit more. And I guess I gotta go to a new chapter of my life, and then see what's going on, you know.
I like the discipline. So tell me something. Is that discipline connected to what you have back there with those trophies?
Well, yeah. I mean, you now see a part of my room, I guess. I have done a lot in my life. I've played football for like 10 years. I've been in skiing. I've done sprinting. Some math competitions, I guess. I mean, I don't think there's a medal from that there. Surfing, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, I just want to enjoy life. And yes, whatever I do it with a lot of intensity. Like, emotions is the same way. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of all there is to it. And now I gotta see, because I'm applying for my master's program at university. And then I gotta see how it's going on with League of Legends. But whatever I'm doing, I'll do it with intensity, and I will enjoy it. So,
gosh, that's the way to look at life. That's a winner's mentality. I love it, Dr. Chaos. Regardless of what happens, it was a massive pleasure to talk to you throughout the split. Keep that positivity. Never stop climbing, dude. Never.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day. And well, it was a pleasure to play in NLC. And one short shout out to the full team and the stuff behind it. They worked really, really hard. And yeah, give them chances in next teams. They deserve it. Great guys to work with. Great people. Just, yeah, cool dudes.
Thank you. I'll see you soon.
See ya.
I need to lodge a complaint.
Why?
It's very unreasonable that you have someone that talented and humble at the same time. I don't.
True.
I don't need that, you know? They make the rest of us look bad.
That.
Stop it, man. Come on. Where's this?
You're making us look bad. Why? Why? We need to talk to someone that makes us laugh and doesn't talk about how positive he is. So, Pride, are you there? I don't know if Pride is. I'm kidding. I love Pride. As soon as we have him capable of jumping into the interview, we'll put him on.
I did the same thing, actually. I looked at production and misread it myself, so I'm right there with you.
I'm just playing with you. But it's good to look into players from my side and to what they achieved and be like, hey, you did a good run. Like, you have to be proud of these moments. Even if you don't succeed, if you're not the first one, you got to take what you learned. It seems like Dr. Chaos and the rest of the team is looking for that. I love it.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
I think again, they're in a similar position to the Verdants and the Natives, where this is clearly a good team. at least for the within the context of NLC. This is a good team that weren't quite good enough. They were a win away again, maybe two. And if one or two of those early season results had gone differently when they were struggling a bit more, might be looking something different.
Yes. Now we're looking at the possibility of talking with Pride. And as soon as we're out, I'll talk with Veteran. He's quite quiet. So. Oh. Hello there.
Hey.
You know it's reflecting, so I can see your monitor.
You get double me, you know? It's good.
My gosh, that's the best I could look for. Okay. End of the split. You got another W.
Yeah, it feels good. Feels good to end on a W. I don't think I've had a winners interview in 3 splits, so this feels good. So I'm just soaking it in.
Yeah, breathe it in.
Enjoying it, breathing it in, man. It's good.
You ruined every single prediction today.
I mean, that's what we're all about, ruining predictions. We did it 3 times. That's enough. We also knocked LLS down to 6th place, or we didn't give them 5th. So we played spoilers for something at least. I wanted to play spoilers for playoff, but you know, Ruddy, miracle run, congrats. It is. So we take what we get.
You take what we can get. Serious note, end of the split. Our last interview from Spring Split. What do you want to say?
Lux for losers.
I guess is that your final sentence?
No. On a serious note, like the split obviously didn't go exactly how we hoped. It sucks to be out of contention for another placing than last place so early, but we were the only team like 100% locked for something, so I'll take that. But I'm like proud of like what we did with what we had behind the scenes, and I think good things start to come for next split. Like we're seeing the things that we maybe lacked on the staff perspective, and it has been maybe lacking for too long, and now it's like finally time to take action, I think. So yeah, I'm excited for summer.
Hey, good to know. Good to know. Whatever happens, it was a pleasure. And I'm still waiting to understand Dark Matter and the significance.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for our date. When is that happening?
Oh gosh. Oh.
Yeah, you forgot. I was left Monday. Like no one was coming here. Like
I'm sorry. I became single in February. I'm still getting used to it, but hit me up. Do you want pancakes?
I'm used to this.
No, I can cook pancakes. We got ourselves a date. Is that a deal?
Pancakes will do. I'll see you in summer.
Pancakes will do. I'll see you in summer. Have a nice.
Hey,
huh?
How you doing?
Wait, what?
Lol.
Look,
wait, what?
Look, I think Pride had the right idea. You know, we've got to chill out. We've got to be cool. We've got to relax now. It's the end of the regular season.
I need to. No, I won't. I won't do it. I want to come to social pressure.
I'm actually quite confident. I'm not moving. I'm going to sit here. I think Veteran's time to talk anyway. I'm here.
Veteran, it's the end of the split or regular split.
It is. It is. It was an extremely close split right up until the end, right? Like, obviously, DNG ended up leaving the pack on one side. Lions Creed barely left the pack on the other side. But in the middle, there was pretty much everything to play for right up until the last day. Pretty much right up until Venom Crest versus Ruddy was decided. And it's rare that you get a league that is that close. It does make for an exciting league. It could be, though. It could be a bit of a worry coming into EMEA Masters. Typically, the regions that do really, really well are top-heavy regions. And thus far, yes, you're now seeing Lions Creed show some of the things that could make them an outstanding top team, but they also just lost it to Nord on some very simple fundamentals. Yeah, Natives were able to show it, but so late that they can't even make it in towards the playoffs. We need to see these teams that have been developing. Honestly, I think it's in the Nords, it's in the Ruddies, rather than the light sides where you could see someone start to pull out, because these are the teams that are showing consistent development. week in, week out. And in the weeks coming in towards playoffs, I think that could end up being the clear X factor. Those are the ones I'm excited about. Not the big super teams we thought at the start might be doing really, really well in regular split, but in these guys that have had to claw their way into win streaks just to make it to this point. Those are the guys where a continuation of their current form could lead them to leave the rest of the pack in a really big way and potentially be a force to be reckoned with come April.
Yeah, I think that's the real key, isn't it? It's the trajectories. I think Lions Creed on the whole have been on an upwards trajectory across the split in general, so I think they should be okay. But I kind of agree that they did lose again today. That'll be something back to the drawing board. I want to see what they do with best of fives, but on paper, the trajectory is there. But the sharpest upward trajectories have been the likes of Ruddy. You're absolutely right, veteran. And that does mean that maybe Springermere Masters is a bit of a mess. You can pick an expletive if you choose. But I think with the kind of level of talent, the level of growth we are seeing, I think Summer looks better again. And I still don't think it should be a write-off yet for Amir Masters.
Yeah, we still have a few weeks until we jump into that boat. And we still have to decide or see who's going to take that opportunity to represent the Northern League of Legends Championship.
See again. That's better. I was like, I have no idea what's been happening in the production chat for the last 5 minutes. I've just seen a blur, so I'm assuming it's fine.
And we were about to show, and I'm glad you have your glasses, the MVP of this match. It was Shift with his Viego and getting all that damage. Participation 75%, not the highest damage percentage, but it was about what he brought into the game that made him the MVP.
And I do think that it's really good for teams at the low end of the standings to pick these kinds of big pick-like compositions, because I think if you have some guy on your team that is able to get really fed, like Shift on the Viego, if you just go all in with that, with him on his calls and get those individual picks, if the enemy team's giving you that, that's the way that you get into the game in a really easy manner to coordinate versus these more complex things that like Nulu was able to pull off, right? That was a very complex manner of winning the game that Natives had. Yes, they have no real tools to do with the Ari, so long as Ari's playing the map well. Romeo, brilliant, always a good MVP candidate because he is clearly like a big leadership force for his team, and I'm glad to see that has continued. Ruddy up though. I mean,
exactly, and it's another game where Alex just puts out insane numbers, and I am so glad to see that the kill numbers have stayed high. But those death numbers have really started to dwindle. The guy is not throwing away his advantages anymore. He is keeping his gold way more responsibly, because I think that is something that I really love to talk about when it comes to carries. Are you using your gold lead responsibly? Are you not giving up those shutdowns? You're not giving up those kills when it comes to important fights and stuff? Alex is starting to do that a lot more regularly. Really exciting to see where this player goes.
This is the final standings for the Spring Split.
Oh, God, they made it. They made it.
Gosh. It is beautiful to see that even with that start and the way things went, Ruddy are locked in on 4th place. Venom Crest with all the hype get the 3rd one. Nord pulled it off at the last possible day, and Lions Creed were capable of fixing whatever was happening at the beginning of the split to get themselves the 1st one. On the right side, it's Verden with the 5th, Light Side with the 6th. Natives on 7th, and DMG on last place with 3 victories. This is the bracket. Lions Creed will start this one versus Nord, the best of 5. Then we jump into Venom Crest versus Ruddy, and the loser from the top bracket will head on to the lower bracket to face off then at the end. Whoever wins
the BO1 upset matchups today are immediately translated into the BO5s. That's mental, actually. I love that.
There's
the questions
some serious vengeance going on here.
Yeah,
I mean, and I think especially because all 4 of these teams have really distinctive ways they play the game, actually. And I know Venom was talking about, actually, you thought Venom Crest matched up pretty well into Ruddy early on, but then Ruddy played out the game really well. We're looking at Lions Creed and the way they love to abuse a lot of their kind of like lane dominance and having Johan be a psycho in the jungle, but then versus Nord, you actually had a really good read and shut them out of draft again today. This is going to be interesting to follow, because I think those best of 5s, you can put a favorite down on paper, I think, for both, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know how accurate they will be yet.
We had some surprises today, so show us. How did we do our predictions?
Oh, God.
Anyone get a perfect day? No.
Oh,
no,
God.
no one did they? Yeah,
oh. Me and you, veteran. Look
Oh,
at that.
gosh.
That's
Yeah.
not great.
Oh gosh. This is worse
How
than
has
I thought.
Foxy come out the best of this day again? Just for only getting one prediction
he slammed
right.
it 5
How?
on Ruddy. He slammed it 5 on Ruddy, but there is a good logic
gosh.
to Ruddy potentially beating Venom
Yeah.
Crest. So
Yeah.
I agree.
it makes sense. The Verdant for natives one, is probably the hardest one to actually call. I just slammed it 5 on Verdant anyway, just because that would have been really juicy. But like with them, we didn't get to see full power natives for most of the split. We basically just got to see full power natives because they had all their trials and tribulations. The last one though, I got nothing. You would expect DMG to drop on that one, but because this is one of those like final end stage games where everybody's just going to give it their all, a lot of pressure being off. Middlecott invented this point system, by the way. It's an extremely
That's hilarious.
hard fluctuating point system, but
fantastic.
Middlecott came up with it. Like, holy lord.
I think you're just annoyed that you're not in the top half of the standings. All it is, veteran, and you know that's okay. You can be angry, but for me here in top 3, I've got my bronze medal. So the rest of you, you know, on this desk.
Oh, my point is that Middlecott is last with more perfect games, right? Like the look at the amount of
But it's
perfect
the
games you get
consistency,
versus
man.
the points.
You're just putting your
No,
points in
that's
the wrong
thing.
places.
You
You're
have
losing.
more-
Hang on, just gonna throw this fishing rod a little further out to sea. Hang on, I think I've got a big one.
there's no-
The
there's
bait's
no
landed.
points
What have I
distribution
hooked?
if you have a
Oh, it's a
perfect day in this
veteran
life.
fish.
Gentlemen, it's the end of the regular split. What can we say to end up the transmission? Because we're going to announce when playoff starts. We already had the dates up there. It was the 13th, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. We're going to start on match 1 will be on the 13th, which will be next Wednesday. And we'll follow it through for Thursday with Venom Crest versus Ruddy. Final words of the regular split. Initialize.
What an extraordinary last 2 weeks of games.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the absolute drama, the heartbreak of the likes of the light sides, the Verdants, the absolute elation of Ruddy pulling off one of the most minuscule possible routes to playoffs and doing it in the fashion they did. Those kind of narratives are part of what makes esports so much magic. Thanks for joining us, guys. There's still a lot more to go yet, so wait, get ready for Season 2, or at least the epilogue to Season 1. I can't wait.
That's right.
I mean, we're going to get the BO5 rematches immediately to answer the questions of the last day. You don't get this kind of continuation anywhere else. There's no pause on this hype train, all right? We're going straight in and we're going hard and fast. Nord v Lions Creed, Venom Crest v Ruddy could be 2 upsets again, based on what we saw today. I'm actually rooting for those guys, for sure, to be the ones to make it off, because as we've seen in the LEC, like this year, it seems that the consistently developing teams are the ones that always end up high. So they have the real big opportunities here to prove that in a massive way. I'm super glad that Ruddy managed to make it this far. And yeah, we'll see how that looks for the region going into E-Masters, because I think we're not necessarily waiting for summer. I actually think this could be a really, really, really good shot for these teams, because I watch a lot of ERLs and I don't see a team going consistently on a particular style like Ruddy is doing right now. That can scale really well in a competitive sense.
The starter line couldn't be better. It will be back with Wednesday. If you think LEC has a good script, get a lot of this one. Never stop climbing. I'll see you Wednesday. Have a fun week. See ya!
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do, and slash we go do.